Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 3 of What If an Evil Assassin Reincarnated in Naruto as a Human-Tailed Beast. Let the tale begin. Chapter 51, Fighting and Approach. Ken and the Cloud Trio descended down to the lower levels of the cave, landing with a thud and breaking the ground underneath them as the cultists parted ways around them and drew their weapons. We're in enemy territory. Cooperation might become difficult from here on out, Ken said in a calm voice as his blade glowed brightly. He wasn't exactly used to fighting alongside them after all. It was fair to give them a warning at the very least. Don't worry, we can take care of ourselves. The Raikage smiled confidently as lighting covered his body. Followed his father's movements, and also used his lightning release chakra mode from the beginning. We'll end this quickly, I guess. B sighed when seeing everyone already up for battle. Without any hesitation, he drew on the tailed beast's chakra, allowing a dark purplish cloak of chakra to cover his body as two tentacle-like chakra tendrils rose from his back. The chakra seemed to instantly catch Ken's attention, as he was quite curious about how powerful Killer Bee actually was. Thankfully, he was about to find out. The cultists around them seemed to be fearful at their sight, but they were quickly rallied by what Ken assumed was a higher-ranking member. Lord Jashin calls for blood. Take out all of these dirty heathens that dare trespass on his sanctuary. The man wore a pointed hood beside the common cultist robe, and he wielded two sickles in his hands, which seemed to be tied to his wrist by lengthy chains that were wrapped around his arms. From his words, the crowd that had gathered around Ken and the three shinobi instantly charged with zealous screams. For Lord Jashi they, unfortunately, didn't even get to finish their chant, as the four heathens had already dashed in different directions, all entering the fold cultists, like wolves attacking a flock of sheep. The Raikage and they were both human weapons, each movement of theirs split humans apart, as they passed through dozens of people in mere seconds. Ken also dexterously danced through them, his blade cleaving through both their weapons and bodies with excessive ease, as the cultists struggled to react to his flying slashes and his extended reach, as his chakra blade seemed to stretch out more and more with each swing. Then there was the Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. He was not as fast as Ken, but he wasn't that far behind. He seemed to be blessed with unnatural strength, as he wielded two blades at once and cleaved through the enemies around him just as easily as his allies. His chakra tails, although looking rather intangible, still seemed to act as physical constructs, just from the density of his chakra. They acted as a shield, batting away attacks constantly and crushing whoever got too close to Bee's back. The regular cultists couldn't even keep up with his speed, let alone that of Ken and the others. In the end, the room was cleared of cultists rather quickly, not even taking a minute for hundreds of men and women to meet their end. Surprisingly, Ken was the one to rack up the most kills. Since their opponents were weak, his flying slashes were able to cleave through them more effectively than anything else. The Raikage was still a close second though, as he had taken care of his part of the room very quickly, weapons breaking upon touching his skin as his body reached an unprecedented level of toughness. I came third, and became last. Not that it was a contest. I gulped a bit when seeing the bloody figure of Ken. His clean blade was now evenly coated in blood. The entire room was a bloodbath. Both Ken and the Raikage seemed to be completely unbothered by the quite literal pool of blood they had created. I also tried to hide his disgust as he felt his shoes soak in blood. He was successful, as he had already been trained for such things. It was the same for Bee, who just looked at the last cultist left in the room. It was the one that had wielded two sickles. Now he was only wielding none, as both of his arms were cut off, still wriggling on the ground somewhere. His hood was also ripped off, revealing a rotting face, even filled with maggots. So this is an example of the defective immortals, huh? The Raikage muttered as he walked closer to the man that was currently impaled onto the wall. Ken had made short work of him, cutting off his limbs swiftly and sticking him to the wall by impaling him with various weapons he had taken from the cultists. Yep. Weaker than the one I had faced before at least. Ken nodded as he shook his blade, flinging some more blood on the ground. Why, you heathens! Lord Jashin will never forgive you for what you've done. The decomposing man spoke out with hate, causing Ken to yawn for a few seconds. They seem to have the same speech patterns though. The blind swordsman tilted his head as he looked around and stuck another blade into the immortal, causing him to scream. Sound annoying. Killer Bee muttered as he also walked a bit closer, his dark purple chakra cloak still active as his tails swayed behind him. It certainly was. Ken nodded as he turned his head to the side. We won't get much time to interrogate this one now. Cavalry's incoming, the blind swordsman said as he turned and faced a large stone gate. More cultists? This is starting to feel like an ant's nest. A spat on the ground as he clenched his fists, lighting buzzing all around him. There's 10 of them, all immortals from what I can tell. Ken tilted his head as the Raikage smiled widely. You think their leader is among them? I'd love to get things over with quickly. Unlikely, they all seem to be moving side by side. I'd wager a guess and say they're all of the same ranks. Ken shook his head as he raised his blade and filled it with chakra. He pulled more and more chakra into the blade, causing it to shine brightly once more as lighting arced all around him. You're going all out already? The Raikage asked as he clenched his fists as well, preparing to tear apart a few more cultists. Just giving them a warning shot. Ken then grabbed the blade with both of his hands, bringing it to his side as he stepped forward. Divine separation. Ken muttered as he named the move on a whim. With a heavy step, the cracks spread through the ground underneath his feet as he instantly swung his blade at the stone gate. He released a blue flying slash which was buzzing with lighting. It grew in size and seemed to cover the entire gate as it rushed forward, disintegrating the gate instantly and cleaving the walls of the cave in front of them. The entire cave shook as the flying slash burned everything in its path, and Ken heaved some steam before placing his blade back into the seal on his wrist. Looked at the scene with a bit of concealed fear. He didn't wish to admit it, but he surely would have died if he tried taking it head-on during their spar. But did he just use up all of his chakra in one go? I was worried that Ken was now going to become a liability, but his worries turned out to be unfounded. The Cloud Trio watched as Ken's entire body was now filled with scales, and a spiky tail grew out of his back and slapped the ground, sending a shockwave all around him and cracking the ground underneath him even further. Most of his body was covered by his black coat, but the shinobi were still able to notice the change. Now that I think about it, there was something regarding a transformation in the reports of the grass village. The Raikage narrowed his eyes as he watched Ken's back shifting as he seemed to gain a few more kilograms of muscle. He seemed to be the one least surprised by the transformation, as the tailed beast within him had already warned him of something like this happening. Monster. The immortal man impaled on the wall still got to see the entire scene. Even his insane mind was able to register the fact that Ken was not a human. His fear was palpable, both at the transformation and the attack that the masked swordsman had just released. Ken didn't feel like listening to him talk anymore. So his tail shot up and instantly vaporized the cultist's head. Finally some silence. The blind monster spoke calmly as his tail swayed once more, shaking off some of the cultist's blood. The Raikage's eyes widened when seeing that attack. That speed and power. I think I wouldn't even be able to face him without the black lighting chakra mode. I just sweated a bit. Ken was able to react to his speed even before the transformation. Now they seemed to have almost the same speed. Which meant he had absolutely no chance of fighting Ken in that state. Couldn't we have squished some information out of him first? B said as he poked the man's still moving body. The decomposing immortal was not dead by any means. But now that his head was in pieces, it wasn't possible to question him anymore. We still have plenty of immortals left to capture. They're still coming our way. It seems my attack was only able to get rid of 2. Ken smiled as he took off his mask and put it on his belt. Heh. Quite an attack that was. The Raikage smiled as he took one last look at the wall of the cave that Ken had cut. The lighting flying slash had turned the stone to magma as it dripped down to the ground. I've not had many chances to try it out. It was a surprise even for me. Ken nodded as he then pointed his hand at the ruined stone gate. Here they are. He then dashed forward, with the Raikage and a right at his side, while B followed closely behind. Underscore 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 underscore. The 10 immortals ran down the hallways of their sanctuary with haste. They had no idea who was brazen enough to intrude upon their temple, but they knew that they needed to deal with it, as Lord Jashin had commanded them to. They each had tattooed on their bodies different markings, many variations of Jashin's sign. The two further ahead of the rest were number 1 and 2, the strongest immortals in their group. Unfortunately for them, they didn't have a lot of luck, despite their powerful curse techniques and mastery. They were the first ones to fall. Taken by surprise, the large flying slash cleaved towards them at lightning speed. They only noticed it in time to signal for the others to jump, but they realized none of them would have enough time to dodge the attack. So instead of trying, the two strongest decided to give the others a chance at survival. They took out their weapons, one wielded a large halberd, while one wielded a war scythe. They coated their weapons in chakra, as they braced for impact. While their allies all jumped up, trying to cling to the ceiling. The two of them managed to hold it there for only 2 seconds, as sparks flew all around them and their weapons melted in their hands. The flying slash then advanced forwards, burning their bodies and turning them into charcoal as they were sent flying back into the corridor they came from. The other 8 immortals had managed to cling to the ceiling thanks to them, dodging the slash almost perfectly, with only one of them getting his legs caught up and burnt off. Thankfully, he didn't have any pain receptors, so he just silently bore with it. Even if they now feared the source of that attack, they still had the confidence to press forward. One of the other immortals strapped the legless one to his back, as he was still able to fight. Whoever that was. I doubt they can use such an attack again. NR.3 said, he was missing all of his skin as a result of his immortality, but that didn't make him weak or stupid. He quickly encouraged the others to press forward. The other numbered immortals were already committed to their cause anyway. Serve the heathens to Lord Jashin as sacrifices or die trying. Was the mission that was already imprinted in their minds, and they were going to see it through. But when advancing into the room, they were only met with even more hardship. The Raikage was the one to claim the first kill, stabbing through the first immortal's head, turning him into a headless chicken before using his body like a mace and crushing the limbs of another. Took a different approach, slowly dismembering one of them, while the other seemed to be doing his best to draw some blood from him, unsuccessfully. After finishing with one, I was able to deal with the second, first, breaking his weapon with his bare hands, then proceeding to dismember him as well. B was dealing with the two that were strapped together. One of them was already lacking any mobility, while the other wielded large cleavers and swung them madly, trying to stop him from getting too close. It seemed to work for all of 1 second before Killer B grew another purple octopus tail out of chakra and slapped the men he was fighting into a wall, before rushing them and hacking at their arms. Ken also managed to deal with one immortal, slashing off his arms before piercing his chest with his tail and throwing him back where he came from. He was then stuck dodging the attacks of the skinless number 3, who managed to land an overhead swing with his large naginata, only for it to be blocked by Ken's tail. Sparks rose as the blade struggled against the spikes on the blind assassin's tail. The clash only lasted 1 second, as Ken's tail quickly started moving at great speeds, almost turning into a saw as he cut through the naginata. The third immortal tried to kick Ken away, but his kick was completely shrugged off, with the blind monster not even flinching. Ken grabbed his leg and started smashing him into the ground repeatedly, breaking as many bones as he could and even turning his head to mush before throwing him towards the first immortal they had encountered, who was still impaled on a wall. The fight then died down, as all of the immortals were taken out, Ken and the rest not sustaining any injuries at all. Now, to look for the leader. Chapter 52, Curses and Collapse. Ken felt odd about the situation as soon as all of the immortals fell. Even if they overpowered the cultists greatly, he still expected to see many curses from the immortals. Ken had specifically tried to avoid getting touched at all throughout the fight. He didn't know if all curses needed blood after all, so the less he physically interacted with the immortals the better. Even then, it just felt odd that none of the cultists had even attempted to start up a curse technique. Do all of their jujutsu really require blood? And while it was possible that they dealt with them before they got to use any jujutsu, there was also a lingering feeling of unease about the rather lackluster fight. Himself was somewhat disappointed by the adversity they met as well, and it was becoming harder and harder to justify Ken's salary. The Raikage was not quite disappointed. That was the outcome he had expected at the end of the day. The enemies they dealt with were nothing to scoff at either, as most jonin would likely die when faced with even one of the immortals. Still, to think there would be this many cultists around. Their number was truly what impressed the Raikage. He failed to understand how such a large organization could make its home in their territory. Killer Bee just huffed a bit as he allowed the purplish chakra cloaking him to recede back into his body. He had struggled the most with his opponents at first. He didn't have the same overwhelming advantage in speed as his peers after all. But he still managed to take on two of the strongest members in the cult while barely even breaking a sweat. They took a few seconds to examine the immortals before going forward. We'll have to interrogate quite a few of them later. But for now, just going deeper into this hideout seems like the way to go. The Raikage scratched his beard as he signaled for everyone to follow him. The four of them turned and started walking down the ruined corridor where the immortals had come from. Ken's attack had really affected the integrity of the cave, so it was only a matter of time before the entire corridor collapsed. Not that it would be too big of an issue for the four of them. Still, the blind swordsman sighed when sensing the poor structural integrity of the cave, somewhat regretting that he had decided to just test out his technique inside. He was about to turn back to his human form before he immediately stopped in his tracks. A faint vibration entered his ear, and his tail shot up, batting away a knife that had been barreling towards Killer Bee's back. The rest of the group was immediately alerted when they heard the clang of metal, all of them turning around and jumping further into the corridor while looking back at the room they came from with caution. What was that? Bee said as purplish chakra flared up around him once more. A knife. Ken said as his tail swayed around for a few seconds, preparing to intercept any other incoming projectile. Obviously, but who threw it? Said as the lighting around him seemed to lash out in anger. No one in particular. The Raikage said as he looked at the room. All of the immortals were still downed. Heh. A small laughter sounded out as one of the downed immortals was relatively close to them. It was one that Ken had kicked back into the corridor at the beginning of the fight. He was lacking any means to defend himself, yet he seemed to be amused for some reason. The immortal's face seemed deformed, as he didn't have any lips, nor did he seem to have any eyelashes. His eyes were open and bloodshot, and his bald head was filled with thick veins that made him look sickly. Did you all think this fight would end as a simple melee? The limbless immortal said as his body seemed to be dragged across the floor. He was quickly dragged towards the large room by a strange force. The four of them simply looked on, deciding to observe the situation first before acting. Inside the large room from before, something rather strange was happening. All of the blood was gathering up in one spot, and all of the bodies were being consumed as if by a corrosive substance. Ken scoffed when he realized that only the bodies of the immortals seemed to remain intact, as all 9 of them were absorbed into the blob of gelatinous/corrosive blood. The bodies of the 9 immortals seemed to navigate through the slime freely, all turned in the direction of the 4 shinobi. Combination curse technique. Curse behemoth. Their voices resonated, all speaking at the same time. It was as if their consciousness had been connected as well. This does look a tad concerning. Killer Bee sweated a bit as he scratched the back of his head. He would have acted a bit more arrogant had it not been for the tailed beast within him warning him once again to be careful. The Raikage was also quite wary. He knew that cursed techniques could get annoying, and the fact that they didn't have any information on the one before them was all the more concerning. Bah! Cheap tricks like these won't do much to us. Scoffed as he turned into a blur and rushed towards the blob of blood and flesh with his hand outstretched. Hell stab! His hand turned into a spear as he pointed one finger forward. The Raikage was once again disappointed at his son's brash attitude. He immediately rushed over to try and stop him, but it was too late. I came in contact with the blob almost immediately, and his hand entered it without much resistance. The slimy creature then seemed to want to completely wrap around A's body, likely trying to corrode it away. The Raikage had already appeared behind his son though, and he pulled it by the back of the neck and rolled away just as the slime came crashing down on them. TSK. We will have a serious talk about your performance in this mission. The Raikage truly didn't appreciate that I was making a fool of himself in front of Ken. How am I supposed to convince Ken to follow you in the future if you're this rash? I was once again forced to look at the ground shamefully for 1 second, before fixating his gaze back on the cursed behemoth before them. It wasn't exactly the time for contemplation after all. Thankfully it doesn't look like its speed is enough to touch us. Ken also walked forwards alongside Killer Bee. Well, it looks like it can match mine. I'll have to amp up a bit more. You might want to stand back for this. B sighed as he somehow restrained himself from breaking out into a freestyle. It was a rather serious mission after all. Now it was also apparently more dangerous than initially estimated. Ken nodded before he noticed the entire cave started trembling. Both B and he were taken off guard and they both lost their balance. The blind swordsman instantly regained his and immediately started jumping away from the point where the rocks seemed to be gathering, which was B. Ken scoffed as he stopped and turned to B, who was now completely engulfed in large chunks of the cave rocks. Curse technique, targeting dummy curse. One of the immortals within the giant blob of viscous blood smiled widely, causing A and the Raikage to scoff. A curse of targeting? I'm assuming he somehow placed it on B, at least that explains the knife from earlier. I think B was touched a few times during his fight, maybe that's how it was placed. Ken just sighed as he assumed that B was taken out of the fight. He assumed that for all of 2 seconds before he felt an overwhelming amount of chakra from the pile of rubble, chakra which only seemed to rise more and more by the moment. Purple light seemed to explode out of the fallen rocks, causing Ken to take a few steps back as he covered his face, shielding it from rocks. The rocks were all blasted away, and Ken could hear a few annoyed and surprised sounds from the immortals that were still within their combination technique. The purple light then died down to reveal the figure of a man. Ken couldn't help but smile when feeling just how much more powerful B had become. I really ought to ask Saburo more about this Killer Bee fellow. Or maybe ask the Raikage himself? Killer Bee now seemed to be completely covered in a thick, solid layer of constantly revolving purple chakra. 4 solid octopus tails appeared to have grown from his tailbone as he crouched and breathed a bit of steam. His eyes were deep black holes and his mouth appeared to have morphed into a fanged grin as his head seemed to grow a solid pair of bony horns. Heh. Now I feel more ready. Ken's smile deepened when hearing Killer Bee's voice, which sounded a lot deeper. His presence changed completely. The blind swordsman was well and truly impressed. The only thing that bothered him was the fact that he could see the color of the thick chakra cloak that seemed to have covered B's body. As Ken admired the transformation of Killer Bee, their opponent was not standing still. The viscous blood seemed to lash out, part of its body extending as a tentacle and whipping towards the Raikage and A. The two of them were able to easily dodge, both dashing to the sides as they circled around the behemoth with ease. The viscous blood seemed to rush forward, trying to aim for either Ken or the now transformed B. Ken prepared to dodge before he noticed the fact that B had just scoffed at the attack of the curse users. As if. B then brought his tails forwards, arching them towards his mouth as a small ball of chakra seemed to gather there. Ken sweated a bit when sensing that, realizing that there was more chakra in that small ball than he had ever had in his entire body. Tailed Beast's ball. The ball then expanded forwards just as the viscous liquid reached B. Before it even got to touch his chakra-covered skin, the ball that B had near his mouth blasted itself forward in the form of a gigantic laser. The viscous liquid was either immediately erased or pushed back completely. The waves seemed to completely break a large chunk of the behemoth that had just formed. Ken was having a rather difficult time discerning just how much damage Killer Bee's attack had done though. The blind monster was still getting used to begin around that much chakra, his senses were being slightly overloaded for once. Good job, B. You took out 4 of the fuckers. The Raikage shouted as he dodged a few tentacles, which quickly fell to the ground and started re-entering the main body. The cursed behemoth seemed to be trying its best to recover. Ken did notice something rather crucial though. It's gotten a lot smaller. Maybe it was because B had technically disintegrated part of its body? Or maybe because almost half of the people holding it together were also erased? Regardless, one thing was clear. B! Can you shoot a few more of those? Ken asked as he stood behind the Jinchuriki as he made the request. Sure, B's words were interrupted by something they really should have expected. A large tremor overtook the entire cave as all of the ceilings started collapsing on top of them. Shit! Stick together! The Raikage shouted as they were all shrouded in dust. Ken just scoffed and immediately dug a hole in the ground for himself, using his tail to stop the rocks from falling in it while waiting for everything to settle. Meanwhile, he could feel Killer Bee just creating a dome of chakra around him to stop the falling rocks. Well, this could have gone worse, I guess. The blind swordsman thought to himself as he sensed his surroundings. Then he felt the viscous liquid still moving around between the cracks of the rocks. Well shit, I guess not. Chapter 53, Overwhelming Power, Target and Lead. This situation certainly could have gone better. I guess it's my fault for following the Raikage's plan. Or lack of plan if you want to be specific. Now, no one is actually stuck in between these rocks. I can dig my way out of this cave without much trouble. I'm sure it's the same for the others as well. The problem is that that strange slimy liquid is still able to move freely, while we are technically trapped for the moment. Being in a dark environment isn't exactly an issue for me, but it might be for others. The dust hasn't even settled yet and the liquid seems to be already trying to go after who they perceive to be the weakest link. A. It might take a while for A and the Raikage to dig themselves out. In that time it's entirely possible that the liquid might reach them. Whether or not it can actually damage A is still debatable though. It seemed to be corrosive enough to get rid of bodies almost instantly, but I doubt A or the Raikage are weak enough to get affected by that. This cursed technique is already annoying enough, aided by the fact that the ones using it can't actually die. If I had more chakra, burning this cursed behemoth would certainly be my best option. For now, I'll just have to rely on B's powers. They certainly seemed quite effective. It's safe to assume this cursed technique will die out when all of the immortals are blown away and separated from one another or dead, and that tailed beast ball from B's seemed to do the trick. Just like that, my next objective is set. I should be able to dig my way out of here quickly. I need to get to B and help him aim another one of those tailed beast balls at the bodies of the immortals. I can still spot them through the debris and rocks. The faster I move the better. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. Ken's tail immediately started drilling into the stone, then it covered the hole he had dug for himself. Thankfully, B was not far from him, still encased in a dome of chakra. It felt just as destructive as the cloak that covered his body, and the rocks were simply unable to penetrate it. Ken was though. The blind monster pierced the dome with his tail, making his presence known. B then made a hole for him to enter. The Jinchuriki was looking at Ken with a somewhat tired gaze. My bad. I should have thought a bit more about the structure of the cave before firing off that tailed beast ball, B said as he scratched the back of his horned head. His voice still sounded much deeper than usual. It was almost as if two voices were speaking at the same time. It's fine, it was bound to happen regardless of what any of us did. Besides, I think you're the only one of us that can currently properly take care of that thing. Ken walked a bit closer to B and sat down by his side. Seriously? Well, I guess it did seem much smaller after taking that hit. B seemed to be a bit discouraged by his blunder, obviously disappointed in himself for potentially endangering his teammates. Smaller and with less reach, Ken said as a smile rose on his scaled face. Currently, getting close to that thing is unsafe. God knows what type of curses it can put on us. You need to take it out. B immediately perked up and nodded. I'll take care of it then. He then started charging up another tailed beast ball, allowing an absurd amount of chakra to gather in front of his open mouth. Ken nodded and turned his head towards the position where the immortals were. They had all been crushed by the rocks in a rather close fashion, their bodies were stuck, but the blood-like liquid was not. Shot it in that direction, slightly angled downwards. Ken immediately directed B towards the place where the immortals were crushed, pointing to it with the tip of his tail. Roger. B's voice sounded a lot more distorted as his jaw then seemed to unhinge while his mouth opened up widely, swallowing up the ball of chakra and allowing his chest to expand. He didn't do this last time. Well, he was in a rush, so I guess he didn't get to. Tailed beast ball, wave! Killer B's voice rang through the cracks of the rocks. Ken could feel panic overtaking the curse users that heard it. He felt the slime starting to slowly gather back towards the immortals, likely hoping to somehow shield them, but it was far too slow, and it probably wouldn't have done anything anyway. B unleashed an even stronger blast than the last. The chakra ball was expelled forwards from his mouth as a torrent of energy, evaporating the rocks in front of him almost instantly as it headed for the curse users, aiming to erase all of them at once. They had absolutely no chance of dodging it, their bodies stuck underneath the heavy rocks, and they seemed to brace for it in their own ways. Ken could clearly hear their wails of despair as soon as the wave reached them. The wave washed over the immortals, the sheer intensity of the chakra burned away their skin, then muscles, then bones, until there was nothing left of them. The wave cleared up a path in front of them, more rocks fell from the ceiling on that path, and all of them were blasted into nothingness by said wave until there was nothing left to fall in their path. This guy really is dangerous. The blind monster to the side couldn't help but start pondering on whether or not to assassinate B. But he wasn't stupid enough to try something during their mission. Especially since the clouds seemed to want to have an amicable relationship with him. A's actions didn't do much to offset the fact that the third Raikage, the leader of the village, seemed to be nothing other than friendly to Ken. However, the blind swordsman still needed to account for the fact that it would one day be the fourth Raikage. The third was, after all, raising him up to be a successor. So in the end, Ken couldn't help but come to a conclusion. If I ever have to make an enemy out of the Cloud Village, the first person that needs to die is B. Ken smiled as he felt the viscous liquid slowly come to a halt and splash on the ground in between the rocks. At the very least they're gone now. After a few seconds B's tailed beast ball finally died down, he heaved a bit as the chakra around him seemed to slowly dissipate. Good job, Ken said as he walked over to B, who seemed to be completely out of it. He supported the rapping shinobi as they walked into the clearing that B's attack had created. Heh, thanks. The octopus-tailed shinobi smiled as he finally seemed to pass out, causing Ken to slowly place him on the ground. Ken then turned and slowly stood up. The Raikage and A both seemed to be breaking through rocks currently. They seemed to be conserving energy, so it might take a minute or two. After all, the more rocks the Raikage and A cleared, the more fell on top of them. Ken didn't bother trying to help them though, he merely stepped on the ground with his tail. I still have to find Akira. I doubt the cult has any power left in them, quite sure we bled them all dry. As Ken was trying to get a feel for his subordinate, he felt the hair on his back stand slightly as he jumped further away from B. The rapping shinobi's body seemed to be covered in a cloak of chakra, as he seemed to slowly and mechanically rise from the ground. The blind swordsman was quite sure the man had been exhausted and unconscious a while before that, so he was quite confused. However, the confusion didn't last, as it didn't take long for Ken to realize that whatever was inside B was using him as a puppet. What are you? What are you? Both Ken and the possessed bee asked at the same time. The possessed bee spoke in only one voice now, much deeper than the one Ken knew bee to have. The bee looked at Ken without any fear, while the blind swordsman studied him with great curiosity. Let's get introductions out of the way. My name is Kyuki. I am a tailed beast, the one currently sealed inside this man. Though the seal has been undone recently to accommodate our cooperation. The tailed beast introduced itself as it studied Ken through B's eyes. My name is Ken. I am the leader of the Dark Brotherhood, an assassin, samurai, and bounty hunter. Ken still kept his distance, despite realizing that Gyuki didn't have any bad intentions. He wasn't about to test whether or not it was going to change its mind after all. He needed to be prepared to flee at a moment's notice. He didn't feel like the beast in front of him was something he could handle. Quite the portfolio. But that didn't really answer my question. As all tailed beasts are, I am a being purely made out of chakra, immortal, and the second most powerful among my brothers and sisters. What are you supposed to be? You're clearly not human, so don't try to lie to me. Ken was truly perplexed by Gyuki's line of questioning. It really wasn't something he expected to hear. He had obviously figured out he was different from other humans. He was stronger, faster, and more adaptable. The nature energy within him was also somewhat of a giveaway, as he had yet to meet even a single person that could control it. So, when asked that question, when asked what are you, he really didn't know what to say. Gyuki noticed that in the silence, as it sighed loudly. It seems you also have no clue what you are. Fine, I'll give you a clue to help you out. Seek out the toads of Mount Maiboku. The great toad sage Gamamaru might be the only being alive able to make sense of your existence. Gyuki's deep voice sounded clearly in Ken's ears as it proceeded to introduce yet another being that Ken had absolutely no clue about and had never heard of before. The blind monster took a few seconds to process the information before voicing out the most obvious concern first. How am I supposed to get there? After asking that, he could hear a rather brooding chuckle come out of B's throat. Kid, if I had any idea, I would have told you already. I am just as curious as you are. You'll have to seek out one of the people that have been contracted to the toads. Request an audience with him. The possessed bee shrugged as Gyuki's words came out of his mouth smoothly. Ken waited a bit, hoping that Gyuki would be able to give him a bit more information. But the silence gave him all of the answers he needed. I have to deal with this myself, huh? Thanks for the advice, Gyuki. Ken still decided to thank the tailed beast. It did, after all, give him the first real lead he could have towards discovering more about himself. Don't mention it. But seek me out when you have an answer to my question. I am still very curious. Of course. Ken just nodded as he felt Gyuki's chakras slowly re-enter B's body. The Raikage is almost here, it seems. This is where we part ways. Good luck. Gyuki's last words came out just as the stones to the side shifted, and the figure of the Raikage came out. Ken sighed as he immediately dashed and caught B's body before it hit the ground, gently placing it on the stone floor of the cave while still pondering on his conversation with the tailed beast. Chapter 54, Throne and Fake Idol. B fell to the ground, unconscious once more, as the leader of the Cloud Village just looked at Ken and B with a bit of confusion in his eyes. Did he tire himself out? The Raikage asked as he slowly approached B. Yep. But he took out the immortals and their curses. Ken nodded as he slowly gestured to the opening that B had created around them. The Raikage rolled his eyes as he looked around for a bit. Yeah, I could tell from the trembling from earlier. I guess we won't be interrogating any of them though. Ken just shrugged at that. Not like there was any other way to take them out. Either erase them or try to find some other way to separate them. Who's to say they couldn't just initiate the curse technique again afterwards anyway? To the blind swordsman, it wasn't that big of a loss. At the end of the day, it was the only real option they had. I guess it was the safe thing to do. Though we don't know how dangerous that liquid would have been to the two of us. Still got slight burns on his arm, by the way, but nothing major. I say we just look for the leader and get rid of him as well. The Raikage also ended up giving up on the idea of trying to find another immortal to capture. Their lacking understanding of cursed techniques made taking prisoners a bit more difficult. Especially since it seemed that not all of them used the same techniques as the one Ken had captured. Sure. Ken nodded as another wall to the side was blown away, and it came out of it unscathed. Fucking hell! So many rocks! Said as he walked out into the clearing, rocks still falling behind him. Ken scratched the back of his head as he recovered some chakra, allowing his tail to retract into his body and his skin to turn back to normal. Glad to see everyone here is fine. Ken then clapped his hands together before walking back to B and throwing him on his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. I narrowed his eyes at that, not quite happy to see his sworn brother in such a state. But before he could throw a fit, his father slapped him over the head and explained the situation to him. And they continued forward. Ken carried B for the entire walk, as they didn't feel it would be safe to leave him in a random cave. After all, there could still be cultists around. And they did run into plenty of cultists. But not one of them was worth mentioning. They were mostly regular people. The Raikage and they dealt with them swiftly. Only 2 ever got close to Ken, who didn't even need to put B down in order to kill them. A relatively long chakra blade just extended from his arm and cut them both in 2. Ken had already recovered enough chakra to pull something like that off, but he didn't have enough to sustain the chakra blade for longer than a minute. Not that he needed it. They advanced further and further into the hideout. And finally, they found a large room. And on a pedestal stood a throne. One that seemed to be made of bones. So very mad cult-like. Even Ken marveled at how unnecessarily evil-looking it was, and he couldn't even see it. The most unexpected thing. The throne was empty. Did we already kill the leader by mistake or something? Even the Raikage couldn't help but get confused. But the cultists they had run into earlier seemed to be vehemently trying to protect Jashin's messenger. It gave everyone the impression that the leader was only further up ahead. But now there was nowhere further to go. Did the rat leader escape or something? I scoffed as he looked around with a bit of confusion in his eyes. The Raikage was also just as confused. We were supposed to be fighting crazed cultists. They aren't usually the type to flee like this and leave their sanctuary unprotected. The Raikage as he turned off his lighting released chakra mode and looked around with a slightly annoyed gaze. What if he decided to cut his losses and rebuild elsewhere? Ken said as he scratched his chin with his free hand. Would such a cult really have pre-built escape plans though? We took them by surprise as well. I scowled as he spoke. No one liked the idea of the cult leader still being at large at the end of the day. Ken just sighed and placed me on the ground as he walked forward confidently. He stood in front of the throne and tilted his head slightly. He then raised his leg and kicked the chair heavily, sending it flying into the wall behind it and revealing some stairs. Well, ain't that something? The blind swordsman said as he pointed to the passage. ____________________ a while back _______________________________________________________________ As soon as the devout followers had left the room, the tattooed leader's confident expression morphed. His smile turned into a scowl, and his 2 pairs of eyes both squinted in confusion and fear. Shit! If the Cloud Village found us then we're doomed, especially if the Raikage is here. Most of the cursed techniques that my men can use still require them to be able to take something from the target. But the Raikage is untouchable. The leader wasn't dumb, nor did he for one moment think that his men would be able to take on the Cloud Village. To him, the second he felt that tremor and realized there were more intruders, he knew everything was over. HM. It was fun while it lasted. Taking advantage of idiots will only take me so far in the end. Most of the time, cult leaders were the ones with the most charisma, true sociopaths, able to lie with a straight face till they reached the point where they actually believed their own lies. But Ase Hideaki was different. Not for 1 second did he believe himself to be the messenger of some malevolent god. To him, it was all an opportunity to test and develop his cursed techniques and mastery. I guess I could head over to a branch division and take over there. At least I'll be able to keep my experiments going that way. Better pick one with a weaker leader though. It was a bit arrogant of me to pick the land of lightning in the first place. Ha! A sigh left his mouth as he slowly stood up from his throne adorned with human skulls. I should leave this sanctuary quickly. This place is doomed. Ase then turned to his throne, tapping one of its sides seemed to turn on a strange mechanism, which caused the throne to start shifting, moving to the side to reveal a dark passageway. Ase turned around for a second, contemplating whether or not to bring his last experiment with him. But to do so would mean he had to go through the intruders, so he just shook his head and walked away. It seemed to be the most successful by far. Too bad I didn't get to observe it for long. He grabbed a lantern and lit it up with a match, and walked into the passage, the entrance closing behind him. Let's just hope that those idiots can cover my escape. I'll just cover my tracks, just to make sure. Underscore back to the present Well, ain't that something? The blind swordsman didn't waste any time in heading down the passageway, almost as if he was picking up on a scent like a hound would. The A immediately followed behind him into the dark passageway, and the Raikage stayed behind with B, just in case. But the passageway was a lot shorter than expected. After a few dozen meters it appeared to have collapsed. Shit! A punched the side of the cave while looking at the collapsed escape path. Ken had already felt that it was collapsed from the beginning. He could even feel how far away the exit of that passage was. And he knew that whoever had used it was long gone. No use crying over spilt milk. Ken shrugged and turned around. I just placed a hand in front of him. No! We're talking about a guy that endangered the land of lightning. We can't let him go like this. You're a master when it comes to tracking others, right? You're also a good sensor, so please at least try to find him. I looked at Ken with a bit of frustration. The blind swordsman couldn't really blame him either, his request was mostly coming out of concern for the land of lightning. But while the blind swordsman understood his plea, there wasn't much he could do. This passage is collapsed for another few hundred meters, after which it goes up, likely using a ladder. Ken decided to just give the rundown of his findings. He did already try to track down the leader after all, he just worked faster than A had expected. I could try to track him, but he seems to have hidden his tracks as well. There is a faint scent in the air. But it seems to disappear at some point as well. The blind swordsman just shrugged as he spoke out, I just looked at him with a bit of confusion. He disappeared? I looked down in contemplation as he thought of the implications of that sentence. He either used some sort of time-space ninjutsu or has some other way of perfectly hiding his scent. Like I do. Ken shook his head as he patted A on the shoulder and passed him by. Even Ken had learned a bit about space-time ninjutsu. Well, he learned of their existence. Summoning in itself was a space-time ninjutsu of sorts at the end of the day. Shit! I just cursed one more time under his breath, before he turned around and followed Ken back. After all, if Ken couldn't track the leader, then there was likely no one in their cloud village able to do it either. As much as they didn't like to admit it, Ken did deserve his reputation. He proved that he was an inhuman censor just by finding a perfect entrance into the hideout within minutes of arriving at the scene. Besides that, there was also his strength and skill, which were both overwhelming when compared to even elite jonin. He was certainly already at the level of a kage, though I was still confident he could find a way to defeat Ken if push came to shove. He only saw one attack that he needed to be wary of at the end of the day. Well, he may be hiding more annoying moves. Besides, he's an assassin, so combat isn't even his specialty. I ended up being the one discouraging himself in the end. The two of them met up with the Raikage once more and explained the situation to him. He seemed to take it a lot better than A did. He just nodded and looked at Ken with an appreciative gaze. Thank you for the information. I will call this mission a success anyway. The Raikage nodded as he crossed his arms. I looked a bit confused, his father noticed that and decided to explain himself. We did take out the bulk of their forces and ruin their base and our territory. We can interrogate some of the lesser members we knocked out on the way here as well for more information. Besides, it's unlikely that they will spring up in the land of lightning again. So now this cult leader is the problem of whatever land he decides to flee into. The Raikage ended up laughing a bit by the end. Glad to set a parasite free into the world, especially since it was going to be harming other lands and not his own. Ken just sighed. He wasn't exactly shocked though, he already expected the leaders of the hidden villages to be more opportunistic than righteous. He also had no right to complain since he also didn't feel like bothering to scour the entire world for the cult leader. I understood his father's reasoning, so he just nodded. He still had a lot to learn. Alas, he still had enough time, so there was no pressure. So that's it then? I asked as he crouched down and grabbed B, who was still unconscious. That's our mission done. But I still have to find my subordinate, Ken said as he started walking towards the entrance of the throne room. Might as well follow you. We should find the place they hold their prisoners as well, there may be some civilians we can save. The Raikage nodded as he followed Ken out. I also decided to walk alongside them. Let's just hope it's not too late for that. Chapter 55, Prisoners, Bleak Ending in War. The three of them walked for a good few more minutes, reaching the entrance that Ken had created rather quickly. I decided to carry B away from there. He also needed to call on some teams that were on standby to come in and clean the place. So that was when they parted ways. But the Raikage still walked alongside Ken. They walked through the clearing that B had created, and into the other side of it. There was another corridor there, just as long as the last. It was blocked off at some point though, as B's tailed beast ball didn't have an infinite range. Can you feel any more people alive ahead? The Raikage asked as he turned on his lighting release chakra mode and started digging into the collapsed cave, swiftly opening up a path for them to continue going down. There are plenty of cultists left as well, but no one really worth mentioning. A few dozen cultists are bunched up at the end of the blockage, they seem to be trying to dig themselves out. The Raikage just nodded as he started breaking the rocks in front of him. The blind swordsman let him do his work, not bothering to help or interfere. Instead, he just let his chakra recover and took out his long blade, preparing to cut up a few cultists. They had only explored half of the cave after all. The other half was less defended though, as they chose the side where they assumed the leader would be. After all, the immortals were bound to have been kept near the leader, only sent forward to deal with the intruders. On the other side of the hideout, there were the dungeons, holding cells, and the like. At least that was what Ken could feel. He didn't feel Akira's chakra signature anywhere. But he did feel something similar, which did manage to give him some hope. Might have to get closer if I want to get a better feel for it. Thankfully, he wouldn't have to wait long in order to do that. The Raikage dug through the stone blockade with ease in his lighting form, coming out the other side with one last heavy punch, which rapidly propelled the debris out towards the awaiting cultists. The rocks were like shrapnel from a grenade, they shredded apart the nearest unlucky cultists, while the rest were lucky enough to take cover behind them. The Raikage stepped out of the passage with a raised eyebrow and a bored look in his eyes. The cultists seemed to take a step back at the sight of him. Then they all took out their weapons and charged. In all fairness, Ken had to admit that even the regular cultists they had run into were all skilled in both kenjutsu and weapon techniques. If Ken was to scale them up against shinobi, then they'd only lose to some of the higher-level chunin. Of course, that didn't account for jutsus, which the cultists clearly seemed to lack. They were just regular people trained up to fight for one reason or another, likely to defend the sanctuary. Unfortunately for them, chunin-level fighting skills didn't mean anything in front of someone like the Raikage. Which was, at least in Ken's opinion, why the cult leader had fled. The blind assassin barely got to step out of the tunnel that the Raikage had created before the few dozen cultists that had been hanging around were killed or incapacitated. This man's speed really is unmatched. Ken couldn't help but wonder, would he be able to win against the Raikage in a fight? Things were looking quite unlikely currently. So many dregs down here. The Raikage flicked his wrist and threw away the last copse that was still impaled on his thick hand. Not that it makes a difference, Ken said as he walked over the corpses with little care. He didn't feel like he lost out on any fun either, as he was focusing on getting closer and closer to that familiar signature. How many are there left? The Raikage asked as he also stepped over a few corpses and followed Ken further inside the corridors. Not that many left moving around. Barely 20, frantically trying to hide in different places and rooms. The Raikage just huffed when hearing that, deciding to not even bother hunting them down. I'll just warn the teams sent here to take them out. Ken also didn't seem to be going after them as he walked deeper and deeper into the dark corridors. At that point, the Raikage could barely see a few meters in front of him, as the dim light coming from his body wasn't exactly enough to light up an entire, few hundred-meter-long corridor. He was keeping up with Ken though, using his back as a guide. That kept on for at least a few more minutes before Ken came to a stop and his head turned to one of the rooms to the side. It's here. The closer Ken had gotten, the more he could feel it. Akira's aura, his stench. More specifically, the stench of his blood. It was a bit concerning, but Ken could tell that the man was alive. At least somewhat alive. He wasn't alone either. There were two people with him, both seemed to be cowering in the corners of the room. Without any hesitation, he anchored one of his legs into the ground and kicked the door heavily, causing it to swing open and hit the wall as the locks on it broke without any protest. Ken walked forward into the darkness. He heard a startled yelp from inside the room. The two men that had been cowering had acted instantly, charging at the door with their weapons drawn. But they didn't even get within a meter of Ken before they were sliced in half by Ken's long blade. A swing was all it took, as the blind swordsman just ignored them and walked closer to his subordinate. The Raikage looked inside as well, stepping in as his body provided some light for the small holding cell. He kicked one of the half-corpses that landed near the entrance, uncaringly. He then grabbed his nose in disgust, scowling slightly as he did so. The stench was revolting, even to the Raikage. But the sight was what truly startled the large man. Chained to a wall was the body of a young man, his eyes gouged out, his organs spilling out onto the floor, and his body was filled with cuts and gashes. Now, it wasn't like the Raikage wasn't accustomed to torture and the like. But the sight in front of him didn't resemble any torture methods he knew. It seemed more like everything was done to inflict as much pain and suffering as possible. The most impressive thing? Somehow, the man was still alive. Alive and breathing? The Raikage's eyes widened as he then noticed something strange. The chained man's wounds seemed to start steaming up and closing by themselves. His organs seemed to be retracting into his body, and his eyes seemed to be growing themselves back. As the man's eyes healed, he finally managed to make out who had come into the room. "Leader?" Akira asked as he slowly blinked. His empty eyes seemed to instantly regain some of their life when seeing Ken's masked figure. "Yep. Looks like you've had it rough." Ken tapped the man on the shoulder as he then proceeded to speak out in a reassuring tone. "You can rest now, I'll handle things from here." The blind assassin's words and voice seemed to have a calming effect on the bound man. His previously bleak eyes had an inkling of life left in them. But the Raikage could also observe the tiredness in them. The exhaustion. It was unlikely that the chained man was allowed any sleep during his stay with the cult. But now he felt safe. Safe enough to allow his newly regenerated eyes to slowly close themselves as he finally fell asleep for the first time in a few days. The Raikage stared at the scene with wide eyes. He had done so ever since he had seen how rapidly the man's wounds had healed. Judging by the speed, it was likely that the men that were with him in the cell had inflicted the wounds recently. Could it be? The cult managed to make the first successful immortal before being burnt to the ground? The large man was half a mind away from trying to take the bound man to his cloud village to run a few tests of his own on him. But he decided against it in the end. If I can convince Ken to join me, I will also have access to him later. I must be patient for now. The chains that held Akira on the wall were instantly cut, as Ken's hands moved at speeds that only the Raikage could follow. Akira's unconscious body didn't get to hit the ground though, as Ken caught him just as quickly as he had cut the chains. The blind swordsman then slung Akira over his shoulder unceremoniously. He was a bit too small to carry Akira in a more comfortable way, unfortunately. The Raikage saw that and coughed a few times into his hand before extending his large hand to Ken. The blind assassin felt that hand and seemed to ponder on it for a few seconds before he handed Akira to the Raikage. The Raikage acted quickly. He put the tortured man on his back and tied him there with a few bandages. Ken just nodded, and the two of them continued making their way through the dungeons. The Raikage insisted on freeing whoever they found, as they were all residents of the Land of Lightning. Ken helped him without any complaints. Most of the prisoners were either dying or in a much better condition than Akira. The prisoners that were fine were either waiting in line to become experiments or waiting to be tortured. The ones that were dying were not fortunate enough. They had faced a similar treatment to that one Akira had received, but they were unfortunately not immortal. They were just left there to die slowly. The ones in a good condition were directed to the entrance. After they left, the ones that were too injured to survive were spared the suffering right there. The Raikage did it himself, not wanting to burden an outsider with his failures. Ken just sighed as he felt the Raikage quickly kill the suffering prisoners. He did it swiftly, finally giving them the rest they deserved. The day concluded with Ken and the Raikage leading the cage system and assisting the civilians in climbing out. A few squads also came in to help, and the Jonin went in to clear out any remaining cultists and capture whoever they could for interrogation. Ken didn't hang around them for much longer. The Raikage helped tie Akira to Ken's back at some point, so he was preparing to make his way back to his base. The Raikage saw him leaving, but didn't bother stopping him. He had already been paid in full, so he was free to go as soon as the cave had been cleared out and secured. In the end, the mission had a rather bleak ending, but the Raikage still saw it as successful to prevent the parasite that was the cult of Jashin from ruining any more lives in the Land of Lightning. And that was only possible thanks to Ken. The cult did turn out to be much bigger than any of them had expected. But they were at least able to take it down thanks to him. No amount of money would be enough for the information he provided. At the very least, my people can rest easy for now. I'll try to keep the peace going for a bit longer. Give my people some well-deserved rest. But I can't postpone our plans for long. The Raikage could only sigh. Peace was nothing more than a pipe dream at the end of the day. If he didn't start a war, then someone else was going to. And it was always better to not be on the receiving end whenever war started. Chapter 56, Experiments, Immortality, and Power. It was a great failure on my part. I was, at first, unable to find any entrance to the hideout, so I stalked the wasteland near the mountain for the first day. But then I managed to track some cultists going in and out of the hideout. I wanted to get in myself, disguise myself as one of the cultists. But it didn't go quite as I expected. The one I tried to take out covertly was an immortal. How was I supposed to tell? They were all dressed up the same. Probably because they were going on a mission or something. The immortal was able to alert more people, and things escalated from there. With quite a few cultists joining in, and a different immortal also coming out to take care of things. I wasn't expecting them all to have decent skills. I tried to run away, but I was quickly encircled and taken down. I had no chances against two immortals, and one of them seemed to be able to control my body with a straw doll after putting a strand of my hair on it. I should have known better. I should have listened to the master's words and just observed from a distance. But it's already far too late for that. From the moment I was captured, things became a blur. I didn't have any recollection of how I ended up in that cell. All I know is that two panicked cultists entered it and started taking out their stress on me. And that was also when I learned that, for some reason, I couldn't die. The only apparent downside was I was hungry. Ravenously hungry. Now, this may have also been just because they hadn't fed me in God knows how long. But at the same time, I have starved for weeks in the past, and it was never like this. I felt a hunger so great that I ended up cannibalizing my own tongue repeatedly. At some points, I was so crazed that I tried to bite off the faces of my torturers. The more they tortured me, the more I felt like I was becoming less and less human. The hunger was transforming me. That was when Ken arrived. My two torturers, who had acted all high and mighty for as long as I've known them, were crushed like ants in front of the red dot. The first thing I did when I regenerated my gouged-out eyes was to look at their corpses. I took a bit of enjoyment in seeing their fearful faces. But that was about it. I passed out after realizing I was safe. Finally got a break from the torture and pain. The hunger is still there, but I need rest just as much as I need food. When I woke up, I was already tied to my master's back, and we were going home. That was when I first acted out. I took a bite out of his shoulder, ripped out a bit of his cloak and bit him near the neck, a place where his shoulder plates didn't extend to. I am ashamed to even think about it now. But back then, my mind was so clouded in hunger and insanity that it simply felt like the right thing to do. After swallowing down the badly chewed up chunk of flesh, my mind cleared up. And I realized what I had done. I was both ashamed and scared. Scared of what I had become and what I had done to my benefactor. But Ken didn't seem to particularly care. His genuine response to that was, "Oh, I guess you were hungry." His shoulder was also healed up before I had even finished swallowing it. He didn't mention anything of it after that. He merely stopped, hunted down a few animals and cooked them over a fire for me. I couldn't move or do anything to help. My body was still far too weak. The little nutrition I got from being a mindless cannibal only got me to the point where I could regain my consciousness. But with food right in front of me, I was barely able to hold myself back. I dug in like a hungry bear, eating the most I had ever eaten in one sitting ever. Ken also seemed surprised, seeing me eat the portions of 10 men in a few minutes. But he went along with it, hunted more and more until I was finally back on my feet. After that, we silently made our way back to the compound. It took a few more days to get there, but we were going at a surprising pace. Somehow, I was actually able to keep up with Master. It seems that on a full stomach, I am much stronger than before. Maybe my ordeal was a blessing in disguise after all? At least I thought so, until my stomach started aching slightly. It was only then that I noticed how bloated it was. After all, I had eaten an overwhelming amount of food. Where would all the waste go? Ken, however, seemed to have been expecting that. I was afraid that this would happen. That was the first time I heard about one of the many downsides to my condition. I am unable to defecate normally. We didn't know the specifics at the time, but most of my organs aren't working at all. Food isn't even being digested, and I am just absorbing some energy from food made out of living things. Anyway, Ken had to cut open my belly, allowing a lot of poorly chewed up and unprocessed food to spill out of my body, alongside my organs. Maybe my senses have dulled due to the torture, but it barely felt like I was pricked by a wasp. The only actual hard thing in that ordeal was watching my own organs spill out of my body once again. Thankfully, I seemed to heal relatively quickly with my energy replenished. Even after emptying out my stomach, I was satiated for a good few days. Whenever I got even slightly hungry, we would immediately start hunting and cooking some meat. It kept going like that all the way to the Dark Brotherhood compound, where the first thing that I did was to step into Saburo's laboratory. Saburo himself seemed jealous of my newfound immortality. I could see quite a bit of greed in his eyes. As a former thief, greed is something I am very familiar with. I wonder if he'll try replicating whatever happened to my body. Regardless, I had a lot of testing ahead of me. Honestly, I was expecting the study done on me to be a more grueling experience, similar to that of torture. But Saburo is, at the end of the day, a friend. Despite his greed and jealousy, he treated me very well throughout the whole thing, speaking to me all the time, which was strangely comforting. He even used some natural herb with an anesthetic effect to numb my whole body before actually doing anything, so the entire thing was completely painless on my part. We ran through a plethora of different tests and looked for different things, even compared my constitution to that of the immortal we still have captured. Saburo seemed to have taken out his vocal cords, but he was still alive and well. Scratch that. He was just alive. Regardless, we found out that the curses used on me were not any different to the ones used on our prisoner. Apparently, they just had different reactions in my body. It did kill off most of my organs and their functions, but it, in turn, made me a lot stronger. I was faster, more dexterous and more focused. And even had more chakra. At least while full of energy. My newfound powers had rather clear downsides. Besides killing most of my organs, regenerating and using chakra, in general, would lead to me becoming hungry. I could handle a bit of hunger, but I also became much weaker with it. At my hungriest, I wouldn't even be able to lift a finger, while being peckish brought me down to my previous strength. Saburo was able to find out that I basically only absorbed some energy from the food I ate. This led to him creating a special diet for me, which made it a lot easier to empty out my stomach. It was mostly just soups, eating only liquids and crushed herbs. It seemed to do the trick just fine. It still required me to stab a funnel into my stomach, but at this point, I am happy with whatever leniency I get. In the end, the conclusion that Saburo had reached regarding my constitution was that I had achieved some sort of regenerative immortality. I could even regenerate from burns, so I didn't even have the same weaknesses as the other immortals. He said that the cult leader, who was most likely the one to experiment on me, would never be able to get the same result he did with me. It was a 1 in a million, quite literally an infinitesimal possibility of all of the curses coming together to create such an effect ever again. Even then, it wasn't really immortality. I wasn't actually unaging. He said that at some point, the curses would kill my body completely. But it would likely take a few good decades for that to happen. More study would be needed, but that is the time frame he provided me at first. To me, this basically just means that I'll basically die of old age. I am okay with this, I still get to live a full life at least. Tasho was less okay with it though. He was mad at me for my recklessness. I couldn't exactly blame him. He knows that I was told to not get close to the cult, so he knows that I fucked up quite a bit. Him being hard on me just shows that he cares really. Master is still a bit harder to read. No one knows that I harmed him while in a mindless state. I didn't have the courage to mention that to either Saburo or Tasho. Ken himself seems to have forgotten about it already. But even then, I can see him sometimes slightly turning his head away from me when I'm in the room. I can somewhat feel him tacitly avoiding me at times. I have already apologized profusely, and even cried when I came back to my senses at that moment. But even then, I feel like I deserve this treatment. I betrayed his trust. Not only did I disrespect his orders, I even injured him after he went out of his way to rescue me. He even neglected further building relations with the Cloud Village after the mission in order to take me back to base. Shame. It was a total failure caused by none other than me. Guilt and shame are all I will be able to feel around Ken now. At least for the foreseeable future. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. While Akira was racking his mind with useless thoughts and misplaced emotions, Ken was looking at things from a very different perspective. To him, he had put one of his men in harm's way due to his own carelessness. Just because he had been once interested in a random cult. He pursued that cult, culled it, and put all of his people in danger. He was the one to make things right by exterminating it, sure, but it was still because of him that everything had happened the way it had. I have to be more careful in the future. I'm no longer a lonely assassin traveling the world. I have more responsibility. People depending on me. The young leader took a few days to reflect on his actions and on how to improve in the future. The Dark Brotherhood was not yet at the point where it could even stand on its own. Even the smallest hidden village would be able to wipe it out without Ken being there. But even with Ken being there, the Dark Brotherhood wouldn't necessarily be safe. Ken's mission with the Raikage and B gave him quite a bit of perspective. He was still weak. Too weak to even protect himself. If the Raikage decided to attack his Dark Brotherhood, he wouldn't have any other choice but to die. And if he wanted to erase it from the world, he could do it in a few seconds. I need to get stronger. In the end, it all came back around to power. If Ken was strong enough, he wouldn't have had to put any of his subordinates in danger in a scout mission. He wouldn't even have had to worry about the cult attacking them in the first place. And so, the blind assassin was now determined his training would start that very second, as he jumped out of his room and went into the forest nearby. Chapter 57, Ideas, Development and Curiosity. After training for a few days, Ken ended up reaching a point where he truly didn't know what else to improve. His swordsmanship was stagnant. It was unlikely to grow much without some actual stimulation in real fights to the death. His chakra levels were already as large as he could make them. His young age didn't allow for a lot more than that. He could keep at it, training his already overtrained body further, hoping to see some results in the long term. But Ken simply felt that he was wasting his time. After all, he had no guarantee of results down the line. He was already in the best possible shape for an assassin. All he needed was to grow and keep active. He could try to learn a few more jutsu, but he didn't really have anything that would be able to help him against the likes of Gyuki and the Raikage, so that would also turn out to be a waste of time. In the end, he decided to focus on his transformation. After all, it was his trump card. It gave him speed similar to that of A, and it was also the only way he could see himself fighting the Raikage. But how would he go about developing his transformation anyway? He lacked a basic understanding of what he even was. He did know how his body worked though, and he knew how the scaled sage mode manifested itself and under what conditions. The conditions were, he needed to be out of chakra. Mostly out of chakra anyway. The point was that the balance between chakra and nature energy within his body needed to be tilted towards nature energy. If he ran out of chakra completely, he would turn into a statue. Besides that, he also had a self-made condition, which was to not attempt to use any jutsu while in that form. After all, if he ran out of chakra completely, he'd be left helpless against his enemy. So he needed to balance things perfectly. Nothing he wasn't used to though. But the entire scaled sage mode felt imperfect to Ken. Impractical even. Ken was one of the few people that could fight while paying that much attention to the balance between the energies within his body. Unbeknownst to him, that was the exact reason why so many people had a difficult time becoming sages, and why there were so few of them in the world. It took quite a bit of concentration, especially for Ken, as it was made even worse by the fact that chakra was being constantly replenished with time. Meaning that, if Ken wanted to stay in that form, he'd have to expel it constantly in order to maintain the supremacy of nature energy within his body. Is there any way to stop chakra from flowing into my body? In the end, the blind assassin ended up asking his retainers. Akira, the now immortal third blade, wasn't able to give him any answer, as he didn't have any formal training as a shinobi. Tasho, the first blade, did help Ken understand a few more things about the human body. Like the way chakra flowed and that it traveled through different channels throughout the body. He also remembered to tell Ken about the points where chakra could leave the body. But even he wasn't able to give many specifics, as his days learning about the basics were long behind him. In the end, Ken ended up in Saburo's laboratory. The second blade was able to give him a much more thorough explanation of the human body and the chakra network, even drawing an illustration by hand, leaving deep imprints on the paper and allowing Ken to read it. Chakra travels through us in these channels, as I'm sure you already know. But it's quite self-contained. Ken nodded as he felt the diagram that Saburo had drawn for him. It all made sense. He was able to build an image of the chakra network that was drawn on the paper. But he also knew that chakra wasn't just contained within one's body. After all, if that was the case, then shinobi wouldn't be able to practice their jutsu. Chakra comes out of the body through various specific points located at key spots throughout the body. These special points are called tenketsu/pressure points, and there are 361 of them in the human body. They are very small, unseen to the naked eye. About the same size as the tip of a needle. Saburo filled the diagram of the chakra network that he had drawn with dots. His hands moved fast as he spoke confidently. It was clear that he knew the human body by heart. He answered so quickly that it felt as if he didn't even need to think about it. Ken nodded when hearing that. it was the first time he received such in-depth knowledge about chakra networks. Interesting, the masked assassin said as he rubbed his chin while feeling the points laid on paper with his other palm. Is there any way to stop chakra from flowing to a specific part of the body? Yes. Chakra flows from the core, which is near the stomach. So stopping the flow to, for example, a limb would be as easy as hitting all the tenketsu near the shoulders, which would clog them and halt the chakra from traveling to that arm. There is even a clan able to accurately hit the tenketsu and disable a shinobi from using chakra. Saburo answered instantly, remembering how the dojutsu/bloodline ability of the Hyuga allowed them to see the tenketsu of people. But don't get any ideas. Even with your speed, it's impossible to hit the tenketsu of other shinobi during a fight. The clan I was talking about is just special. Saburo was quick to discourage Ken from trying to imitate the Hyuga. There were many young shinobi that thought themselves special. They ended up dying while attempting to hit the tenketsu, thinking that memorizing them on a piece of paper would enable them to hit a moving target in the middle of a war zone. Saburo knew that Ken was strong, so there wasn't much worry about him dying. But he thought it would be a waste of time to even try. One needed to hit the tenketsu with a small chakra scalpel of the same size as the hole. It needed absolute precision, which was what made it impractical. But Ken still found it interesting. For different reasons. So, in theory, one should be able to strike the tenketsu on their own body to halt chakra flow. Correct? Saburo blinked a few times while looking at his leader. The very notion of a shinobi disabling himself in combat was strange to hear. But it did make sense for Ken. Yeah. He only transformed after depleting his chakra. Maybe it's a prerequisite. Is he looking into ways to partially transform? After mulling over a few more thoughts, the researcher looked at his leader and smiled. Well, only if one was to have more than one type of energy in their body. Ken smiled underneath his mask at that, as he realized he could use nature energy for that. Well, at least in theory, he still needed to test it. He asked the scientists to teach him how. Saburo agreed instantly, and the two immediately got to work. After that, Saburo and Ken spent the rest of the day pointing out the tenketsu on Ken's body. Saburo also demonstrated how they would be hit on Ken's body. The concept was that they needed to be clogged with foreign energy in order to be blocked. First, Saburo clogged the pressure points for Ken's right arm. In the next few seconds, two things happened in succession. 1. His arm bulked up in muscles and transformed, growing scales while his nails grew into sharp claws. Then, his arm turned to stone, before Ken even had the chance to clench his fist. Saburo immediately retracted his hand, while Ken just sighed and forced the tenketsu to open up by manipulating the chakra in his body to rush towards it. I was afraid of this. I'll have to look into ways to not fully stop the flow, but only restrict it heavily. After the tenketsu was unclogged, Ken's arm turned to normal, and the blind assassin clenched his fist a few times and moved it a bit as he regained feeling in it. Saburo was a bit surprised to see the arm of his leader turn to stone, but at that point, he knew to expect the unexpected from Ken. It didn't even shock him to hear that Ken would turn into a statue if he fully ran out of chakra. In the end, it was up to Ken to find out more about how to properly clog his tenketsu. Saburo was only able to help him so much at the end of the day. But he was able to give Ken a bit more information on another subject he had been curious of. And that subject was tailed beasts. It had taken a back seat in his mind due to Akira's situation, but now that things had settled down, he decided to find out more about them as well. Needless to say, there wasn't much that Saburo could give Ken in terms of background. He did help the blind assassin with a bit of perspective on how powerful they were. Tailed beasts are weapons of mass destruction wielded by the 5 great villages. There are 9 of them in total, and they were shared with the 5 villages by the first Hokage, who had captured them all at some point. The beasts are sealed in humans who are called Jinchuriki. They are usually stigmatized and feared even in their own villages. They were meant to be a deterrent of sorts, but they're just used in wars nowadays. Some nations do protect their Jinchuriki more than others, but that's about it. That was about the gist of what Saburo knew regarding tailed beasts. It wasn't exactly something within his field of study. Even then, Ken was more than pleased to find out even that much. Finding out that the tailed beasts were basically living nukes did give him quite a bit of perspective. It was likely that the first Hokage had likely hoped they'd work like nukes and stop too many future wars from happening. But unfortunately, the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki weren't the strongest beings in their respective villages most of the time, so the wars still waged on. As long as people could benefit from wars, they'd keep happening. The shinobi were also nothing more than tools, with few exceptions. The true leaders of the five lands were the daimyo, who always wanted more land and riches. They weren't going to be dissuaded by the tailed beast's existence. Still, the concept of Jinchuriki greatly intrigued Ken. I should look more into that in the future. Maybe I'll even see about recruiting one if the possibility arises. It was more of a pipe dream than anything, but it didn't matter. It wasn't like Ken was going to seek out Jinchuriki. Although, if they were all mistreated, then it wouldn't be all that difficult to convince them to join the Dark Brotherhood. All in due time. For now, I still have a few things I'd like to learn from Saburo. Thank you for all of your help today, Second Blade. Ken started off by showing his gratitude, and Saburo responded in kind, by nodding and smiling at his leader. Of course, it is my duty as one of your blades. The scientist's smile was still fake. It didn't matter how much he faked care and compassion to the rest of the Brotherhood, it would never manage to fool someone like Ken. He was still not someone that Ken thought of as loyal. But he was still a valuable asset. I am still curious about one thing. I won't bother you anymore after that. Oh, I wouldn't dare call it a bother, Saburo said as he used his expert bootlicking skills. His fake smile did disappear eventually, though, when sensing the lack of reaction from Ken. He had forgotten that he didn't need to keep any pretense around the blind child. There was no fooling him. Why exactly are you so interested in immortality? And why are you researching Jinjutsu instead of immortality if it interests you so much? Saburo didn't react one bit to Ken's question, his face remaining expressionless before he blinked a few times and raised an eyebrow. Well, I thought you wouldn't be one to pry into my research. The researcher sounded a bit wary, likely unwilling to give Ken all that many details about his research. Don't misunderstand my meaning. I by no means want to interfere with your research. I am genuinely curious. The blind leader was quick to calm down the wary scientist. He was being honest when saying that. After all, normally he wouldn't even care what Saburo was doing with his free time. Very well. I can tell you a bit. It's not like it's going to harm my research in any way. Say, have you ever heard of the immortal hermit? Chapter 58, Journal, Cursed Immortality and Respect. Immortality could be achieved in many ways. In Ken's past life, it was nothing more than a pipe dream of a few deluded people. However, in the world he found himself in, that pipe dream appeared to be a possibility. Be it through curses or whatever other means, it was clear that immortality was achievable. Hell, even Ken himself was technically immortal. His nature energy granted him a somewhat permanent regeneration. The blind swordsman could recover from just about any wound as long as his body still had energy, and his energy was being replenished every second, the rate of which only increased as he grew older. However, the best example of actual immortality that they had was Akira, who was now, by all accounts, impervious to most types of damage. However, those were all strains of immortality. But they were incomplete. Akira's power was born out of an amalgamation of curses that just happened to click right within his body. And Ken's power could still be subverted, as he wasn't confident in surviving a decapitation, yet, and wounds inflicted by fire always regenerated slower. No one had perfect immortality, at least no one that Ken was well aware of. Saburo, however, seemed to have heard of something rather interesting while on his research. Finding the ancestral shrine of a forgotten clan that had been ruined during the Warring States period. There, Saburo was able to find a rather interesting journal in a well-hidden library. The story goes into detail, talking about a hermit that had mastered Jinjutsu to its very peak, to the point where he was technically unbeatable. With a simple hand sign, he could trick every sense of a person. Hear, sight, smell, taste. He could trap someone in either hell or heaven, anything his imagination allowed. Ken listened to Saburo's story with interest, immediately intrigued by the possibility of there being someone with enough mastery of Jinjutsu to actually affect him as well. The clan, however, was wiped out. The hermit lost in battle. Despite his overwhelming prowess, he couldn't ever defeat the man that was to become the god of shinobi, Hashirama, and his counterpart, Madara Uchiha. The blind assassin sighed as he remembered whatever information he had about the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Someone considered the greatest shinobi to have ever lived, with enough power to put a stop to the warring states period. Madara Uchiha was just as powerful, and their union was what stopped the war in its tracks. The blind swordsman didn't know much about the Uchiha, but he did know that the Sharingan was a dangerous dojutsu and that they were impossible to catch in an illusion thanks to it. Ken's knowledge of the history of the shinobi world was quite decent after all. Tasho had done a good job in teaching him about the most legendary figures in their world. Madara Uchiha proved to be a great counter against the hermit's illusions. Hashirama was a bit more susceptible, but even he could overcome them through sheer will. Ken scowled as a few questions rose in his mind. How did this hermit even survive for 1 second against the two of them? If they both could resist Jinjutsu, then how could he even begin to hold his ground? That was when he discovered that as long as one had enough mastery and will, one could bring illusions to reality, merge the plane of imagination to that of the living. Ken tilted his head when hearing that. If one could actually control reality as they would Jinjutsu, then wouldn't they classify as a god? But he couldn't do it in any significant manner. At most, he could alter small facets of reality and only related to the caster. He was killed in that fight. But he didn't actually die. Instead, in his last moments, he placed himself under a Jinjutsu, one in which he allowed himself to live. The blind swordsman scratched his chin. So this hermit just placed himself under a Jinjutsu to live eternally? How would he even go about doing that? What of his actual physical body? His heart didn't beat, but his mind still lived on for eternity under that Jinjutsu. His body was too far gone, but with that Jinjutsu, the hermit was able to do one thing: stopping his body's time. But the reality was not as kind. By the time he broke out of his own spell, his family was already destroyed, with nothing left behind. Ken couldn't help but interrupt Saburo at that point. So you're telling me that this man was able to influence his real body through Jinjutsu, essentially stopping himself in the moment of his death? The matter was a tad too outlandish to believe. But then again, Ken was now in the type of world where such things could happen. Even if it was hard to believe, the blind swordsman would have no choice but to. Yes. He stopped time for himself. The journal was written by the hermit, documenting his afterlife. As a person stuck in time, he could no longer use any chakra, he could no longer enjoy food, breathe, or do anything really. Saburo's smile didn't die down at all as he continued telling of his findings. At that point, Ken could do nothing more than carefully listen and digest the information. But he could still move his broken body. His perception of time was skewed. A second could pass in real time, but it would feel like years in his mind. He moved his body like a marionette, with such delayed responses that it took him years in real time to write out a few journal entries. I could tell, thanks to the way the ink had dried, that it was around a decade spent writing. Wait. So he can't use chakra, and he spent years trying to desperately write down his story. Is it that even he can't even break out of his own Jinjutsu? The blind swordsman gulped a bit, and Saburo smiled at his realization. Indeed. He was stuck in that form, in that broken body, unable to properly pass on. Though I am quite unsure if he is still alive to this day. He may have also found someone to dispel the Jinjutsu for him by now. If it's even possible. I wasn't able to find his body anywhere in or near that ruined clan. He could still be alive, he did proclaim to be impossible to injure. When writing the journal, he claimed to have tried to kill himself repeatedly as well. At that point, Ken couldn't help but feel bad for the so-called immortal hermit. After all, the man had essentially denied himself any chance of rebirth or reincarnation by trapping himself in his own mind. He prolonged the last second of his life eternally through a poorly understood technique that he had barely mastered. And now he was stuck in limbo. Ken couldn't help but sigh once more as he thought of that. So this hermit. Are you looking more into Jinjutsu, wanting to replicate his techniques? I hope to one day be able to replicate his techniques. But I'd much rather explore the art of Jinjutsu in its entirety. I have already run several tests. Now I am curious about how the time dilation between reality and illusion could affect one's mind, both physically and psychologically. Ken nodded when hearing that. He truly hadn't expected to hear such a concise answer from Saburo. After all, the strawman was not exactly a team player. Ken expected to not get any answer at all. Instead, his mind was open to countless new avenues. Provided that the story was indeed true, and Saburo wasn't messing with him, there was a high probability that Shinobi truly had no understanding of the techniques they were using. At least not as much as they liked to believe. The world around them was a lot stranger than Ken had initially thought it to be. And that said a lot, since Ken had originally thought of the world as one where seeing ninjas spitting fire was a regular thing. Thank you for entertaining my curiosity, Saburo. I seem to have taken up quite a bit of your time. Ken slowly got up and walked towards the door. He still needed a bit more time to mull over his own thoughts and digest everything, but he didn't see the point in wasting any more of his researcher's time. No need to mention it, leader. I will keep you posted on any findings I may have. If you need anything else, I will always be around these halls. Saburo also stood up as Ken left, bowing slightly in a respectful manner. The blind leader just nodded and left, humming a bit to himself as he clenched his hand a few times. In the end, every story of immortality that he had heard always made it out to be some sort of curse. He simply had no example where it was a genuinely positive change for the people that were struck by it. That was certainly not what I expected to hear from Saburo. But I should get back to focusing on partial transformation. No use in mulling over some suffering immortal right now. The leader then went ahead with his partial transformation training. He went outside, still within the Dark Brotherhood compound, and sat down near the trunk of a large tree. He took a deep breath and controlled the energies within his body before he started it. His fingers formed almost invisible chakra blades at their tips, and Ken started by trying to transform only his right arm. He did so successfully for 1 second before the arm turned once again into a statue. The blind leader quickly unclogged his tenketsu, allowing his chakra to flow into his arm once more. The blind assassin repeated those motions for hours on end. Recruits spotted him at some point, but no one dared to disturb him. Not out of fear, but out of respect. Ken didn't rule with an iron fist. Though his training was strict, and his methods were scary to some of them, no one actually feared the man that had created the Dark Brotherhood. How could they fear the man that had given them another chance at life? Besides, Ken had managed to instill one thing into all of the recruits at that point. Discipline. It was something that an assassin needed for survival. It was something essential to Ken's organization. The children with disabilities, the ones too young to care for themselves, and even the talented ones. They were all treated the same, treated like brothers and sisters. And all of them learned to respect the one that had made it all possible. Indeed, it was that respect that stirred a powerful wish to one day be able to repay their father for all that he had done for them. And it was that powerful wish that enabled all of them to keep up with the Dark Brotherhood's borderline sadistic training. They were all pushed to the very limits of their bodies on a daily basis, only allowed rest days once every 3 weeks. And even then, not one of them ever complained about the training. After all, how could physical pain ever compare to the pain they all felt when watching their families die? How could it ever compare to the helplessness they all felt when they couldn't do anything to stop it from happening? Ken and Tasho's methods worked wonders in turning the perceived trauma of the children into strength. But they all still had a long way to go. So did Ken. They were all young, and they had their whole lives ahead of them. And time moved quickly for those that trained diligently though. And 1 year passed before anyone knew it. Chapter 59, Progression, Spies, and Diplomacy. A year passed by without anything exciting happening. Life was slow in the Dark Brotherhood compound. All of the members were diligently training and getting used to their new circumstances. Since the Brotherhood had stopped expanding, the bonds of the members grew tighter and tighter. Time passed and true friendships were born. Ken didn't discourage such friendships, especially among children. But he would have to teach them to keep a level head eventually. He didn't plan to send any of the children to their deaths, but it was inevitable for all of them to face death if they ended up pursuing his line of business. Relationships that were forged and strengthened over time fell apart at a moment's notice. All it took was a moment's mistake, and years of bonds would crumble apart under the weight of the cruel world they lived in. Ken was now wise enough to understand that, and he didn't want any of his disciples to blindly chase revenge like he had that day. Yet, he was also underestimating his recruits. They had all faced death already. Not one of the children training under him didn't know what loss was. In the end, Saburo ended up being the one to reassure him. After all, one could become desensitized to loss as well. Other than that, Ken's training produced great results. By the time his 12th birthday rolled around, he had already gotten the hang of hitting his tenketsu properly. The secret he had discovered was to only restrict the flow of chakra in his arm, instead of clogging it completely. It wasn't a difficult conclusion to reach, but actually putting it into practice felt near impossible at first. Thankfully, Ken's control over the energies that resided within his body was always monstrous. He had grown even further in that regard, to the point where he was sure that his control was already on par with the greatest. The partial transformation was mostly a completed technique. Ken didn't even need to physically touch his tenketsu anymore, as he could simply clog them using the chakra that already flowed constantly in his body. Unclogging them was even easier since it was his own chakra. He only needed to send a jolt of energy through the pressure points and his arm would turn back to normal in seconds. Overall, Ken's training was a massive success. He had grown much stronger. The blind assassin had also grown much taller in that short year. He was already standing at around 1.7 meters, 5.6 feet, and he had to repeatedly get new clothes for himself as he grew taller through the months. He still showed no signs of stopping. It seemed that he had rather decent genes when it came to height. Now, one could argue that it wasn't optimal for an assassin to be overly tall. And that would certainly be true for the most part. At least in Ken's old world, being tall didn't help him much. It really only got in the way, and made him easier to spot. But with the advent of nature, energy, and chakra, Ken was confident that he could remain undetected even if he was a giant. His sudden growth spurt did raise a rather interesting issue though. Others are bound to notice that I grew taller. His identity as a child assassin was definitely going to be exposed. At best, they would think him a teenager. But even that wasn't ideal. Ken knew that people in high positions would always look down on those younger than themselves that are entering a similar field. The Land of Iron's delegation had thankfully not noticed his height increase, as Saburo had taken it upon himself to deal with them appropriately. The second blade knew how to properly manage relations, and knew how to put up a proper front each time the delegation came to check up on them once more. Thankfully, the Land of Iron never actually ran a proper checkup on the compound. They didn't venture farther than the streets. The checkups themselves were more of a formality. Especially since the daimyo still owed Ken a favor. Even if they saw something strange, the daimyo was unlikely to call Ken out on it. Well, not all things could be ignored. But they didn't need to know about the overwhelming amount of human experimentation going on in the underground laboratory. It wasn't important knowledge. And Ken didn't see anything wrong with it, 'cause he can't see it all, since it was being done on criminals anyway. Overall, everyone advanced quite a bit during that year. Even the recruits. The oldest among them was already at the level of a chunin, having also mastered a few jutsu from their open libraries. The library was still not as full as Ken wanted it to be, but it allowed their recruits to read a bit more and gain a bit more insight into the world. That was also where they stored most jutsu under the C rank. The higher-ranking jutsu was still accessible if the recruits were deemed talented enough though. And they had plenty of talent in their organization already. Besides the Chunin-level assassin, the rest were mostly at the Genin level. Most of them had gotten the hang of taijutsu at a very basic level. They also were trained in kenjutsu and different techniques, such as trap laying, hunting and survival skills that Ken thought would serve them well while out on missions. They were all still children, of course. Not anywhere near the level where they could be sent out on missions or to collect bounties. Ken was still actually against using child soldiers. So he planned to wait for them to at least be within the 14 to 16 range before sending them out on missions under supervision. That meant they had more time to train within the safety of the Dark Brotherhood compound. And the compound was becoming safer and safer, as the Blades had now become true powerhouses. At least in Ken's opinion. Saburo had always been one, his clones were technically carrying the Brotherhood on their back. Tasho was arguably just as strong as Saburo, but he lacked the numbers. He also went out on difficult missions occasionally, hunting A-rank shinobi/criminals by himself. He was not yet at the level where he could hunt S-rank shinobi by himself, but that was fine. His progress was outstanding regardless. But the Dark Brotherhood did have another person besides Ken that could hunt down S-ranked criminals. And that was the third blade, Akira. He had already gotten completely used to his situation. Being immortal was certainly a great boon to his strength and combat ability. He instantly became the second strongest person in the Dark Brotherhood, right behind Ken. Saburo helped him greatly by torturing the curse technique, death-controlling possessed blood out of their immortal prisoner, who was still alive. The second blade had to use a variety of genjutsu and torture methods in order to squeeze out that information from the depths of the insane immortal's mind, but it was all worth it. With it, Akira was strong enough to hold his own against most people. It was a technique so powerful that even Ken learned it. Though he was not going to be able to use it as casually as Akira. Stabbing his own heart was something that he could still die from. But that was not the case for their resident immortal, the third blade. There were only two viable ways of fighting Akira. One was to whittle him down by repeatedly injuring him until he went mad with hunger. If Akira managed to complete his cursed technique, then that strategy went off the table. And the other was to seal his movements somehow. Catch him in a trap or in a seal that he could not escape from and let him starve to death. But that wasn't going to be easy in the first place. In the past year, Akira's combat prowess grew exponentially to the point where Ken was sure he would be able to give the third Raikage's son, a run for his money. He was far above the other immortals he had met in the cult of Jashin that day. But there was still one huge problem that the Brotherhood was currently facing. That was their lack of defenses. Sure, they had decent numbers in Saburo. They had powerful fighters in Tasho and Akira. But they still lacked something that most other hidden villages had. Formations and seals around the compound. Ken was able to detect whenever anyone came by. But it was not good to just rely on him. What if he decided to go on a mission? Would others just be able to sneak into their compound? It was a rather concerning thought. Especially now that the Dark Brotherhood had built quite the reputation. They had already become well-known headhunters in the Land of Iron as well as the surrounding lands. That renown made it easy to find work, but it also planted somewhat of a target on their back. Plenty of hidden villages showed interest in them, especially after news of the Raikage hiring the Red Dot spread. There had also been convenient recruits popping up on their doorstep, claiming to be from nearby orphanages and asking to join. Ken was able to deduce that they were spies, at least most of them. Regardless, he sent them all back. The Brotherhood was not recruiting anymore. They were already stretched thin enough in trying to train over 80 recruits. But the appearance of spies from nearby hidden villages was a bad omen. No one in the Dark Brotherhood had true mastery over Fuuinjutsu, which was a rather large issue. Ken wanted to change that, but even then, he had no clue where to find more techniques related to the art of sealing. All he had were the ones he had stolen from other shinobi. The very basic jutsu that he used for storage and transportation. That was about it. Saburo knew a few more seals, he had used them to lock up a few entrances in his laboratory. But they weren't powerful seals. At most good enough to cause an explosion of similar size to a paper bomb, but quite useless against someone with significant strength. As always, Saburo was able to enlighten Ken as to why Fuuinjutsu was so hard to come by. And the reason was also quite simple. Monopoly. The more powerful techniques were all in the possession of one clan. They held all the leverage and kept their techniques close to their chest. Which was understandable, as Fuuinjutsu was their bread and butter. The Uzumaki clan are renowned for their mastery over Fuuinjutsu, as well as their absurd chakra reserves. Their clan is thought to be on par with the great hidden villages, and they are believed to be in good relations with the Leaf Village. That was most of the gist of what Saburo was able to tell Ken in regard to the Uzumaki clan. Their general location was common knowledge, as none of the hidden villages were actually hidden. So, now the leader of the Dark Brotherhood had to make a decision. Either try to strike a deal with the land of whirlpools or try to steal some techniques from them. It had been a while since he had done a diplomatic outing. His reputation still held up though, he was likely going to be given an audience with the Uzushio without much issue. Ken decided to depart as soon as possible. After all, the Raikage had already warned him of an upcoming war. It had already been a year, so the blind assassin could safely assume that war was right around the corner. Better hurry to the land of whirlpools before the war. Large-scale conflicts like that will make getting an audience with a leader much harder. And so, the blind assassin donned his mask, armor plates, and large coat. He put on a large straw hat with strips of fabric going down all sides. He was going to go incognito for the most part, as he didn't want the other hidden villages to try something funny in his absence. I should make the journey in a week or two. If nothing goes wrong, of course. Chapter 60, Changes and Land of Whirlpools. Ken's journey towards the land of whirlpools went without a hitch. He stayed off the radar without any issues and was able to easily avoid any patrols from the land of hot water. The land of whirlpools was technically situated south of the land of hot water. However, the land of whirlpools is an island, and there were no bridges to connect it to the main continent. It was secluded and cut off from the rest of the ninja world. At least geographically speaking. They still held diplomatic ties to a few lands nearby. The only way to reach it safely would be to go through a boat service that was situated in the land of waves, which was also an island that could only be accessed from a bridge connected to the land of fire. The waters near the land of whirlpools were dangerous as could be, and one could only really approach it from any side besides that of the land of waves. Any ship would capsize, and the waves would swallow any human whole with ease. Even powerful shinobi couldn't resist the force of Mother Nature. The human body was weak after all. But Ken was different, he was far from weak, far from human even. And nature itself seemed to understand that. Nowadays, wild animals didn't even dare to get close to him. He could feel it, their fear as he dashed through their territories. Some would just freeze and tremble in place as if waiting to be killed, while others would choose to turn around and run away. It was a change that had occurred a bit after he had gained a bit more mastery over his scaled sage mode. It was as if he had become a bit more in tune with nature. It was as if the world seemed to understand his nature a bit more. He was sure that animals in water would also refrain from attacking him. So he didn't have to worry about any sharks, whales, or whatever other abominations that could be found in the world. He also knew that he was strong enough to wade through any whirlpool that tried to pull him underneath the waves. After all, he could always create a tornado large enough to undo the whirlpool. So the choice was obvious for Ken. Instead of taking the detour and going through the land of fire and land of waves, he decided to simply swim south when reaching the border of the land of hot waters. He was to do so for many kilometers/miles, but he never did have any problems with stamina. He did consider making some makeshift boat and trying to sail there, but he wasn't exactly a sailor, and he figured it'd be much faster if he swam than otherwise. And he waded through the waters for almost 2 days. His energy was constantly replenishing his stamina almost endlessly. Even in the water, his nature energy allowed him to notice if something came too close to him. But most of the time it was him passing through the territories of different schools of fish. They always swam away when sensing his presence. Ken was quite shocked by that, as he remembered fish to be somewhat unintelligent. Some would even jump into the mouth of a predator without realizing it. Maybe animals in this world are just more intelligent? That would make sense. Or maybe they all just instinctually avoid me now. At some point, Ken decided to go faster, so he blocked the tenketsu in his arms and legs, as well as some other parts of his torso, which allowed him to swim at twice the speed. From the distance, he looked like a speedboat dashing through the water, cutting it with frightening ease. Ken also noticed some strange changes to his body. After a few minutes of swimming, his body seemed to morph a bit. As he brought his fingers together, he noticed that there was now more matter in between them. He parted them, only to realize that he had grown fins, which allowed him to swim even faster. His legs were the same, and it wasn't long before he noticed that his neck had morphed as well. Instead of just being covered in scales, it had now grown gills, which allowed him to breathe underwater. Well, he wasn't actually breathing, just absorbing oxygen from the water around him through said gills. But it was still bizarre. Why is this change happening now? I trained in water before. Was it because I didn't use my scale form as much? The blind monster was confused as he waded through the waves with ease. Is my body just adapting to whatever place it finds itself in? It seems like it, but I can't be too sure. Might have to go to a few more environments to test things out. I really need to visit that toad sage. The whirlpools couldn't even hope to slow him down at that point. It would only be a matter of hours before he hit the shore. The first thing Ken did when stepping onto shore was to crawl further and hide in the foliage. He made sure that his tracks were washed away by the rising tide as he rested in that bush for a few minutes, allowing his body to turn back to its regular form. The land of whirlpools was not exactly small, so Ken still had a day left of traveling before he reached Uzushio, the main base of the Uzumaki clan. Ken rested a bit more after that, allowing himself to catch his breath and even sleep for around 30 minutes as he gave his clothes time to dry up. It was annoying to sneak around in wet clothing after all. It would be harder for him to hide his tracks. Thankfully, he could feel no one nearby, at least not at that moment. The shinobi of Uzushio were still likely patrolling the area, as the borders of the land were always the most defended. Unless the Uzumaki relied on their natural defenses more than Ken thought they would. Regardless, it was none of Ken's business. He slowly got up and resumed his journey. He did encounter patrols a bit further inland, but he was able to go undetected through all of them. Most of the shinobi he ran into all had something in common. They all seemed to have a substantial chakra reserve, to the point where it was hard for Ken to judge their levels. No, to be more specific, it was impossible for Ken to tell what their rankings were. He had yet to meet even one shinbai with chakra reserves lesser than that of a jonin. But he highly doubted that the Uzumaki clan was that powerful. Saburo did say that the Uzumaki are well known for their absurd chakra reserves. I guess this makes my job a bit more difficult. Sneaking around was always harder when you weren't able to judge your opponents. Thankfully, Ken wasn't there on any assassination mission. He was just there for diplomatic reasons, and to steal their shit if they didn't agree to work things out with him. He did things similarly to the way he had approached the Cloud Village. This time, things would be a bit more difficult though, as he didn't have any valuable information. At that point, he hoped his reputation and the quality of his services would be enough to gain him an audience with the clan leader. Saburo had informed Ken that he wasn't exactly considered a kage, as the Uzushio was not exactly a hidden village. It was just a clan. One of the strongest clans still standing, sure, but still just a clan. The title of kage was reserved for the leaders of the hidden villages. This made things a bit confusing since it meant that the land of whirlpools didn't actually have a hidden village. But Ken assumed it was likely just something done to avoid taxation, or something similar to that. He could respect that. However, the array that surrounded Uzushio was much larger than the one in the Cloud Village. to the point where Ken was spotted far before he even reached the gates. Wish there was something I could do to hide from Fuuinjutsu as well. But I don't know anywhere near enough about seals to avoid such a complex array. Much like in the Cloud Village, Ken started walking slowly as he continued heading for the clan's village. And in a similar fashion, shinobi of Uzushio Akira were already surrounding him a few seconds after he stepped into their territory. They didn't make their presence known though. They seemed to want to observe him first. The fact that they were still a few good kilometers away from their clan base gave them some leeway in the way they could approach such an intruder. At first, they seemed to be planning some form of attack, and Ken realized that they likely didn't recognize him because of the hat that was still hiding his mask. He immediately took it off, tying it to his belt as he turned and pretended to look at the people surrounding him. They reacted immediately as soon as he took off his hat. Dozens of kunai and shuriken were thrown at him. The trained shinobi had attributed his sudden movement to something else and had attacked without a second thought. Thankfully, Ken was expecting that. Instead of panicking, he took out a small umbrella from the seal on his wrist. He opened it up and spun it at great speeds. It was made out of a special/flexible metal, a gift from a certain politician in the Land of Iron that wanted to befriend him. Ken managed to block all of the incoming projectiles before coming to a stop, closing his umbrella and plunging it slightly into the ground. Greetings, people of the Uzumaki clan. I am here with a business proposition. The relation of his identity didn't even get to sink in when Ken started speaking. The ones that had started preparing some justice immediately stopped themselves. Ken could feel the shock and fear in the people that surrounded him, but there was also a strange sense of confidence. I guess they don't actually think I'm a great danger to their village. Well, I can't blame them. They're sure to have some seals to defend it. After a few more seconds, a shinobi stepped out from the cover of the shadows. Ken could feel that he was a tall middle-aged man with short hair. He had relatively handsome features, and he even seemed to wear a headband. His clothing was similar to that of jonin from other villages. But it was also different enough for Ken to not be able to tell his rank easily. Similar to the Cloud Village, in a sense. Red, we have heard much about you and your organization. I must apologize for the lackluster greeting. The shinobi bowed slightly as more came out of the shadows. Around 20 shinobi were all looking at Ken with calm gazes, prepared to jump in if anything went wrong. I dislike lavish greetings, mister. Ken was quick to ask for the name of the person he was speaking to. It didn't feel like he was speaking to just a nobody after all. Even by Uzumaki standards, the man's chakra reserves were absurd. He seemed to be more powerful than any other shinobi he had felt on the island. Oh, my name is Uzumaki Yoriko, son of Ashina Uzumaki. The man's voice sounded a bit surprised. He spoke with a raised eyebrow while looking at Ken and blinking a few times. Ken tilted his head slightly as he tried to remember a bit more about the name. It didn't take long for him to realize who Yoriko was referring to. Son of the former Uzumaki clan head? Damn, I wasn't expecting to meet the clan leader so soon. Was he just passing by or something? Ken immediately brought his hand together and bowed slightly. Apologies for the disrespect, Lord Yoriko, I was not expecting to meet you out here. The blind assassin could only curse his bad luck a bit as he realized that a good first impression would be a bit more difficult. At the very least he hadn't attacked any of his men, so things could certainly be much worse. Yoriko just chuckled a bit when sensing Ken's frustration. He did throw the assassin a few curveballs, especially when he bowed in greeting. A clan head wouldn't usually behave in such a way to outsiders after all. The men that were with him were also startled by it, but they decided not to question their lord's actions at the end of the day. Ken calmed down a bit when sensing Yoriko's amusement. All is well, Red Dot. I assume you came here covertly to avoid the eyes of the other hidden villages, correct? Yoriko didn't laugh for long. He reassured the assassin as well, and continued the conversation in a cordial manner. Please, just call me Ken. And yes, I didn't wish to raise much attention from the surrounding lands. Yoriko nodded when hearing Ken's answer and introduction. Very well. I did have a job. But I can postpone it for now. Shall we continue this conversation in my office? The clan leader gestured for the blind assassin to follow. Ken nodded and went along with him. He's a lot more agreeable than I thought. Let's just hope negotiation doesn't go wrong. Chapter 61, Negotiations, Breakdown, and Storm. At first, Yoriko didn't quite know what to make of their guest. He had guessed that it was likely just a messenger from the hidden villages, skilled enough to sneak past all of their patrols and get in proximity to their detection seals. Some of his men decided to test him with a few attacks. He was trespassing into their territory after all. The second he unveiled himself, Yoriko started thinking about the worst possible situation. A known assassin paying you a visit is rarely a good thing. Regardless, Yoriko was confident that he would be able to keep Ken at bay, especially within their territory. There were countless seals all over their hidden village. It was a fortress that few could overcome. Although it had never really held back someone that was as strong as the assassin visiting them. Thankfully, the Red, or Ken, had no intention of starting any trouble with the Uzumaki clan. It was the opposite actually. Yoriko was glad to hear that. Although he was still wary, he wanted to test out the assassin's personality a bit more. After judging his character a bit, and deciding that he was trustworthy enough, he decided to invite Ken to continue their negotiations in his office. Uzushio was built mostly out of stone. It actually felt a lot like a modern city, and the infrastructure is similar to that of city blocks from back in his old world. Their buildings all had the symbol of their clan carved into them. The symbol was present everywhere, from walls to support pillars and even statues. Ken was able to see it himself. He even noticed a rather peculiar pattern with the clan symbols. Most of the time, the symbol of the clan seemed to be hiding symbols that made up seals. He wasn't actually able to make out what the seals were for, as his Fuuinjutsu was lackluster, but he still found it impressive. Clearly, the Uzushio was not something he had many chances of infiltrating. Even if I knew more about seals. Most of these have been carved by actual masters. Undoing them or avoiding them wouldn't be easy. There were hundreds of people on the streets, but not all of them seemed to be of the Uzumaki clan. At least Ken felt that a few of them didn't have the characteristic massive chakra pool. The cities seemed to be built near a dam, allowing a small river to run through it, with a few boats traveling here and there. The Uzumaki clan is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. He hadn't expected there to be so many members of the Uzumaki clan. There were well over 200 members that he counted within the city, among the civilians. And their clan seemed to also make up the vast majority of shinobi in the village, so their number was certainly much greater. As a not that old clan, it was quite strange to see them in such numbers. There were really no old clans from what Ken was able to tell, with his limited knowledge of history. The warring states were when most of them were established, and what he was sensing solidified his belief that the Uzumaki clan was certainly the largest. Well, it did make sense for them to have as many offsprings as possible. They did have superior genes to the majority of the shinobi world. The office of the clan leader was not in any special building or place. It was just a regular block like the others. The leader just happened to have his office there. Unlike the other hidden villages, it was impossible to tell apart the most important building from any other, which was honestly a good strategy, something that Ken was hoping to replicate as well. After all, having a large building for the kage or clan leader instantly informed all intruders that yes, this is the building. One thing that Ken had to admit was that the building, despite looking normal, was certainly the most looked after in terms of seals. There were shinobi patrolling throughout the village, and all of their routes also seemed to come in the vicinity of the clan leader's office. It was clear that unless someone was able to infiltrate the ranks of the Uzumaki clan to gain intel, it would be exceedingly difficult to attack their village. Yoriko reached his office and finally sat down with a sigh. Two guards appeared by his side. Both felt like powerful shinobi to Ken, at least as strong as the clan leader, at least in chakra reserves. Ken sat down as soon as Yoriko gestured for him to do so. He took his seat on one of the nearby chairs and faced the clan leader while crossing his arms. So, you were saying that you are interested in doing business with my Uzumaki clan? The leader decided to get into business right away. He was a rather busy person after all. Yes, business first. And I'm sure you can figure out what I might want from your clan. Ken nodded slightly as his words lingered in the air for a bit. Yoriko smiled at the masked assassin. Indeed. There are a few things that other villages always request of us. It's related to Fuuinjutsu most of the time. Other times they wish for political ties, to include our bloodline within their villages. Needless to say, we all tend to have some disagreements regarding that last part. Yoriko didn't bother hiding the state of affairs from Ken, as he assumed the assassin already had knowledge of his clan's dealings. Well, I am really only interested in seals, specifically the techniques. I am not looking for marriage, thank you very much. Ken just raised his palms dismissively as he realized just how much importance the Uzumaki clan had to the other hidden villages. A powerful bloodline always attracted attention, it seemed. Maybe it would be better for him to keep his strange nature-related bloodline a secret. His comment did seem to bring out a chuckle in Yoriko and the two guards that stood behind him. It seemed that the amicable atmosphere allowed them to slightly relax. Although both the clan leader and the guards were still alert from what Ken could feel. Well, that's a shame. There were plenty of eligible bachelorettes in our clan. I'm sure we could have found someone willing to marry one with your reputation. Yoriko decided to entertain Ken for a bit. But the laughter and smiles in the room died down rather quickly, as business was never only about one side. So, what can you offer in exchange for our techniques? Even the most rudimentary ones that we have are invaluable to the hidden villages. The clan leader decided not to beat around the bush with Ken, as he was able to observe that the assassin was rather straightforward in his intentions. Well, as I'm sure you're aware by now, I run an organization that deals in assassination. Ken nodded as he started speaking. He paused for a few seconds, checking to see if the clan leader had looked into him in the past. The Dark Brotherhood, was it? Rather broody of a name. Yoriko understood the masked assassin's intentions. He had no trouble confirming the fact that he had looked into the state of affairs in regard to the shinobi world's most famous bounty hunter/assassin. It does portray a certain vibe. I'd call it fitting. Currently, however, there are very few members that could prove useful to your clan. Most of them are still recruits after all. And I am not going to send my children to war, not for you nor for anyone. Yoriko simply nodded at Ken's words. Though he didn't exactly agree with the masked assassin's ideals. His views were different, as he was a bit more old-fashioned, or normal for the era, I guess. In a time of need, everyone needed to do their part and assist the clan however possible at the end of the day. But he wasn't going to judge Ken for having opposing views. While I can't promise to send my recruits to help you anytime soon, I can vow personally help with anything that the Uzumaki clan may need, from protection to getting rid of threats. From recon to assassination and everything in between. As long as it doesn't require me to turn too many of the great villages against me, of course. Ken was quick to offer his own services, something that Yoriko could respect. Putting himself forward to give his recruits time to grow. It was certainly a commendable approach. But it was also a bit concerning. While your personal services are valuable, if we are to help your organization, we need some assurance that they can function without you there. If you happen to be outside the village, and it gets attacked, can you ensure us that the organization is able to protect itself? If not, how can we possibly entrust any of our techniques to you? Yoriko voiced his concerns immediately. After all, the techniques of his clan were sought after. Even if he didn't give Ken anything crucial to the Uzumaki clan, he still needed to make sure that the techniques were protected. The Dark Brotherhood was obviously not allowed to spread the techniques they took from the Uzumaki. That was how most deals the Uzumaki made worked. Ken could understand his apprehension as well. The Dark Brotherhood's affairs weren't exactly public, so most people thought that Ken was really the only figure of any significance in it. But that wasn't the case anymore. I can assure you that my people are capable enough to protect our main base. Currently, we have one assassin who can fight even against people at the level of the 5 Kage, Akira, and one that is capable enough to go against most elite jonin, Tasho. Besides them, there are around 30 shinobi ranging from chunin level to jonin that are constantly at the base, Saburo and his clones minus the ones that are out collecting bounties, protecting it. Ken gave Yoriko a rather basic description of their strength. It was more than he would normally be willing to give off, but if it was needed to secure more Fuuinjutsu techniques, then he was more than willing to disclose it. I find it difficult to believe. You're telling me that there is another man at the level of the 5 Kage within your organization? Yoriko was obviously skeptical. Rightfully so, only the strongest of the 5 great hidden villages could boast about having more Kage-level figures within their ranks. I can't give you too much information on his identity, meeting him would also be difficult since he is tasked with protecting the compound in my absence. But I am willing to stake my name and reputation on the validity of this information. Ken decided to play the reputation card. It was impossible for him to prove that Akira, the third blade, was truly at the level of the 5 Kage. He did know that Akira was strong enough to fight against them, even kill them under the right circumstances. But he had no way to prove it unless he sent Akira after one of them. Regardless, Ken was at least confident that Akira was stronger than the Kazekage and the Mizukage. From what he gathered, the Tsuchikage, Hokage and Raikage were all on their own level. It is a bit difficult to just take your word for this. Especially since lying would benefit you in this situation. Yoriko still wasn't budging. Reputation will only take me so far, huh? Ken couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. I can certainly understand your apprehension. There's no reason for you to make a decision right away, I can stick around for a few days. Ken decided to give it some time. But Yoriko seemed to have something else on his mind. Besides that, something you said earlier seems to linger in my mind right now. You said that you are unwilling to make enemies out of too many hidden villages, correct? Yoriko crossed his arms and looked at the masked assassin sitting in front of him with a calm gaze, awaiting a response. Yes. I am willing to fight alongside you. But antagonizing too many powers at once might not be beneficial to my organization in such an early stage. Ken did consider lying to the clan leader for a few seconds. But he didn't think he'd get much out of a flimsy promise. It seems that this won't work out in the end. I am not expecting you to die for my clan, but the current situation requires allies that are more involved. Yoriko shook his head, ending the negotiations abruptly. The guards behind him seemed to tense up at that moment, likely expecting Ken to try and pull something off. But, thankfully, Ken didn't seem to be hostile to them even after negotiations broke down. Instead, he just seemed curious. Current situation? The land of whirlpools appears to be peaceful currently. Yoriko couldn't help but sigh at the masked assassin's words. Might as well tell him. There's not much that can be done at this point. A war is brewing, Ken. One that is even bigger than the last. And I'm afraid our Uzumaki clan is going to be the first one to fall. Chapter 62, Decisions, Identity and Shinobi Alliance. This is quite problematic. Ken couldn't help but ponder on his conversation with the leader of the Uzumaki clan as he left their village. Yoriko didn't give him much information directly, but what he did give allowed Ken to speculate on the rest. And it certainly didn't paint a good image. Not only did he learn more about the current situation of the Uzumaki clan, but he also found out why exactly he had encountered that many patrols. Usually, all lands had shinobi patrolling them. But in times of peace, things were always more relaxed. That wasn't the case for the Uzumaki clan. And, by Yoriko's admission, that hadn't been the case for the Uzumaki clan at any point in the period of peace after the Second Shinobi War. Yoriko already expected his clan to be ruined. To the point where he sent his daughter, the heiress of the Uzumaki clan, off to another village. It was under the pretense of her becoming a Jinchuriki. But it was really just so that they could secure the continuation of their bloodline. The village hidden in the leaf was the one ally they entrusted with the life of their bloodline. At least publicly. Unfortunately, the Leaf Village wasn't going to be able to assist the Uzumaki clan in any other way. The Leaf Village was the most powerful hidden village at that time, but even they couldn't hope to match up against the powers aiming for the Uzumaki clan. What powers were those exactly? Well, nothing short of just about every other hidden village in existence. The way that the Uzumaki clan ran their business, the stranglehold they had on higher-class Fuuinjutsu techniques, and their enticing bloodline. Those were the things that made the Uzumaki clan a prime target for every single power in the world. Yoriko realized that early into the Second Shinobi War, and he started taking steps to protect their bloodline. He even considered going into hiding with their entire clan, but that was simply impossible. They would simply be hunted down and systematically murdered. He still planted the seeds, making sure to spread the offspring of the Uzumaki clan in more corners of the world. He didn't want the burden of rebuilding the Uzumaki clan to just lay on his daughter's shoulders. No one expected the world to actually band together. The Uzumaki clan could stand on its own, but it would never be able to win against the combined might of the entire shinobi world. The destruction of the land of whirlpools was imminent in Yoriko's eyes. He could at most try fighting till the end, to try and uphold the dignity of the clan. He fully understood that his clan had become a powder keg. One that was going to explode and jumpstart the next shinobi war. The clans and villages were definitely going to fight over the resources taken from the Uzumaki clan. And the Leaf Village was going to strive to avenge them. At least Yoriko hoped so. Regardless, he had already steeled himself to make a last stand in Uzushio, which he had worked hard to turn into an actual fortress. Whatever forces came their way, they were bound to be met with adversity. Yoriko was going to inflict as many casualties as he could. The only thing he couldn't bring himself to do was to burn the techniques of his family. They were what their clan had researched and worked towards for generations. He simply couldn't do it. Though he did impart them to his daughter, he still wanted the original copies to exist in the world. Regardless, very few of their high-end techniques could actually be performed without the bountiful chakra reserves of the Uzumaki Fuuinjutsu experts. Yoriko had turned Ken away, both because forming an alliance with the Dark Brotherhood wasn't going to benefit the Uzumaki clan, and because he had no assurance that Ken would even uphold his part of the deal in the first place. At the end of the day, Ken did specify that he wasn't willing to face off against too many great powers. The Uzumaki clan's situation didn't allow for such thoughts. The blind swordsman couldn't help it though. He wasn't alone anymore. Even if he was to be hunted down by the entire world, he wouldn't be afraid. With his skills, he was confident that he could still survive. But he couldn't sneak around with around 140 people following after him. The Dark Brotherhood was as much a blessing as it was a curse. It both gave Ken a way to reach his aspirations and limited his actions in situations like the one he was currently in. The Uzumaki clan's plight was still concerning. Ken had felt plenty of women and children in that village. He had assumed that they would all be evacuated, but it seemed that most were unaware of their impending doom. Maybe evacuating all of their villagers would be too big a move? The other powers were certainly going to notice it. Not like they had anywhere to go either, they'd all be hunted down like dogs. Regardless, one thing was clear. A lot of innocent people will die alongside Yoriko and the Uzumaki clan. Innocence had always been a sore topic for Ken. No one was fully innocent. But Ken believed that civilians had no reason to be involved in the conflicts of the shinobi. In his mind, he had separated their current world in two. The regular world, with civilians and their day-to-day struggle, and the shinobi world, with bounty hunters, bandits, hidden villages, and their wars. Sometimes they overlapped, as Ken believed most criminals to be part of the shinobi world, regardless of whether they performed jutsu or not. It was just about the way that killers conducted themselves. That bloody way of living could never really be considered part of the regular world. Ken had seen plenty of civilians inside Uzushio, plenty of non-fighters in the Uzumaki clan. Even if they were living in a Shinboi clan, Ken believed them to be part of the regular world. Letting them die simply left a sour taste in his mouth. But what could he even do about it? Could he face off against the world by himself? Hell no. Well, at least not yet. He was strong, sure. Likely stronger than anyone the Uzumaki clan had on their side. But his personal strength had its limits. Facing off against thousands of shinobi, as well as several kage, was going quite far beyond those limits. But there was still something he could do. Ken was, at the end of the day, an assassin. Someone that specialized in stealth. And the shinobi were many, numerous. Thousands of men and child soldiers, all prepared for a short conquest, likely lacking food, clothing. They were unlikely to be prepared for a long campaign. But the Uzumaki clan is a fortress. They are bound to spend a day just waiting to attack at their gates. Slowly but surely, a plan was forming itself in the mind of the assassin. But he knew that he couldn't act as he was. He needed a disguise. And thankfully, he had the perfect one. It didn't require any transformation either. He had collected several masks and different items from the many shinobi he killed. He decided to just steal the identity of one of the shinobi. With zero hesitation, Ken also took out a small knife and sliced off his long spiky hair in one swift motion. His hair was going to grow back at the end of the day. He also took off his samurai armor plates and put on a simple linen vest that he had stolen in the past. He couldn't be the leader of the Dark Brotherhood during his mission. But that was also fine. The only person that knew how he looked now was the leader of the Uzumaki clan. The rest of the shinobi world had the description of a short man. But he had grown already. So, when donning a random fox ambu mask, he was basically a completely new person to the world. He didn't even need a name for his new identity. A name wouldn't have any practical use. But thanks to said identity/change, Ken now had the possibility to interfere with the ensuing war. He still wasn't strong enough to make a difference in a fight, but he had plenty of other routes he could take, other options to make things more favorable for the Uzumaki. His aim was to at least give the clan leader some leeway in evacuating the non-fighting members of the Uzumaki clan. I need to gain his cooperation first. Better get to work right away. I'll send a few messages his way, but I need to keep my name out of the record entirely. The blind assassin had already given up on gaining the techniques from the Uzumaki clan. He figured he'd be able to salvage some after the entire mess was over. Possibly even trade with some of the other big powers to gain a few. He would have plenty of flexibility after more techniques came into the possession of others. But that was going to come after the ordeal was over. At the very least, Ken was going to do his best to save the regular people that were going to be involved in that conflict. And while Ken was strategizing and preparing for his plan, the coalition of shinobi that had been aiming for the Uzumaki clan was finally starting to gather up at the only point of access. Thousands of shinobi poured through the borders of the Land of Fire and into the Land of Waves. Neither land got involved, the forces gathered being simply too much for either of them to want to contend with. Most of the shinobi world was banded together now, but it wasn't anything more than a temporary alliance, and only for one common goal. Even then, some lands choose to abstain from getting involved in that matter. The Land of Fire stood still and could only watch. They were both unable to help and unwilling to go after their ally, the Land of Whirlpools. Besides that, the Land of Grass didn't get involved. They weren't in a much better situation than what Ken had left them in. They hadn't even repaired the Kage building yet. Some of the other smaller lands also didn't get involved. But the most notable missing power in that conflict was the Land of Wind. Yes, the village hidden in the sand was not participating. Despite being among the 5 great hidden villages and not having good relations with the Uzumaki clan, the Sunagakure was unable to participate. They had lost a vast majority of their power in the Second Shinobi War, with Konoha's White Fan almost single-handedly dominating the entire battlefield on that front. They were in no shape to go after the Uzumaki clan. They would just get shredded during the after-party of the Uzumaki clan's demise. After all, dividing the spoils of war was not going to be a peaceful endeavor in any way. The Third Shinboi War was going to start right then and there, that much was obvious to all of the people involved. Besides them, there was also another one of the 5 great villages that wasn't getting involved. And that was the land of water and Kiradikure. They had just lost the second Mizwakage at the end of the Second Shinobi War. Their council was still in disarray even after a year, and no new kage was appointed. They were simply in no position to make such a large decision and get involved in the Third Shinobi War that early. Now, even without the few forces that abstained from the temporary alliance, there were still thousands of shinobi gathering at the edge of the Land of Waves. It was only a matter of days before everyone was gathered in one place. The boats were already being prepared, as several were being borrowed from local fishermen in the region. The power of almost 8,000 shinobi, an army which also contained two of the most powerful people in the world. The third Raikage, A. The third Tsuchikage Inoki. The Raikage had also brought along his son, A. But he didn't bring B. A Jinchuriki was always better left in the village, that way both the Jinchuriki and the village would be safe. So Killer B was left to protect the village, while his sworn brother was off to gain more experience in the field. The third Tsuchikage was a short man, already past middle-aged. He had just a bit of gray hair left on his balding head. Despite his balding head, he still had a rather thick mustache and a long beard. He wore a split-apart green coat divided into 4 sections with yellow trimmings, and a red collar underneath that. He donned the traditional Iwadakure outfit consisting of a light green vest and mesh armor. He paired all of that with a pair of sandals. But truly, his most defining feature was still his large red nose. Despite his relatively harmless and even comical appearance, he was one of the strongest shinobi alive, wielding what was arguably one of the strongest Kekei Toda, bloodline limit comprised of 3 nature releases, ever. The Dust Release. The old Tsuchikage was confident in the upcoming raid. He flew above the rest of his men as he stared at the seas in front of him. In the darkness of the night, the moonlight was barely reflected on the wavy waters in front of him. And for some reason, he couldn't help but get a foreboding feeling when looking at the scene in front of him. There's no way things could go wrong at this point. Right? Inoki then shook his head. No matter how strong the Uzumaki clan is, they will die regardless. I need to worry more about what comes after. And so, the old man set up camp there on the shore, as they were going to wait a bit more for all of their allies to gather up. Unbeknownst to Inoki, the upcoming march was going to be a lot more grueling than anticipated. Chapter 63, Freak Accidents, Weather Conditions, and Discord. The Shinobi Alliance was quick to gather up. All of the kage held a meeting in order to decide on the best course of action. Kage from all of the small hidden villages was present, but most of their voices were small. Even with their forces gathered together, they couldn't really compete with the 2 behemoths that also joined in. The Tsuchikage and the Raikage were the only ones that held any actual influence in that meeting. They were to dictate the way that the operation was going to go. Now, one could ask why the smaller villages even agreed to mobilize under such conditions. But it just goes to show just how important Fuuinjutsu was in the shinobi world. The smaller forces could only hope to somehow suck up to the larger forces in order to get their hands on some techniques. But together they did form a significant enough force to grab something after the Uzumaki clan was destroyed. Even among the smaller villages, there were still notable powers. For one, there was the Kage of the Takigakure, from the land of waterfalls. He was the Jinchuriki of the 7-tailed beast, Komiai. His power was at least on par with the Kage from the large villages. Though their shinobi didn't have the same power and skill as the ones from the larger villages. Still, the Takigakure was certainly a contender for a spot in the 5 great villages, as the first Hokage had seen it worthy enough to receive a tailed beast. There were other groups among the smaller villages, ones formed specifically to grab as many benefits as possible from the Uzumaki clan. The meeting went without any issues, though the atmosphere was certainly tense. Everyone was well aware that they weren't going to be allies for long. As soon as the fight with the Uzumaki ended, the struggle for resources would start instantly. But in their hubris, no one even stopped to consider whether they would be able to even take down the Uzumaki clan. They never even stopped to think how many of them would even make it to Uzushio. But who could blame them? Together they were a force great enough to take down any hidden village. What exactly could even stand in their way anyway? Well, the Tsuchikage's premonition did end up manifesting. Despite going against his gut, Inoki still suggested the ship start sailing at night, for them to reach the shores of the land of whirlpools while it was still dark. The journey was going to take 2 days regardless, but the time of departure was somewhat equivalent to the time of arrival. But it was not going to be a pleasant trip. It all started with the accidents. As soon as they set sail, as soon as the shores of the land of waves were out of sight, their ships were slowly starting to sink. The shinobi worked tirelessly to repair the holes that kept popping up here and there. They chalked up the situation to them taking faulty boats from the local populace. But the Raikage was a bit more suspicious, especially since he also noticed a strange shadow stalking through the waters around their ships. But then again, it could have also just been a shark or something. I mean, none of their sensors had said detected anyone trying to sabotage them. And some of the ships did look as if some monster took a large swipe at them. But there was nothing they could really do about it. Jumping into the waters was dangerous. Regardless, after a few ships sank, the accidents stopped happening. Some water-style shinobi were put on guard though, just in case something happened. That helped to further tire the shinobi alliance out. Because of their slow response, some shinobi were now stuck in rowboats, and many of them were bunched up together in the remaining ships. Of course, the kage all had their own heavily guarded ships, so they didn't have to worry about cramming in with the other regular folk. But the accidents were far from the worst of it. Just as the regular shinobi thought they could finally relax, the natural disasters started occurring. Whirlpools constantly formed in front of them, forcing them to take detours, or even ruining some of their rowboats. But the worst one was the whirlpool that started right in the middle of their fleet. Many shinobi got dragged to the bottom of the ocean, and the kage were forced to watch as hundreds died in the harsh waters in the middle of the ocean. What the hell is happening? The Raikage was beyond confused. They were taking the safe route. So why the hell were there whirlpools there as well? Had the Uzumaki clan created some sort of formation to control the waters around their land? Highly unlikely. The very concept was ludicrous. It would take an exorbitant amount of chakra, even for an Uzumaki Fuuinjutsu master. It sounded too wasteful. It was also near impossible to set up such an array on the floor of the ocean. Bad luck it seems. The Tsuchikage scowled as he floated above the waters. But it all felt too convenient. No one really thought that it was just bad luck. Someone was clearly sabotaging them. But their sensors hadn't managed to pick up on anything. Maybe it really was just bad weather conditions? The kage moved quickly, sending shinobi to use various jutsu in an effort to redirect the flow of the whirlpools. Water dragons rose out of the whirlpools, spinning in the opposite direction as shinobi jumped in and tried to undo the whirlpool. They managed to rescue some of the shinobi, but many were still swallowed up, not getting the chance to even try to resist the waves by walking on water. The bodies were nowhere to be found. It was almost as if someone had gotten them stuck to the bottom of the sea. Those were the very first casualties of the war. A war that had yet to even begin. The whirlpools continued to happen throughout the night. Their shinobi didn't even get the chance to rest. By the morning, there were at least 1,000 shinobi missing. They were obviously dead, swallowed up by the waters of the ocean. Only the jonin could really escape the whirlpools, having gotten accustomed to the dangerous waters. But the chunin that were stuck on rowboats were as good as dead. None of them survived. At first, jonin did their best to save the teams they were leading, but slowly, they all lost hope in being able to do so. The violent currents were far too dangerous for them to do anything. Some still got saved whenever the kage got involved, but everyone was tired by the end of the night. Sometimes, the Tsuchikage would unleash a dust-release jutsu in the eye of the whirlpool, which always seemed to undo them. But that wasn't always possible, since there were always shinobi around, getting in the way of Inoki's techniques. It wasn't their fault though. They were all being dragged to the point where the Tsuchikage needed to aim. The Tsuchikage also didn't have infinite chakra. Dust release was a very powerful technique, but it was also very demanding. It was a rather large loss, but it was only for the smaller villages. The Cloud Village and the Rock Village were still standing strong, and most of their shinobi were never on the rowboats to begin with. Regardless, together they still had somewhere around 7,500 shinobi, so they were not exactly in any danger of being outnumbered by the shinobi of the Uzushio of Akira. Unfortunately for them, the worst had yet to come. The morning was mostly uneventful, even the whirlpools stopped happening, which gave the shinobi some time to rest. Unfortunately, rest was simply not in the books for the poor shinobi of the Alliance. The first one to go was the Kage of Kamiragakure, from the land of tea. His death was witnessed by a few dozen shinobi from nearby ships. The guards on his ship were all found dead, with their heads twisted in odd manners. Most of them looked like they didn't even get the chance to resist. No one got to see how the culprit escaped, as everyone's gaze was attracted by the spectacle. The Kage's body was blasted out of the roof of his private quarters. It spun around in the air a few times before landing directly on the top of the mast. The corpse landed with precision right on top of the wooden mast, getting impaled through the abdomen in a gruesome fashion. The cause of death was later deemed to be asphyxiation. The Kage's fingers were all twisted, while his eyes were gouged out and his tongue was nowhere to be found on the ship. An investigation was immediately started, as everyone instantly became vigilant. There could only be one explanation after all. There was a traitor among them. The ship of the Kage that had died was strangely spotless. There was only blood in the Kage's room, all of which was presumed to belong to him. Besides that, the guards were killed cleanly. Well, their heads were twisted to the point where it looked like someone was trying to unscrew their spines from their bodies. But there was little blood involved, just body horror. But the shinobi found a break whenever they found the body of one of the Kage's elite guards on the lower deck of the ship. Finally, they had found signs of struggle. Specifically, they realized that one of the kunai of the guard was bloody, while there were no piercing or slashing wounds on any of the bodies on deck. That could only mean one thing. The assassin/traitor had gotten injured. The Kage immediately got to work, and their most trusted shinobi all started checking the wounds of their troops. There had been some wounded in the previous nights due to whirlpools, but slashing and piercing wounds were completely different from scrapes and bruises. So, they were able to find the culprit right away. And that was where things became even more complicated. The culprit was a Chunin from the Cloud Village. He was the only one among the few thousand shinobi that had managed to get injured by a kunai before the shinobi war had even started. The Chunin tried to deny his faults, saying that there was no way for someone like him to be capable of such a thing. He even had a good alibi, which some of his comrades were able to confirm. He had been sleeping at the time the murder took place. He even claimed that he had felt someone nicking him in the back while sleeping, which was what had caused his wound. But who could even believe that? Certainly not the other villages. The Raikage killed him instantly, claiming that he had absolutely nothing to do with the matter, and denouncing the dead Chunin as a traitor of the Cloud immediately. At that point, thanks to his swift actions, no one dared to challenge the Raikage. But the seed of doubt was already planted. No one dared to trust the Cloud Village. And no one dared to sleep anymore either. The Raikage was mad. He clenched his teeth together so tightly that he had almost cracked them. He wanted to call out that his Cloud Village had been accused wrongly, but who in the hell would believe him? To him it was clear. Someone from the other villages wanted to make his Cloud Village look like the culprit. From that point on, the seas were strangely silent. But no one dared to calm down. They were not even in the territory of the land of whirlpools, and all of them were restlessly looking around, hoping to not be the next victims. Suddenly, the Shinobi Alliance was no longer as allied. Anoki found the situation annoying as well. He knew that the Raikage was smart enough to not make such a stupid mistake. It was far too suspicious. But there was nothing he could do either. Siding with the Cloud Village was not something he could do, as the smaller villages had all already decided that the Cloud could not be trusted. Anoki wanted to avoid a situation where all of the other small villages ganked up on the big ones. But that possibility was going to be a reality if he made it look like the Cloud and the Rock villages were already colluding together. The Tsuchikage racked his brain for hours, trying to find a culprit in his mind, trying to remember who had any grievances with the kage that had been murdered. But he couldn't think of anyone in particular. It was only then that it had finally clicked. Someone is breaking our shinobi alliance apart. At this rate, we'll be at each other's throats before even stepping into the land of whirlpools. The very thought made the Tsuchikage anxious. He wasn't afraid for himself, he was strong enough to survive regardless, but he knew that the possible losses in that situation far outweighed the benefits. But it was already far too late to return. I need to inform the others. Now! But that was when the second kage died. The kage from the land of rice. He died in a very similar fashion to the first victim. His ship had been more defended, but this time the guards on the deck and on any other part of the ship weren't even touched. They were alive and well. The bloody weapon was found on the ground in the kage's room, and only the guards that were with him in the room were dead. The second kage's death had been a lot more rushed, he was decapitated, while his men met the same fate. This time, the rock village was blamed for it. The shinobi were more vigilant this time around, no one dared to sleep. Despite no one from any other village believing the cloud shinobi that had been killed, no one wanted to take any chances. But it seemed that it didn't even matter how vigilant they were. Their opponent was far more devious than expected. There had even been other rock shinobi who testified that someone had jumped out of the water, stabbed their comrade in the back with a kunai, and then jumped back in. They were even able to provide a description of the man that had done it. They described a shirtless man wearing a gray fox umbu mask on his face, wearing black trousers and sandals. But which of the hidden villages was ever going to believe the words of the rock shinobi? The Tsuchikage didn't act as harshly as the Raikage, instead, he imprisoned the suspect on his ship, while they investigated. But his fears were already realized. Much like the Raikage, he sat on his chair in frustration. What will come of this war? But Inoki was not going to take it lying down. He immediately called a meeting with the remaining kage. This is clearly deliberate. Someone is trying to sow discord between us. We need to address this as soon as possible. Otherwise, this expedition will be doomed before we even get to see the walls of Uzushio Vicure. Chapter 64, Strained Atmosphere, Meeting and Culprit. The meeting of the kage was set up immediately. It was clear that everyone had something they wanted to say. The situation had taken a turn for the worst in the most unexpected way possible. Inoki had taken extra precautions so that the kage of the smaller villages would not feel threatened and refuse to join. He went as far as to dismiss his own guards after setting up the meeting on his ship. The Raikage, as a show of good faith, also decided to come alone. It was still a bit disingenuous on both of their parts, as the two of them were more than strong enough to fight all the other kage present. But the situation had not yet devolved to the point where the smaller kage felt as if they were all in the crosshairs of the great villages. Some alliance had already formed between the smaller kage, and all of them had brought their strongest to accompany them, just to be sure. Inoki was okay with that. He would accept anything as long as the meeting itself happened. He knew that addressing the recent events was of utmost importance. All of their plans were already on the verge of falling apart. They all gathered in Inoki quarters, which were arranged accordingly. All of the kage sat down at that table. There were originally 13 of them in total, from the 13 lands that had decided to take part in the operation. But now only 11 of them were left. First off, I want to thank all of you for coming here, despite the recent disaster. The atmosphere was tense, and Inoki knew that he had to start the meeting right away. He would have to juggle all of their worries, and he had to plan out his words as much as possible in order to calm them down. Disaster. A raspy voice broke out in the room, as one of the kage chuckled a bit, his face hidden by a shadow that was cast over his face thanks to his kage hat. His name was Yadaya Tomichi, and not much was known about him. He was the kage of the village from the land of keys. He wore an all-white coat that covered most of his body, much like all of the other kage present. They all appeared as inconspicuous as possible. It was an assassination through and through. Calling it a disaster might be appropriate. But hearing you speak about it feels a bit strange, Lord Suchikage. One of the other kage also spoke out, his voice etched with a bit of spite, especially by the end of it. Immediately as he spoke out those words, the room broke out into hushed murmurs and voices. Many had already reached their own conclusions about the recent events. And none of the recent events painted the great village's present in a good way. Inoki couldn't help but sigh deeply when hearing the words of his temporary allies. I already expected the worst, but I can't help but be disappointed with their short-sightedness. The Raikage also huffed a bit, knowing very well that the smaller villages didn't see his Cloud Village in a better light. I don't see any reason or need to skirt around the issue. Someone is clearly aiming to separate us. Inoki decided to ignore the offhand comment of the other kage. Their mission was of utmost importance, and there was no place for petty squabbles and misunderstandings. An eerie silence immediately descended upon the room as Inoki managed to capture the attention of everyone present once more. I also think the same. A gruff voice spoke out this time, not Inoki nor the Raikage. It was surprisingly the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, the kage of the Takigakure, Waterfall Hidden Village. He simply went by Yasuzo. He wore clothes similar to the other kage, but his frame was just as large as that of the Raikage. He was a man with an intimidating presence. Ever since the meeting began, he hadn't raised his head once, always staring at the table. As if, and actually in, contemplation. Inoki smiled when hearing Yasuzo. If the Raikage had been the one to agree with him, then it wouldn't have been a good look. Someone that was uninvolved and siding with him was much better. And why do you think that, Lord Yasuzo? One of the other kage asked with narrowed eyes. He clearly had his reservations but respected the opinion of his peers. It's all too convenient. The same gruff voice was heard as Yasuzo responded without looking up. Ever since we started, accidents have been occurring left and right. Boats sinking, whirlpools which shouldn't be happening in these parts, assassinations blamed on the two parties everyone was already anxious about. It's too convenient. Yasuzo was normally a man of few words, but this time he saw the need to explain his suspicion to his peers. He knew the importance of him doing so. He knew that the fall of their shinobi alliance was already happening. He was smart enough to see through the strange assassinations that had happened as well. Yep, convenient. But who's to say one of us couldn't have been responsible for that either? We already have evidence pointing towards two culprits. And we all know what villages they belong to. Yedaya decided to weigh in once more, not holding back with the speculation at all. Although he said one of us, he was clearly only referring to the Cloud and Rock villages. Especially by the end of his small speech. Both of the people that got accused of the crimes were at Chunin level, at best. One could argue that they were hiding their strength, but that's unlikely. Their chakra reserves said otherwise. I don't think they would have been capable enough to pull off something like that. Even I am not confident enough I could pull that off. Yasuzo didn't seem very perturbed as he spoke, despite bringing many horrifying images to mind. Instead, he was challenging even the validity of the accusations waged against the two great villages. Even better for Inoki, the rest of the kage seemed to somewhat agree with Yasuzo. TSK, I still think the Cloud and the Rock are the most likely suspects. They would have enough reasons to kill us. Yedaya seemed to be determined to cause more problems. Much to Inoki's displeasure. It seemed that the Land of Keys really had it out for the two great villages present. He was making a point. Both the Raikage and the Tsuchikage wanted to avoid the smaller kage from forming an alliance. A war between them would still happen after the raid on the Uzumaki clan. But he was mostly sounding ignorant to the people with a better understanding of the situation. People like Yasuzo. Well, if that was truly the case. The Jinchuriki didn't even take a second to think about his reply before opening his mouth again. All of you would already be dead. His voice seemed to somehow make the atmosphere in the room even tenser. Ho! Is that so? Yedaya's tone sounded malicious. He clearly felt insulted. Yes. Although we are all kage in this room, the Raikage and the Tsuchikage wouldn't need to resort to any tricks if they truly wanted to get rid of us so soon. Yusuzo's gruff voice didn't falter for 1 second. And he spoke the truth. Among the people at that table, he was the only one that individually had the chance to keep up with the 2 strongest kage. And that was just because he was a Jinchuriki. We would still survive if a fight were to break out. One of the other kages scoffed a bit, unable to help himself. All kage had their pride after all. They were all confident in their own abilities, they all specialized in different things, and some refused to believe that they were that far behind the 5 kage. But the reality was very different. The Raikage could only scoff when hearing them argue with each other. Whether or not we could kill you is not relevant. The Raikage punched the table in front of him lightly, causing cracks to spread out all around it and capturing the attention of everyone present. The important part is that we have no reason to even try and kill each other now. Our main mission and objective is to get our hands on the techniques of the Uzumaki. That's why we even mobilized so many of our troops in the first place. The Raikage was clearly frustrated with the whole situation. He immediately started admonishing the people in the room for being led on so easily by the group or person sabotaging their expedition. Although a bit rude, the Raikage speaks the truth in this matter. Inoki coughed a bit in his fist as he tried to dampen the impact of the Raikage's frustrated voice with his own calm one. We all have a common goal, which is the very reason that this alliance came into existence. The fact that we're in this situation means someone doesn't want us to get to that common goal. It goes against both the intentions of the Rock and Cloud villages. I would go as far as to say that it goes against all of our interests combined. Inoki smiled internally as he noticed many of the kage nodding their heads in agreement. It seemed like the meeting was proceeding just as he wanted it. But not without detractors. Yadaya still seemed unconvinced, but he didn't seem to speak out anymore, which was at least an improvement. Well, then. Now that we've gone through that, I think we can safely assume that the reports of our shinobi were correct. Inoki scratched his chin as he remembered the description of the culprit that was given by his men. The man with the fox mask. It's not exactly a detailed description though. One of the kage muttered as more of them finally started accommodating the theory that all their misfortune up to that point was at the hands of a third party. It reportedly happened very quickly, to the point where my shinobi barely had any chance to react. Inoki scoffed internally as he remembered the reports. In the first place, the one that had gotten blamed was only a chunin, while around him were only genin, so they barely had any chance of capturing the culprit. They were dealing with someone that was capable enough to assassinate kage in a rather brutal and swift manner. Do we even have any indication as to who might have been responsible for this situation? Everyone was curious as they looked towards Inoki. They assumed that he had some evidence regarding the identity of the party responsible. After all, there were few people in the world capable enough in order to pull off something like that. We don't really have any way of knowing the identity of the person spotted, but we can safely assume they are helping the Uzumaki clan with their involvement. Inoki didn't have much to give them, unfortunately. They were dealing with a careful opponent. Devious, cunning. Inoki couldn't even know how the culprit was hiding among their people. He seemed to have the habit of jumping in water. That was likely how he always escaped the scene of the crime. So he could swim fast enough to keep up with their boats at the very least. I remember when the ships were getting destroyed. I remember seeing a strange silhouette in the waters. I didn't think much of it back then, but it was likely the culprit. Or one of the culprits. The Raikage seemed to have calmed down now that the smaller villages were no longer as hostile to him. It's likely a group. That could explain how they were able to kill everyone on the ship of Kamuradikure. Otherwise, it would have taken someone on the level of the 5 kage to pull such a thing off silently. Yusuzo spoke out again, trying to remember the detail of that scene a bit more. The way everyone had died there was a bit too systematic. It was either the work of a good assassin squad or a figure powerful enough to not be unknown. I also agree with that. Although only one person has been spotted, we can safely assume that this is the work of a group. The Raikage nodded in agreement. Inoki also nodded, but he didn't say anything yet. Silence spread out throughout the room as everyone tried to understand how the Uzumaki clan would be able of such a thing. Did the Uzumaki infiltrate us during our departure? No, our shinobi should have noticed something like that. We searched all of the boats thoroughly, there were no stowaways. It's also unlikely for there to be someone using the transformation jutsu. Again, our more experienced shinobi would have picked up on it immediately. Does that mean the culprits are just swimming alongside us? Or maybe clinging onto our ships from the outside? Even then, our sensors haven't felt a thing. It's unreal. Conversations quickly broke out as the kage present all started brainstorming. They needed to find the most likely situation, the most likely culprit. They knew that they were helping the Uzumaki clan, but they didn't know if they were the Uzumaki clan. Even then, there are few groups that can match this description in the world. Yes. We already know the strength of the Uzumaki clan. Even their elite shinobi shouldn't be able to pull off such an operation. Silence spread throughout the room once more as the kages struggled to think of a possible culprit. There is one person that I've heard of. Capable enough to avoid all of our sensors, and reportedly powerful enough to pull off such assassinations. Uzushio was the one to speak up next, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. The Raikage also scowled a bit as an image was painted in his mind. A very familiar image. The red dot. He needs no introduction really. He is the founder and current leader of the Dark Brotherhood, a bounty hunter association situated in the Land of Iron. Uzushio immediately brought up the one person he thought capable of such a thing, the red dot. Everyone knew that moniker, everyone knew of his capabilities. He was capable enough to stroll through whatever land he wanted undetected. He was strong enough to take out an entire hidden village. But did he even have the motive to help the Uzumaki clan? He had shown no indication that he was interested in them in the past. Regardless, he did become the main suspect in the minds of many. I don't think he's responsible for this incident. Surprisingly, the Raikage was the one to speak out in favor of Ken. Everyone looked at him with a bit of confusion, not quite understanding why the Raikage would bother sticking up for the infamous bounty hunter. I've worked with him in the past. He's a strange person, certainly capable enough to pull something like this off, but he is not interested in our conflicts, at least not enough to interfere. Everyone seemed surprised by the Raikage's words. It was a lesser-known fact that the two of them had worked together on a mission. No one knew the actual contents of that mission though. If even the Raikage is willing to stick up for him, then the red dot must have left quite the impression on him. The Tsuchikage narrowed his eyes as he looked at the situation with some skepticism. How can you be so sure that he wouldn't get involved? We're talking about the techniques of the Uzumaki clan here. Uzushio was also not exactly convinced. Fuuinjutsu was important to all shinobi and anyone running an organization. He wasn't willing to just take the Raikage's word for it. The Raikage scowled a bit when seeing that not anyone was willing to believe him. Therefore, he was forced to show some of his cards. Even if he's interested in Fuuinjutsu, I can at least confirm that he's not here. I have some of my most capable men monitoring his actions. He's been recently spotted collecting some bounties in the Land of Iron. He had been one of the forces monitoring Ken closely, especially after their mission together. It simply wouldn't have made sense for Ken to be near the Land of Whirlpools. Not only did they have absolutely no evidence of it being him, he was also publicly spotted. How recent are we talking here? Inoki asked as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Things were looking rather bad for them. They had absolutely no suspects if they also ruled out the red dot. The last report was yesterday before we set sail. He even appeared in public. It's not exactly unusual for him to do so either, at least in the Land of Iron, where he is reportedly in the good graces of the daimyo. It could have just been a transformation, right? Inoki asked as he still hoped for them to have already found the culprit. Uncertainty was a far greater concern than blaming the wrong person to him, so he wanted to keep the blame on the red dot if possible. That would at least provide everyone with a known common enemy. But the Raikage couldn't afford the villages going after Ken and the Dark Brotherhood, especially since he still wanted to have Ken as a subordinate. Or at least an ally in the future. That's why I sent 2 elite jonin to keep tabs on him. I wanted to take no chances. They would have been able to tell if the person that had appeared publicly was using transformation. He also still looks exactly like in the reports, same height, hair, mask, and everything. We have no reason to believe he's a different person. Both Inoki and Yasuzo could only nod at that point, accepting the Raikage's explanation. Their lack of hard evidence somewhat stopped them from throwing any more baseless accusations. Especially since the Raikage seemed adamant about protecting the red dot. Unfortunately, that also meant that they were back to square one. They had found nothing, they only knew that a person or group was sabotaging their expedition. And just as they were about to start brainstorming again. BOOM. Chapter 65, Interruption, Mistake and Chaos. The plan had to be carried out in a hurry. I did my best to contact both the Dark Brotherhood and the Uzumaki leader for cooperation. Unfortunately, the Uzumaki clan didn't respond. Regardless, with the aid of Tasho and one of the younger recruits, we were able to create a perfect double of me. It's a good thing that so many of the children idolize me, as they all let their hair grow because of that, wanting to look more like me. And that's exactly what we needed on this occasion. A public show. It does help that I've appeared publicly plenty of times in the Land of Iron, so my presence wouldn't come into question at all. While my cover was being prepared, I had already started moving. The only real point of entry into the Land of Whirlpools is from the Land of Waves, so my destination was rather obvious. Still, just to make sure, I asked Saburo to check for rumors as to where the army of shinobi might be stationed. Funnily enough, it was exceedingly easy for him to find them, as the shinobi had been rather brazen in stealing the boats of the common folk. The underworld is ruled by various information networks, and almost all of them rely on word of mouth. Beggars, bar owners, and ramen stall owners, they all hear interesting rumors and sell them as information for Rio. Empires are built on the back of information, and it seems that the shinobi army that's attacking the Uzumaki clan didn't make much of an effort in covering their tracks rather brazen. I was a tad disappointed to hear that the Raikage was also involved in this. One of the main forces participating even. I guess I shouldn't expect much more out of the leaders of the shinobi world. They don't care who they involve in their mad power struggles. Well, it's not like I cared about him all that much. He was just another useful tool, but not one vital to my plans for the future. I don't care if he dies in this war at all, especially since he's starting it. But at least the information I received gives me the certainty I needed. I didn't have a lot of time. I sealed off most of the tenketsu in my body in order to allow an almost full transformation. My speed far exceeded that of regular shinobi, and I was able to reach the border of the Land of Whirlpools in a matter of hours with little energy spent. From then on, I would have to swim, and swim I did. Just like before, after a few minutes of staying in the water, my body morphed to match my environment. My swimming speed became better and better as time passed and I got used to gills and whatnot. It still almost took me an entire day to reach the shores of the Land of Waves. And by then, I could feel that the shinobi were already setting sail. They need to cross these waters to reach the Land of Whirlpools, and they chose this part because it's peaceful. But how about I make it not so peaceful? I started by using my claws and cutting into their ships. At first, it was small cuts, trying to appear innocuous, but then I started ruining the hulls properly, which managed to sink quite a few ships. I had to stop at some point though, as I could feel the Raikage noticing me in the waters. He didn't act in any way. Thankfully, my form doesn't resemble a human all that much, so he must have assumed I'm some fish or shark. Regardless, this means I'll have to tone it down with the bow tearing. But I already did plenty of damage. A few hundred shinobi were left in rowboats thanks to my efforts, and some even had to take turns walking on the sea. Meanwhile, the larger ships were now more packed together. I can feel the shinobi in them, packed together like sardines. I waited a bit more before starting the next part of my plan. The whirlpools. It's not that hard for me to create them. I simply started using Dragon Twister underwater repeatedly. At some point, the whirlpools became self-sustaining, and I could go ahead and create more. It wasn't difficult for me, just made me dizzy at most. But I was quite satisfied when I saw hundreds get swallowed up by the currents I was creating. They did manage to undo most of them at some point, but I had already collected plenty of bodies at the bottom of the sea. Many were caught between the rocks as well, and the pressure of the ocean was keeping them down. I continued with the whirlpools for a while. Then something interesting happened. That flying midget did some kind of jutsu that completely erased my arm. It would have actually killed me if I didn't dodge it in time, so I got off easy. Regardless, I had to go to the depths and heal up. I continued with the whirlpools for a while. That stupid midget really got on my nerves. His technique is outrageously powerful. When I was hit by it, it all happened in a split second. One moment my arm was there, the next I could no longer feel it, the water was gone as well. He served as a good reminder that the strength of my scales won't be able to block every jutsu out there. I did learn to dodge his attacks by the end, but I don't even know how many limbs I've lost thanks to him at this point. Thankfully, I managed to make him kill plenty of his own as well by keeping the current strong until the last second. That's sure to help with the morale of the Shinobi Alliance. This is as much a game of dwindling the numbers of this army as much as it is killing their morale. Eventually, morning came, and I made sure none of these pissers ever got any sleep. I went for the weakest kage I could find first. Don't even know what village he's from, no hard feelings though. Killing his guards was relatively easy, and planting the fake evidence was just as easy. The kage himself almost put up a fight, but I blitzed him with overwhelming speed and broke his fingers before he managed to do anything. I had to stuff his mouth with my fist before he screamed out in pain. But it wasn't that messy overall. I didn't torture him needlessly though. I killed him swiftly, then made it look like I had tortured him before throwing him with enough precision to impale him on the mast. Blaming one of the larger hidden villages came naturally. It wasn't even that difficult to do. I didn't think it would actually stick through, but the Raikage killed the fake culprit right away, which greatly affected the morale of the Cloud Village. That didn't even seem to do anything good for the Cloud either. Well, I guess it stopped the other villages from potentially attacking the Cloud, but he could have tried to prevent it in different ways. I could sense the distrust in all of the other kage present. They are certainly not going to turn their backs to the shinobi of the Cloud Village anytime soon. It seems that this alliance is a lot more fragile than I had thought. So I decided to take advantage of that as well. If the smaller villages and the great ones are somewhat split, then why not blame both of the great villages? Make it look pretty, and make them team up against each other. I swiftly killed off the second kage, further affecting the morale of the entire alliance as I impaled yet another one of their leading figures on the mast of his own ship. I did it in more of a hurry though, as it was impossible to do it unnoticed at this point. There were too many people on the ship to assassinate quietly. Thankfully the kage had opened up his window to let in some air. Hope that air was worth dying for. Planting the evidence was a tad messy this time, couldn't really find a straggler quickly enough, so I just settled with the smallest group I could find. I assumed that, at that point, tensions were so high that it was impossible for any village to believe witness testimonies. And right I was. No one believed any of the witnesses. It's a shame that the midget managed to catch on and called that meeting. I listened to it the best I could, but I had other things to do as well, such as planting as many explosive tags on the hulls of the biggest ships housing the most shinobi. Normally, this would be much harder, but the strongest shinobi are defending the meeting or are stationed in the ships around it. I don't know if the kage intended their meeting to have such an effect. It might have just been the distrust that drove them to bring as many elites as possible. Regardless, it gave me an opportunity to really affect their numbers. It's sad that I only have so many paper bombs and explosive tags. I could have taken down their entire fleet in this manner, but oh well. Time for a little explosive interruption. The sound of the explosion wasn't the end of it. All of the kage jumped as they felt the seas around them rattling. The shinobi that had accompanied the smaller kage all rushed outside to check the situation at the behest of their leaders. And outside was pandemonium. Fires had broken out all around them, around a dozen ships were sinking, and some had already started drowning. The screams of the less experienced shinobi rung out, further demoralizing those that were already starting up a makeshift rescue for the drowning. Water dragons rose out of the oceans to put out the fires. Shinobi also spit out water streams at the flames in hopes of quelling them finally. Meanwhile, shinobi stepped on the uneven and wavy ocean and tried their best to pull out as many of the weaker ninjas as possible. All of the kage came out of the meeting room in that instant, and they all looked at the situation in shock. Shit! Inoki immediately took to the skies as his fears had been realized. He knew that the meeting would put all of the attention of the strongest figures in the alliance in one place. He just hoped that the villages had been smart enough to not do exactly what they did. Well, their intelligence wasn't exactly the issue, it was just that most of them didn't care much about the young shinobi they had called to the war. Most of the kage only cared about the safety of the village, and a shinobi dying in a mission was considered an honor for them to be able to die for their village. Not all of the kage were that uncaring though. The Raikage had come completely alone, as was customary for someone as strong as him. Uzushio was also completely alone. As a Jinchuriki, he was already a powerhouse. He didn't believe himself to be in need of protection of any kind. One or two of the other smaller kage also left behind enough people to protect the weaker shinobi. At sea, they were most vulnerable after all. Unfortunately, not all of the kage seemed to understand the importance of having more numbers. And they were about to take heavy losses. All of the ships that were sunk belonged to those from the smaller villages. Ken had tried to stick a few paper tags on one of the Raikage ships, but they were swiftly noticed by the more experienced shinobi that were more alert. They still took some damage, but they were able to mitigate most of it with some clever jutsus to contain the damage of the explosions. Ken thankfully mostly prioritized destroying the ships with the most people but with the weakest shinobi. Basically, he aimed to kill off as much cannon fodder as he could in one fell swoop. The kage also realized the intentions of their saboteur/saboteurs, and they immediately sprung into action, a bit too late for many of their shinobi, unfortunately. As soon as the explosions died down, whirlpools started appearing once more all around their fleet. But there was a stark difference. This time, they weren't appearing one by one, they were appearing multiple at the same time. The Raikage grit his teeth as he jumped up and climbed onto the mast of the ship they were on. That Uzushio was already floating around there, looking at the situation with rage. In the distance, the Raikage was able to see a flash of lightning dashing into the waters. Is going towards the saboteurs. I'm plunging in as well. You do your best to stop as many whirlpools as possible. The Raikage wasted no time as a lightning aura rose around him and he dove towards the waters. I know already. Inoki flew as fast as he could to the nearest whirlpool, and brought his hands together, forming a triangle with his fingers as a white light took shape in the middle of his hand sign. The light then expanded into a pillar that shot down into the middle of the whirlpool he floated above. Inoki sweated a bit as he realized that he may have injured quite a few of their own men. The struggle continued after that. Inoki moved around, from whirlpool to whirlpool, trying his best to destroy them while minimizing the damage. Meanwhile, the stronger people around them were doing their best to pull away as many people as possible to make way for Inoki's attacks. They weren't having much success, unfortunately. Not everyone was well versed in water-style jutsu, which was rather imperative. That was when Uzushio stepped in. Well, flew in more like. He was covered in a thick dark yellow chakra cloak, completely covering his body and clothes. On his back were 4 large wings that beat at great speeds. Near his tailbone was one chakra tentacle that shot towards the water and coiled around as many shinobi as possible, pulling them out of Inoki's way with ease. But only one tentacle wasn't going to be enough. He morphed his form to match his need, and his one large tentacle separated in several, all acting alongside Inoki and allowing him to disperse as many whirlpools as possible. Inoki greatly appreciated the assistance. The two of them were able to take care of things more smoothly, while the other kage had all gone to aid their own villages. Even with all of them working together, the chaos raged on for a good 10 more minutes before things finally calmed down. Inoki panted a bit as he had somewhat exhausted his chakra reserves. He could still go on if needed, but he also knew that he needed to preserve his energy, so he floated down and back onto his ship, letting the others continue with the cleanup. Uzushio was completely fine. Chakra exhaustion was not a concern for a Jinchuriki. The chakra tentacles he had grown out of his tail were still putting people on broken pieces of wood to keep them afloat. The Jinchuriki eventually turned back to normal, judging the situation to be under control. This is a fucking mess. Uzushio scowled underneath his kage mask as he crossed his arms. Then, he noticed a bit of blood rising out of the waters nearby. After the blood, came a rather burly arm, one of a darker skin tone. That was when Uzushio remembered something rather crucial. Wait! Didn't the Raikage and his son dive in after the perpetrators? Chapter 66, Underwater Struggle, Death and Complications. As soon as Ken made his clones and started forming as many whirlpools as possible and descended into the waters. Unlike before, the sensors could pick up on the use of ninjutsu, and they were able to direct it properly. The son of the Raikage didn't hesitate for one bit. He plunged into the depths as his body sparkled with lighting. He cut through the water as steam rose up from all around him. Bubbles rose to the surface as electricity spread out everywhere the kage went. Managed to keep his eyes peeled open even under the salty sea, his cloak of lightning preventing the salt from harming his eyes. And finally, I saw it. A strange humanoid-looking creature. Scaly, with fish-like features. A short black hair and a gray fox umbu mask. The strange transformation immediately reminded him of Ken, but there were also plenty of differences. Ken didn't seem to have any gills or fins, nor did he seem to have a human torso while transformed. There were plenty of other differences, but he didn't have any time to consider them all, as he rushed in towards the closest clone to him. He now understood how the whirlpools were happening as well. The clones of the masked assailant just seemed to be spinning with enough velocity to create an underwater current strong enough to suck everything in. It was impressive, but he didn't have the time to marvel at it either. He knew that he had to stop the whirlpools from happening. The first clone he attacked was what first made him realize that his mission wasn't going to be as easy as he had hoped it would be. As soon as he reached the depths and came closer to the middle of one of the whirlpools, he felt his body being pulled towards the middle of it. Even he found it difficult to resist the current, but that wasn't the only issue. The clone of the masked man noticed him almost immediately, and instead of facing off against him, it decided to start running away. Underwater, A's speed seemed to be no match for the man-fish hybrid. He was left in the dust as Whirlpool had already become self-sustaining. Shit! At this rate, I won't be able to catch any of them. That was when his father joined him. The Raikage had been trailing behind A from the moment that he had jumped into the water. With sickening precision, the Raikage sliced the clone that had been fleeing from A in two. The clone exploded into a flurry of lightning, which sparked the waters around them even further, but it wasn't able to do any harm to the Raikage. The father and son duo reunited wordlessly underneath the waters, and the two of them teamed up to go after the other clones. Together, they were slower than the man and his clones, but together they could work to catch them by surprise. Or so they thought. When they approached the next clone, it was ready for them. Its claws were already extended. It used the momentum from the underwater tornado it had been forming to fling itself towards A, its tail spinning towards him like a cleaver, aiming to decapitate him right away. The Raikage was about to interfere, not willing to just sit by and get ignored in that way. But he wasn't being ignored at all. Before he could even react, something extremely heavy crashed into him and sent him reeling, plunging further and further into the depths of the sea. The Raikage was forced to exhale a bit as he was smacked into the bottom of the ocean. It was then that the Raikage noticed the actual speed of their opponent. Shit! This thing is as fast in water as I am on land. We need to get out of here. The Raikage now knew that he had no chance of facing the shinobi in water, so he immediately went all out. Black lightning extended from his body as all light vanished around him. He was in the abyss of the ocean, and as soon as he turned to his black lighting, all of his vision was gone. Maybe it was a foolish thing to do, as he had no way of knowing how the man he was fighting fared in the dark, but it was also the only way that the Raikage saw himself matching his opponent in speed. The only problem? The Raikage had been completely separated from his son. Shit! The water around him bubbled as he started swimming upwards at renewed speeds. It was then that 4 figures circled around him, like sharks circling around freshwater fish. One of the figures passed by the Raikage, hitting him with a tail strike that caused the Raikage to spin underneath the water. The Raikage grabbed the man-fish hybrid by the tail, tugging him closer as he tried to escape. He didn't hesitate for a moment as he snapped the neck of the figure, only for it to explode into lightning once more. More clones seemed to gather around him though, which was proving troublesome. Especially now that the Raikage could hardly see them. The Raikage scowled as he realized the intentions of his enemy. He's trying to slow me down. Shit! I need to get to A. And while he was struggling to fight and reach the surface, I was off trying to fight who he assumed was the original masked man. He had witnessed him making more clones after all, so it was a rather obvious conclusion. He realized that there was a speed difference, but he knew that as long as he managed to grab onto anything, he would win. The original seemed to have started forming yet another whirlpool. Most of them had already died down, as the clones were focusing on the Raikage now, so he had an easy time spotting the original in the eye of that whirlpool. He dashed towards the fishman hybrid with fury, his hand outstretched and hopping to latch onto the man's tail at the very least. The masked man seemed to notice him. He immediately turned tail and ran, but he seemed to get snagged into the current of the whirlpool for a few seconds, and he knew to take advantage of that. With a confident smile on his face, he grasped onto the tail of the original. The Raikage sliding burned bright as he prepared to pull himself towards the masked man. It was only then that he noticed it. A white light was quickly approaching him from above. I immediately recognized it as the Tsuchikage's dust release. He immediately let go of the tail and tried to move and dodge the dust release jutsu. He wasn't as fast as he would have been on land, but he could still avoid it maybe. But then the tail that he had let go of coiled around his arm, pulling him back in. A's eyes widened in fear as he only got one last look at the masked man. Curse Y dash. He didn't even get to finish his thoughts before his entire being was erased alongside the whirlpool that he had been struggling to escape. POV kin ________________________________________________________ And just like that, only an outstretched hand was left of A, still clutching onto my tail. I couldn't help but let a smile reach my lips. I flung the arm back to the surface. I'd no need for it. But it will serve a nice message for the Raikage and the Cloud Village. I've done enough damage for now. From here on out, I just need to lay low and observe. Now, I can finally allow myself to vanish into the depths of the sea, hiding in places that even the sun can't reach. The Raikage finally managed to deal with my clones by the feel of it too. He seems to be on his last legs, running out of air, but I don't feel like killing him. He had proved useful in that meeting from earlier after all. Still, so much for A. His impulsiveness is what got him in the end. I set up a rather obvious trap. He should have known that the Tsuchikage was working to undo my whirlpools. He just got blinded by the prospect of catching me. Oh well, good riddance. He was always hostile to me. I wouldn't have trusted him to be as agreeable as his father once he took over his Raikage. It's better this way. Still, I couldn't help but sigh internally as my senses washed over the multitude of bodies that had accumulated at the bottom of the sea, all trapped there by the pressure. The bodies are so warm that nature energies still exude from some of them, some even still have chakra signatures. But they all are just as good as dead. So much bloodshed. All because shinobi can't even try to coexist peacefully. In the end, I could only shake my head in disappointment and let the pressure of the sea massage my somewhat tired muscles. Well, at the very least, I hope that the Raikage learned a lesson from this. POV narration The Raikage returned to the surface in a flurry. He noticed that the fight was over, so he assumed his son was already somewhere on the ships. After looking for a few minutes, he ran into the Tsuchikage, who was still resting. Old Inoki didn't seem to have any idea of where his son could be. He was merely catching his breath and had been doing so ever since the situation had concluded. The Raikage continued looking and eventually ran into Uzushio as well. Looking intact and clean, like he had just watched from the sidelines the entire time. But the Raikage knew better than to assume that. He knew that Jinchuriki were powerful, and very rarely were they cowards. "Oi, Jinchuriki!" The Raikage shouted. He tried to appear calm and authoritative, but panic somewhat seeped into his voice. Uzushio didn't seem to have any reaction to meeting him. "Yes, Lord Raikage?" Uzushio answered, his voice devoid of any fear, his eyes hidden by his hat. "Have you seen my son, eh? He's basically the spitting image of me, just younger." The Raikage provided a basic description as he clenched his fists. "The last time I had seen him, he had plunged into the waters." "You followed after him, did something happen?" Uzushio tilted his head slightly as he observed the Raikage. "Shit!" The Raikage lashed out when hearing that, not at Uzushio, just in general. He kicked a plank and cracked the wooden pieces of wood they were floating on. "We got separated in the middle of it. Our enemy seems to be specialized in underwater fights." The Raikage was still able to compose himself and give a basic explanation as he rubbed his forehead in frustration. "I see. But I assume most of his attention was focused on you, right? I'm sure your son can handle himself, who knows? Maybe he's giving chase and trying to catch the enemy?" Uzushio quickly attempted to calm down the Raikage, to soothe his thoughts. And it seemed to work out just fine. The Raikage sighed and shook his head. "That man didn't seem able to damage me even in my regular lightning mode. I should be just fine. Thank you for the assurance. I guess we'll have to go on with the mission while waiting for him to catch up to us." The Raikage was clearly still worried, but he didn't seem to want to prioritize his worries instead of the mission. Instead, he went back to his people. They needed his guidance. Meanwhile, Uzushio's gaze narrowed as he scowled. "It's safe to assume that A is dead." He had already studied that arm. He had hidden it in a scroll before the Raikage had arrived there, so he knew who it belonged to. The cut was too clean. To the point where it didn't even look like it was cut. It wasn't hard for Uzushio to assume what could have done that. Just earlier, that Tsuchikage had been spamming a jutsu capable of causing such wounds. The arm had some marks on it, as something extremely strong had coiled around it and exerted a lot of force. It was almost as if he had been held in place. I can easily paint a picture of what happened down there. I is dead, and that Tsuchikage may have unintentionally killed him. Uzushio could only clench his teeth together as he realized just how much that fact complicated the situation. This saboteur really is fucking with us, isn't he? Chapter 67, Damages, Casualties, and a Father's Instincts. Uzushio didn't have many options on what to do. The evidence pointed to the fact that it was dragged or thrown into the Tsuchikage's attack, which was what killed him. But the Raikage was not going to care about such details. As soon as he heard that Inoki was the one to kill his son, he was likely to start a war with the Rock Village. The fight would start right away. Our alliance is already on the brink. It's hard to tell if we can even take on the Uzumaki clan as we are. Adding this on top of that will completely ruin us before we even reach the shores of the land of whirlpools. The worst part? Uzushio firmly believed that all of that was the work of only one person. Rather than belief, he was absolutely certain. Even the tailed beast within him was only able to detect one presence underwater during the chaos from earlier. The man with a gray fox mask. The one who had played them all. He had stayed hidden, ruined them slowly as they crossed the ocean on a boat. The ocean was his territory by the look of things. He was both almost impossible to trace and just as impossible to fight. If both the Raikage and his son were completely overwhelmed, then no one in the entire world was able to fight that masked man on the open seas. Even now, Uzushio had no way of telling if the one responsible was near them or not. Was he still trailing them? Waiting to strike again? Maybe, but even his tailed beast couldn't keep track of him. At least not while the seal was still active. He could release it, they were on friendly terms, but it could cause a great commotion. And the masked man was likely more than able to scurry away with how fast he was reported to be. This is going a lot worse than even the worst situation that I could have imagined regarding this war. Well, the world is not exactly as predictable as you conniving shinobi like to think of it. A loud voice boomed throughout Yusuzo's mind. He could only shake his head and sigh. It was rare that Komiai, the seven-tailed beast, spoke to him. Although they were on friendly terms, they were also similar in nature. And that meant that they were both mostly silent and observant. Indeed, some things are simply not within our comprehension. Well, from here on out, it's safe to assume that attacks like before are going to be a lot more difficult. Everyone was now on high alert, and most of the fodder that could have been lost to whirlpools was already gone. This meant that the saboteurs' main method of attack was mostly rendered ineffective. But that was only because their numbers were severely reduced. It was likely that their numerical advantage against the Uzumaki was diminished greatly. Counting the casualties isn't going to be fun. But I have an even less fun duty right now. Yusuzo, as the man to discover the remains of A, was now tasked with dealing with the situation. He did have the option of ignoring it, but that wasn't exactly optimal either. He wouldn't get anything, and on the off chance that A's death was discovered, he'd even be held in scrutiny. Getting rid of the hand could also leave traces, which wasn't good. Currently, Yusuzo reached the point where the best course of action was just going to the culprit directly. This should also help build relations between the rock village and my waterfall village. If everything goes well, we won't even have to antagonize the cloud. The Tsuchikage had already returned to his quarters, while his elites were off assessing the damage done to their fleet. Yusuzo also saw them in passing, and it wasn't looking nice, that was for sure. They had started the journey with close to 100 ships of varying sizes. They had enough space for everyone. The first attacks took down around 10 ships, which placed many on rowboats which didn't last very long either, mind you. Now, Yusuzo had already counted around 40 destroyed ships from the explosions, debris, and whirlpools. Many were also damaged badly, sailing only on prayers and dreams. Yusuzo still didn't have an estimate of how many had actually died, but they were already down to around 50 ships, give or take a few, so things were not looking great for them or their morale. But morale was not even a concern at that point. They had already lost thousands by the look of things. Yusuzo reached the Tsuchikage's quarters right away, and just as he reached for the door, two masked figures appeared by his sides with kunai already pointed towards his neck. Lord Tsuchikage is currently tired, please refrain from interrupting him. They were Umbu tasked with protecting their lord, dressed in the usual Umbu garb. If Yusuzo was intimidated in any way by their kunai, then it sure was impossible to tell. His cold eyes shined as his eyes wandered to the masks of the Umbu threatening him. He seemed indifferent even, although his face was still hidden in the shadows. His cold eyes told the two Umbu everything they needed to hear. It was as if they were looking at the eyes of a beast. Both of the Umbus seemed to tremble slightly underneath his gaze. I understand that you must do your job, and I admire your loyalty to Lord Tsuchikage. Yusuzo's voice was just as calm and collected at his gaze. However, there are very pressing matters at hand. Matters that need Lord Tsuchikage's attention. I'd advise not getting in my way. It wasn't very often that Umbu felt threatened. They were usually devoid of fear, prepared to throw their life away at a moment's notice. But something in Yusuzo's eyes, in his scent, awakened that base instinct in the Umbu. Something that they had thought they lost. Fear. Fear was, after all, just self-preservation. But their instincts and their determination to follow orders still clashed. Thankfully, before Yusuzo had to act on his threat, Inoki decided to finally intervene, saving the lives of his subordinates. Let him in, you too. His voice broke the stalemate, and the Umbu immediately retracted their weapons and returned to their stations, protecting the entrance to the Tsuchikage's room from the shadows. Yusuzo wasted no time entering the room and closing the door behind him with a thud. This better be important, I was serious about being tired. Inoki said as he sat on one of the chairs inside the room. His office was still styled for their meeting, no one had the time to clean up, so he was just sitting at the end of the table. "Oh, don't worry. You won't be thinking about resting when you hear of this." Uzuzo's cold gaze made the Tsuchikage raise an eyebrow. Inoki then raised his hand, catching a scroll that Uzuzo had sent his way. "What's th-" he spoke as he opened it up and tapped the seal on it. He was interrupted by a puff of smoke, and a bloody arm appeared on his table. Inoki's eyes immediately widened, and he prepared to swear at Uzuzo and call him a madman for bringing such a thing to him, but then he stopped in his tracks, as he recognized the arm. Isn't this the arm of that cloud brat, eh? This wound." His eyes remained wide as he immediately came to the same realization that Uzuzo had come to. "Shit!" the Tsuchikage exclaimed as he waved his hand a few times. 6 shadows seemed to rush out of the room, opening and closing the door behind them. They were Umbu protecting the Tsuchikage's quarters. Now sent away. Finally, some actual privacy. Uzuzo sighed as he grabbed a chair near the Tsuchikage and sat down. "This is bad," Inoki said as he brought his thumb near his mouth. Slowly, he seemed to be biting into his nail, as his eyes narrowed down. Uzuzo closed his eyes and waited for a bit, knowing that Inoki needed some time to assess the gravity of the situation and run through a few situations in his head. After a few moments of silence, Uzuzo tapped the severed arm. It disappeared in a puff of smoke. It was better not to be spotted with it on the table as they spoke. Inoki nodded when seeing that. "Does the Raikage know of this already?" His voice sounded thoughtful and careful. "About the reaction I expected." Uzuzo shook his head as he opened his mouth to confirm the situation further. "No, if he did, we wouldn't be here talking. He was thrown into the way of your last attack. That's where I found the arm. I somewhat recognized it, so I hid it after inspecting it a bit." "Shit. The Raikage is surely going to notice his son's absence though." "He already did. I hid this arm from him. It's safe to assume that the Raikage knows his son's fate, but it's better not to jump to conclusions for now." Inoki nodded as he looked at the scroll in front of him with furrowed eyebrows. After a few seconds, he raised both arms and brought them together, making the hand sign for dust release. Out of his palms came a cone of white light, which only enveloped the scroll and stopped before reaching the table. The scroll was disintegrated instantly. "It's better to not leave any traces. Thank you for bringing this to me. You have done the rock a great service today." Inoki nodded towards Uzuzo. The two of them continued talking after that, furthering their ties a bit more as they assessed the situation. And while they were doing that, the Raikage was off on his own, his gaze still scouring the seas for any sign of his son. A part of him knew. The bond between father and son was strong, and the two of them had truly been inseparable. The Raikage had trained A to walk in his footsteps and become a proper pillar for the Cloud Village in the future. Although A had a lot left to learn, and a lot of personality flaws to fix, the Raikage was still proud of him. That pride, that affection that he had for his son was what held him back from accepting the reality that was staring him in the eye. His son was no more. The Raikage had gotten a foreboding feeling the second that the clones of that masked monster started holding him back, delaying him. And now his son was nowhere to be found. But he did have one slither of hope left. One small ray of sunshine on the storm that raged above his head. And that was the fact that A's body was nowhere to be seen. It was a light devoid of warmth, as the masked monster could have just dragged the body to the bottom of the sea. But wouldn't it have been a better move to let it float up and affect the morale of their troops? Maybe Uzuzo was actually right. Maybe it was trying to track down the saboteur, keeping him at bay. But that went against the A that the Raikage knew. Although impulsive, he respected orders to AT. The Raikage knew that his son wouldn't abandon his duties to chase someone needlessly, especially when he had no genuine way of catching the masked man. Regardless, the Raikage had no way of confirming anything. So, as a father, he refused to believe that his son was dead. "There's no way he's dead. No one can tell me otherwise. Unless I see his body, I won't accept that fact." And so, the Raikage took his thoughts away from the disappearance of his son. He still had a duty as the leader of the Cloud Village. He had plenty of things to worry about and work on. He didn't have the luxury of focusing solely on his worries for his son's safety. So, he got back to work, assuming the role of the steadfast pillar that his people needed. And while all of that was happening, Uzushio finally left the Tushikage's residence. He cracked his neck as he then directed his cold gaze at a small seal in his palm. It's always better to have leverage. Chapter 68, Uncertainty, Departure, and Shores. The expedition continued. What remained of the Shinobi Alliance was now restless and skeptical. All of them had experienced loss. The headcount had led to them realizing that they had lost around 2,600 men and women. Their total numbers were currently at 4,900 shinobi. Still a sizable force, but not as overwhelming as when they had started. The kage were completely stumped. They had lost almost half of their troops in the span of one day. They had also lost 2 kage, and a kage-level figure, who was currently considered MIA, missing in action. But despite their great losses, they could still have a chance to take on the Uzumaki. Even by the most generous estimations, the Uzumaki clan shinobi only numbered around 1,800 if they counted genin, which would normally not go to war. The problem was that the Uzumaki genes led to those shinobi all being more powerful than normal. A Chunin Uzumaki was far stronger than any Chunin from all of the other nations. Only Konoha had an advantage when it came to bloodlines, but they were allies. Some Uzumaki shinobi were weaker, such as those that had their bloodline a bit more watered down. But the Uzumaki were still a dangerous force. The numerical advantage was a necessity when facing the Uzumaki, otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat them. Now, their previously overwhelming number advantage was whittled down to a mere 1-4 advantage. The Shinobi Alliance would lose if every Uzumaki shinobi managed to take down at least 4 enemies. And they had a massive advantage, as the battle was inevitably going to happen in their own territory. And that meant one thing. The extermination of the Uzumaki is no longer set in stone. Uzushio couldn't help but shake his head as he walked over to his own ship and walked into his quarters. To add another layer atop that, their Shinobi Alliance's morale was now dead in the waters. In the short span of one day, the people that were steadfast and confident took a turn for the worst. Jonin watched their students get swallowed up by the harsh and unforgiving whirlpools. Camaraderies and families were broken on the spot. After watching their comrades die one by one, their confidence turned to paranoia, as the prospect of traitors being among them was still the subject of rumors among the remaining troops. Uzushio only speculated that there was one culprit. He didn't have any real evidence. They had no way of knowing even how many people were involved in the attacks. The steadfast and loyal nature of the shinobi in the alliance quickly turned to distrust. After all, how could they not be distrustful of the leaders that had placed them in such situations? Alas, the shinobi were still fiercely loyal to their respective villages, so there was little to no concern about them defecting. Still, there was no joy to be found amongst their troops. The one silver lining, the ray of hope amidst the abyssal seas that surrounded them, was the thought that they only had a few more hours of the journey left. On land, they would no longer have to worry about the waters drowning them. There, they would be able to feel safer. But no one was able to relax. Not yet. The waters were strangely calm, but they had no way of knowing when they would be attacked next. Underneath the waters, Ken still rested, swimming only to keep up with the small fleet of the Shinobi Alliance. He knew that he had done a lot of damage, but at the same time, he realized that he couldn't do much more of it. The shinobi were all on high alert, and most of the cannon fodder had already been purged. Those that were left were either especially skilled Chunin, special Jonin, or regular Jonin. At that point, there was little that his whirlpools would be able to do. Besides slowing down the alliance, of course, but that much wasn't going to do anything. POV kin __________________________________________________________________________________________ What should my next move here be? On one hand, I could try to make a few more whirlpools, hoping to kill off a few more shinobi with them. But at the same time, I think they're already used to this type of attack. It's unlikely that I'll be able to kill more than 100, which doesn't really make much of a dent in the remaining numbers. I could try planting a few more bombs, but I don't have any. I could also try destroying more ships with my claws, but at this point, doing too much might risk them realizing who I am. Getting too close to the ships in general is much harder now that everyone's got their eyes on the waters. Thing is, the second they reach land, I won't be able to do much of anything to them without risking getting found out. Water provided me with the greatest cover imaginable until now. The depths of the ocean aren't exactly traversable, only someone like the Raikage can even survive there. My partial scaled sage mode allows me to live underwater indefinitely. And I can also easily keep up with their fleet. I'm afraid the Uzumaki clan is on its own from this point on. But, honestly, I think that they'll be able to manage from this point on. Their village felt like an actual fortress, with enough Fuuinjutsu and traps that I don't see how the Shinobi Alliance would be able to destroy it. I just hope my letter reached Yoriko, and that he acted accordingly. Regardless, I think my job here is done. Well, I still have to go pillage all of the bodies they left behind. They're still trapped at the bottom of the sea, carrying plenty of valuables. I don't mind getting a few more techniques and equipment. My interference with this war ends here. From here on out, I can wish the Uzumaki clan the best of luck. I'll just send Yoriko intel on the incoming army and get to collecting my due from the bodies in the ocean. Making a profit off of war isn't that bad. Especially when nothing can be tied back to you. I always kept the resources of the Dark Brotherhood a secret, so our library becoming a bit fuller won't rouse any suspicion. Good thing I prepared a cover for this whole mess. But even without it, they wouldn't have had any evidence to link this to me. The Raikage barely saw my figure while he was fighting my clones under the water. I also look completely different from how I did during our last meeting. He may connect the dots with the transformation, but at most he'd contact me to ask about my clan or lineage since my transformation also looks significantly different while in water. Overall, this has been quite a success just with the resources I've gained. I just hope my actions assisted the Uzumaki clan enough. The Raikage and the Tsuchikage, that flying midget, are still extremely dangerous opponents. The Uzumaki might still lose this war, but at least total annihilation is less likely to happen. After the war is over, I will return to make a few deals with them. They wouldn't refuse to assist me after I help them to this extent. It's better this way. I have no assurance that I'll be able to steal some Fuuinjutsu techniques after they actually get destroyed. There's also that Jinchuriki, which appears a bit weaker than B, but more experienced. I can't believe that he's actually fooled both the Raikage and the Tsuchikage. I guess I should never underestimate the cleverness of some shinobi. I did pay attention to their interactions, and while I didn't hear their words, I could still feel what happened above the waters. This is a bit problematic. I kinda wanted the Raikage and that midget to break up and start fighting. Alas, I guess I'll have to send Yoriko some information regarding A's demise. I'm sure he'll be able to use it against them at the best possible moment. Well, better get to it. I have to get my message to Yoriko before the Alliance actually makes its way to them. Thankfully, I am much faster than them. __________________ POV narration ___________________________________________________________________________________________________________ In spite of Ken's momentary inaction, the situation didn't calm down at all for the shinobi. They were unable to rest, uneasiness spread everywhere as many even started contemplating how they would fight in the upcoming war. The kage all noticed this, and it wasn't a good sign. The shinobi were tired before the first war even happened. How exactly would they handle splitting up resources after the Uzumaki fell? Well, at that point, it was more the question of will the Uzumaki even fall? Had you asked any of the kage at the beginning of the expedition, they would have all given you a confident and resounding yes. But now? This expedition is doomed. Better cut my losses before it's too late. Yadaya, the kage representing the land of keys, was the first one to depart. His boats silently separated from the fleet, and no one stopped them. At least at first. The second the other kage noticed Yadaya's intentions, they all flew out to meet him. The Tsuchikage and Usuzo were the first ones to respond and go meet with Yadaya, to try and persuade him to remain. The other kage joined them, calling a de facto meeting on the Yadaya's ship. But unfortunately for them, they were met with a wall. This is preposterous. Anoki shouted as the Yadaya shook his head at the delegation of kage in front of him. I understand your grievances, however, this conflict has already proven to be a bit too much for my men. Yadaya's response was resolute, uncaring for the temporary comrades in front of him. We're still well on our way to defeating the Uzumaki clan. We still have a great numerical advantage. The Raikage grit his teeth as he also tried his hand at convincing Yadaya. A numerical advantage so insignificant that it will turn to nothing when we enter their territory. They're Fuuinjutsu masters, Lord Raikage. We're jumping in their backyard, feel free to expect the absolute worst. Yadaya was unimpressed with his attempt. Even if we're evenly matched, we still have more powerful figures on our side. We have Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Raikage, and even a Jinchuriki. One of the other kage also tried to persuade Yadaya, but that seemed to backfire on him. Oh yeah? So glad that our alliance has such powerful figures. Tell me now, how exactly do you plan to gain anything from this? Yadaya glared at the kage in question, putting him on blast instantly. The kage stumbled a bit, as he seemed confused for a few seconds. Tisk, so much indignation in your voice, yet you're the one being a coward. The Raikage didn't give him time to respond, unfortunately. Yadaya didn't seem afraid to speak out either, he turned his gaze to the Raikage and scowled. Currently, the ones that have already taken the most casualties and losses are us, the smaller nations. Yadaya's voice echoed throughout the room, as the kage of the smaller nations listened attentively. As things stand, even if we do win against the Uzumaki, we will incur heavy losses. At the same time, most of us smaller kage haven't been left with too many forces to move. At that point, most of the faces in the room seemed to turn sour, as Yadaya pointed out a very possible reality to them. How exactly will we, smaller nations, benefit anything from this? Even if we band together, all of us, we still wouldn't be able to do anything against the cloud and the rock, put the waterfall and their Jinchuriki in, and there will be nothing left for us. The smaller kage in the room all seemed to be shocked by that statement, many of them taking in the information with scowls on their face. Shit! This is the worst outcome that could have come out of this whole meeting. Anoki could feel some veins popping as he grits his teeth. We have already agreed to split up the rewards evenly between us. That was a premise of this entire alliance. Anoki quickly refuted, hoping to take everyone's thoughts away from the war that was bound to start after the Uzumaki supposedly fell. I am sure we all know that wouldn't have been the case. All of our nations have been preparing for a third great shinobi war for a while now. We all know when it was going to start. Yadaya shook his head, further angering Anoki. For a split second, Anoki even considered killing Yadaya on the spot. But he quickly shook that thought out of his head. It was the worst possible solution, to the point where it didn't count as one. It would end up further raising tensions with the smaller nations and painting a huge target on his back. Still, the fact that Anoki even considered it, meant that Yadaya was really getting to him. But how couldn't he? With his departure, more were bound to leave as well. It was only a matter of when. Unfortunately for them, the meeting didn't lead to much after that. Yadaya was hell-bent on leaving. And with him went around 350 able-bodied shinobi that could have helped in the war. And after he left, the worst possible outcome stared Anoki in the eye. 3 more kage left. The ones that had incurred the most losses due to Ken's attacks. They simply didn't feel like they stood to gain anything more from continuing to fight alongside the alliance. So, they decided to cut their losses. Together, their forces were only compromised of around 600 shinobi. And with that, the overall force of the shinobi alliance was down to approximately 3,950 shinobi. And when seeing their numerical advantage dwindle, 2 more of the smaller villages pulled out. At that point, Inoki couldn't even do anything about it. The snowball was already rolling. Uzushio could also only curse their misfortune at that point. The Raikage was also ripping out his hair, his frustrations aided by the fact that his son A was still missing. Even worse, the ones responsible for all of their misfortune weren't even there. It's all because of that man. The Gray Fox. That was what the other shinobi in the Alliance had started calling him, the only one that had been seen among their saboteurs. The uncertainty such a figure provided made things a lot worse. And now, with the departure of those other two nations, there were only 5 nations left in the Alliance. And all of their numbers together only amounted to around 3,100 shinobi. At that point, Inoki could only bury his face in his own hands. Just as I had feared. We lost before we even reached the shores. Chapter 69, Capitulation, Crushing Defeat and Disappointment. Ken hadn't expected the Alliance to start falling apart just as he was about to leave. He decided to stick around a bit more when the first kage left, and he was glad to have done so. At this rate, I'll be able to just give the Uzumaki clan the good news that they no longer have anything to worry about. For now at least. After so many nations had left the Alliance, the ones that were left now were forced to have a meeting to debate whether or not it was worth it to continue the operation in any way. The last villages present hadn't suffered many losses, especially the great ones. But now they didn't have any assurance whatsoever that they'd be able to win the war in any way. Ken decided to do his best and listen into their meeting, clutching onto the ship that the meeting was taking place in and popping his head out of the water just slightly. The sound of the crashing waves still annoyed him a bit, but he could still hear the meeting take place, much like he could the last one. And the meeting went about as well as he had expected it to. The remaining nations made the unanimous decision to retreat and regroup for now. They went as far as to sport white flags, to avoid any attacks on their way back. Now, the Raikage was absolutely livid at that. The fate of his son hadn't even been confirmed yet, but now the entire operation was being called off. Unfortunately for him, his son wasn't going to just appear on his doorstep anytime soon. He, much like all of the other kage involved in the Alliance, was forced to return home with bad news. A failure on all observable factors and measures. One so monumental that they couldn't hide it at all, no matter how much they wanted to. So, they decided to just tell the world what had happened on those seas. Despite Uzushio's insistence that there was only one perpetrator, the whole ordeal was blamed on a previously unknown special division of the Uzumaki clan, which had derailed their invasion completely. For now, the only face they had for that division was a man they could only call the Gray Fox. One that, from Raikage's testimony, was powerful enough to stand on his own against most shinobi, though his abilities on land weren't tested. One thing was clear. The previous members of the Shinobi Alliance needed to do some proper information gathering before they even dared to come close to the Uzumaki once more. Either that, or they needed some other way to reach it. The waters were far too dangerous if the Uzumaki were capable enough to mobilize someone like the Gray Fox and his Umbu squad. They didn't know the identity of anyone involved in the Umbu team, so they weren't able to give any kill-on-sight orders at all. One order was issued for the Gray Fox though. It was a run-on-site order, mostly issued by the smaller villages. The Rock Village also issued it, as Inoki didn't want to take any chances. Even if only underwater, someone capable enough to face the Raikage and his son at the same time was not something a regular shinobi could handle. The entire expedition turned into a monumental waste of resources, time and reputation. All of the villages involved became somewhat of a laughingstock for the rest of the shinobi world. But, at the same time, everyone became just a little bit more afraid of the Uzumaki clan. Even the Leaf Village couldn't help but become shocked at the news of the Uzumaki successfully repelling the invasion. They had completely resigned themselves to having to watch their longtime allies die. Hiruzen, the third Hokage and current god of shinobi, could barely wrap his head around the fact that not only had they survived, the Shinobi Alliance hadn't even made it to their shores. Hearing that it was the work of a special division that specialized in underwater combat and sabotage tactics didn't make things much better. The third Hokage thought that he had a good understanding of the Uzumaki clan's strength. It seems our longtime allies have hidden quite a few things from us. Although a bit disappointed, Hiruzen couldn't blame them. He fully understood their position and respected them nonetheless. Unfortunately, one of the leading figures in the Leaf Village didn't see the situation quite as favorably. Danzo had already resigned himself to never being able to become the Hokage as long as Hiruzen was alive. The destruction of the Uzumaki was something he all but expected. He didn't care much for them as allies, he just saw them as a nuisance, especially since they weren't all that willing to share their techniques fully with the Leaf Village. Only a few select people were taught Fuuinjutsu by the Uzumaki, and they were selected carefully and not allowed to share what they had learned. Danzo had tried to get one of his loyal subordinates, brainwashed puppets, to be selected, but he hadn't managed to. He hoped that Fuuinjutsu would become more widespread with the fall of the Uzumaki, so he wasn't all that pleased to hear that they had essentially crushed the alliance of nations that had come together against them. Finding that the Uzumaki clan had hidden such significant power also made him extremely uneasy. Especially when hearing of a figure that everyone titled the Grey Fox. The Uzumaki hiding a person powerful enough to scrap with the Raikage, even if only underwater, was scary. It might be worth becoming less trusting of the Uzumaki in general. I should speak to Hiruzen about that soon. But, no matter how shocked the world was, no one was as shocked as Yoriko, the Uzumaki clan leader, and the Uzumaki clan by extension. Someone coming out of the blue and helping them was in itself appreciated. Yoriko had received an anonymous message not long after the leader of the Dark Brotherhood had left. It had given him instructions on evacuating the civilians within the clan before the war actually happened. Yoriko hadn't actually gotten around to doing that. He knew that they would just get hunted down regardless. The only way they had to leave the land of whirlpools was the place that the Shinobi Alliance was supposed to attack them from after all. The letter did instruct them to put them on a few ships on the opposite shore, claiming they would guide them through the treacherous waters, but Yoriko wasn't about to put the lives of his people in the hands of a random person. So, he had only moved the civilians to bunkers that had been built in preparation. But it seemed that it wasn't even needed anymore. At first, Yoriko thought that the Leaf Village had somehow pulled through and managed to assist them. But that also didn't make much sense. After the war, the Leaf wasn't left in a state in which they could afford to spare any resources to assist them. Sending a specialized squad to completely derail the invasion was completely out of their capabilities at that time. Just as more questions were rising in Yoriko's mind, someone coincidentally came to visit him again. POVkin __________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Now that the Shinobi Alliance is retreating, I can go back to negotiating with Yoriko. I'm sure that the news will travel all over the world by the time I get there, so he'll surely be curious. The true question is, how much of my involvement should I reveal to him? Outright stating that this was all my doing might not work out all that well for me. Especially if Yoriko decides to use that information against me down the line. In the future, my Dark Brotherhood will have nothing to fear, but it would be troublesome if he tries something funny right away. But at the same time, telling him the truth will reap the most benefits. Make him feel indebted to me in some way. In the end, all of my worries lie in whether or not the Uzumaki clan's integrity can be trusted. And it's quite difficult for me to rely on their integrity when I don't know them all that well. I think I'll just go the safer route and just imply that I had something to do with this, that way Yoriko wouldn't be able to hold anything against me, and I have some plausible deniability if the Raikage comes to me later on. I still have that cover I prepared beforehand, the public sightings and all, which will certainly be useful. After all, if Yoriko claims that I had visited them not long before the war was to happen, they still wouldn't be able to connect me to the attack itself thanks to said cover. Yes, that does sound like the best idea. Wherein comes the most pressing issue. My hair is currently shorter than it was when I last visited Yoriko. I cut it to avoid having others draw too many similarities between the red dot and the one facing the Shinobi Alliance. A good move, but things didn't fully go to plan. I didn't think I'd meet up with Yoriko so soon, or at all. I didn't think I'd be able to fully stop the invasion after all. My plan was to just slow them down, then go and assist the civilians in crossing to the land of hot water. Granted, I didn't receive any confirmation that Yoriko would go along with this plan, but that way at least my consciousness would be clear. I didn't just sit by and watch thousands of innocent lives get snuffed out while fully being able to help them. That's commendable in itself. I also saved many more lives today. Since I essentially stopped the shinobi war that the Raikage was going on about in our last meeting. Well, I think I just postponed it for a few years. At least I hope I did. But that remains to be seen. Back to my short hair, which remains the most pressing issue currently. I could use transformation jutsu and try to make it match my previous hair. There is the worry that I wouldn't get the right shade of black though. There's also the fact that other shinobi will be able to detect me more easily and tell that I am transformed. There's always the option of leaving and returning a few months later to talk with Yoriko. But striking the iron while it's hot would likely reap the most benefits. I do have a theory now that I think about it. I was never much of a nerd. I do remember studying a lot about anatomy at some point. I faintly remember that hair growth as a process works in a very similar way to the process of regenerating wounds. It's not entirely the same, but very similar. Nature energy can speed up regeneration to great degrees. How far of a stretch would it be to use this energy in order to manipulate my hair molecules to form and attach to the old ones faster? Well, it did sound like a bit of a stretch at first, but I managed to do it after a few hours of trial and error. Turns out, nature energy is a lot more versatile than I had thought. I might have to look into other ways of manipulating my body using it in the future. That's for later though. After regrowing my hair back to its usual length, I continued making my way towards the Uzumaki clan's village. I also pulled out my armor, coat, and mask from the seal on my wrist. I changed quickly. I'll also later have to burn the clothes that I wore during this whole operation. But I might keep the mask, just in case I ever need an established identity in the future. Making my way back towards the Uzumaki clan wasn't difficult thankfully. I still remembered the way. Gaining a meeting with Yoriko also shouldn't be hard, some people there already know me. It was a bit disappointing to see that Yoriko hadn't actually listened to the letter that I sent him. But that was to be expected anyway. If the war was to happen, all of these deaths were to be on his hands. He probably wouldn't care though, they're part of the village after all. Giving their life to the village is a privilege in itself. Or at least that's how most brainwashed shinobi see it. Whatever, no use in moping about it. That's just the way this world works. There's no changing it. At least I'll benefit a lot from this matter. Let's see just how sincere Yoriko's gratitude is. Chapter 70, Gratitude, Honesty, and Family. Yoriko sighed as he looked at the masked man in front of him. The red dot looked much the same as he remembered him. He initially wanted to postpone the meeting or try to cancel it altogether until the situation became a bit more clear. It was only after a bit of thought that he realized Ken could be able to shine some light on the situation. He was, after all, present on the land of whirlpools while the Shinobi Alliance was approaching. Ken. I was not expecting us to have a meeting this soon after the last. Or ever. Yoriko was the one to start the conversation, dismissing his guards at that exact moment. Even if they were his trusted people, he needed Ken to be willing to speak out honestly. And the masked assassin was likelier to do so in a private environment. Although, expecting honesty out of Ken was a bit much. Indeed, I was also not expecting the Shinobi Alliance to give up so easily. Ken shook his head, his long hair swaying slightly as Yoriko eyed it suspiciously. The only known culprit was said to have short hair. Yoriko did consider the possibility that Ken had some way to regrow his hair quickly, but he had no actual evidence to point towards that. They were torn apart on their way here, as I'm sure you already know. Of course, I know. News travels very quickly. The Raikage's son also appears to be missing. Ken smiled underneath his mask as he crossed his legs. Correct. Do you know how many casualties they had? Yoriko's eyes narrowed a bit as he looked over one of his reports. Unsure if that was ever publicized. But it should have been in the thousands. Ken shrugged as he remembered the bottom of the sea being covered in a blanket of bodies, entire hills of corpses for the fish to feed on. Spoken as if you've seen it with your own two eyes. Yoriko said as he tilted his head. Oh, I wouldn't go so far. I've not seen anything, unfortunately. Technically, not even a lie. The honesty in his tone was almost like a curveball to Yoriko. He's either a very good liar, or is actually being truthful. It wasn't that hard to infer that the casualties ranged in the thousands. If it wasn't that major, then the Alliance wouldn't have disbanded/fled with their tails between their legs. I guess I won't be able to prod too much from him like this. Understood. I'll be more direct then. Did you have anything to do with this whole situation? Yoriko noticed that Ken wasn't going to admit to it unless confronted directly. Even if I did, I would never admit to it, Lord Yoriko. Ken's tone was neutral, speaking as if it was nothing more than a matter of fact to him. Yoriko narrowed his eyes once more at the assassin. However, now that the situation has blown over, I think it would be convenient for us to renegotiate our deal, wouldn't it? There it was. Yoriko smiled as the situation somewhat clicked in for him. I see. So he's not really bothering to hide his involvement from me, but he won't admit to anything that could be held against him in the future. Smart. Ken was already a significant force on the world scale. No one would dare accuse him randomly without any real evidence. Yoriko read a bit between the lines, but it wasn't that hard for him to figure it out in the end. He's either the only culprit, his association helped him, or he is connected to the culprits in some other way. Yoriko would have to verify if Ken was spotted anywhere during the 2-day period. And that would be more of a clarification for him. But even then, he wouldn't have anything concrete to be able to relate the incident to Ken reliably. He had been precise in the way he had handled the whole situation. Not appearing personally at all, not letting himself be linked to it in any way. Fine. Still, our clan appears to have found itself owing someone quite a large favor. He's fought almost the entire shinobi world and made no enemies in the process. Inadvertently also gaining an ally in US. Yoriko at that point had two choices. Play dumb and send Ken out, or reward Ken accordingly and make a reliable ally out of him. There was also the middle ground, which would be treating that as a regular negotiation. But that would have similar effects to the first choice. The first choice, as well as the middle ground, would end up losing any possible partnership with Ken, the Dark Brotherhood, and the Grey Fox, if he even was a different person. He did consider it for a few seconds. His clan was essentially in the clear for now. The hidden villages had squandered a lot of resources. They were going to be safe for a good while. But not forever. Yoriko realized that his clan was still a big target. There was also the reveal of them having someone like the Grey Fox in their ranks, which wasn't all that good in the long run. They had plenty of powerful shinobi and spies, but they didn't have someone of that caliber. Yoriko knew that the fabled Grey Fox would either serve as a deterrent or as a target on their backs. The balance in the world shifted. Our Uzumaki clan now appears far more capable and powerful than it actually is. This will certainly spell our doom eventually. It was that thought that helped him make his decision. I can certainly provide you with techniques, but I can also do much better than that. How about I send a Fuuinjutsu master with you? They can stay at your base from now on, teach you and your people as much as you need to learn. Ken would have raised an eyebrow if he had any. The Uzumaki had never given away any of their masters, the Leaf Village included. Unless it was for marriage, of course, but that didn't really count. They always sold the services of their masters. Knowledge was closely guarded, so sending a master off to teach others was extremely unusual. That would be quite generous of you. Ken was about to comment on the exclusivity of the offer but decided against it in the end. So the Uzumaki have decided that it's better to keep me and my organization close. Huh? Ken didn't for one second think that the Fuuinjutsu masters wouldn't report back to Yoriko. They were most likely going to also act like spies. But that was fine. Having Yoriko know some things wasn't that big of a price to pay when compared to what he was getting out of it. Starting a Fuuinjutsu division within the Brotherhood just like that, huh? Generous indeed. I just realized that cooperating with your Brotherhood would be beneficial to our Uzumaki clan as well. Yoriko nodded with a smile as he took out a few scrolls from a seal on his palm. As a gesture of goodwill, I will send with you my only son. He is still young and has a lot of room for growth as a person, but he is already a fully fledged master. I appreciate your goodwill, Yoriko. I'm sure our cooperation will be a fruitful one. Ken shook the clan leader's hand as the two of them smiled warmly at each other. Ken's face was still hidden, but the intent was there. Yoriko's eyes shined as he closed the deal with that same smile on his face. He also handed Ken the scrolls, informing him that they were high-level Fuuinjutsu techniques. He also gave Ken a basic description of all of them, including their names. The first notable one was the 4-red yang formation. It required 4 participants, all needing to have chakra reserves comparable to that of the 5 great kage. It was certainly requirement heavy, but it was for good reason. It was an almost indestructible barrier that spanned a huge distance. No one could get out, no one could come in. It was certainly one of the strongest barrier techniques, if not the strongest. Then there was the chakra draining seal. That one was quite self-explanatory, but Yoriko explained it himself anyway. It allowed the user to place a seal on an individual which slowly drained them of chakra. All of the chakra was transferred to the user. That one was also very useful. Not as advanced as the previous one, Ken could think of a few uses for it. And, last but not least, a sealing technique called Crimson Seal. It was somewhat of a mix between fire style and Fuuinjutsu. Its other name was Fire Release, Heavenly Prison. Yoriko explained that the ones who were subjected to the technique would have a red seal spread throughout their body, preventing them from molding chakra and from using techniques. It will also drain them of their chakra at a slow but steady rate. It was somewhat sadistic. But Ken could see a lot of practical uses to it. Its best feature was that whenever the one afflicted by the seal tried to leave, they would only get to a certain distance before bursting into flames from the inside. The technique would seal the fate of the victim through a quick, usually non-consensual, cremation. The user of the sealing technique could also ignite the seal whenever they wanted. Ken couldn't help but get excited when hearing about the utility of the seals presented to him. I can't wait to learn Fuuinjutsu properly. Yoriko claimed that the techniques were just gifts he was willing to give him in order to sweeten the deal. And needless to say, Ken was sold. He was long before any of the seals were given, but he wasn't going to refuse a free meal. He already wanted to have a partnership of sorts with the Uzumaki clan, so the entire exchange was a net positive for him. After that, the meeting concluded on a high note. Ken kept the scrolls, and he went off to sleep in his assigned room. He was allowed to spend the night there as Yoriko briefed his son on the entire situation. His only son, Uzumaki Kazu, was excited at the prospect of not dying alongside his clan. He had been in a good mood ever since hearing that the Shinobi Alliance had been crushed mercilessly. But he didn't expect to receive a long-term S-class mission from his father right as the news set in for the rest of the clan. So you're telling me that I have to go and actually teach others our techniques? Uzumaki Kazu was a red-haired and violet-eyed young man. Around 1.7 meters tall, with a rather muscular build. There was no trace of fat on his features. His face and body were littered with numerous scars, all gained from his exploits in the Second Shinobi War. He was only around 21, much older than Uzumaki Kushina, his little sister. The Uzumaki clan leader's family was quite split up, unfortunately. Yoriko's wife had died while giving birth to Kushina. She was weakened by illness. It was an unfortunate loss, but thankfully no one blamed Kushina for it. It was rather the opposite. She inadvertently became Yoriko's treasure while growing up. Anyone that so much as looked at her funny would be set straight instantly. He had even assigned 3 ambush squads to protect her at all times when she was in the land of whirlpools. But the siblings hadn't interacted a lot. While Kushina was growing up, Kazue was stuck training himself and doing missions, eliminating threats and fighting in the Second Shinobi War. And his training certainly paid off. He was now the youngest Fuuinjutsu master and a fully fledged elite jonin, with chakra reserves on par with his father. After the Second War ended, Kazue returned home to find his sister missing, sent off to Konoha for her own protection. He was young and hot-headed, a trait shared by many of the Uzumaki, but he was also loyal to a fault. He was more than prepared to die alongside his father if it meant killing even one more of the people that were going to be threatening his sister's life in the future. He was happy that the worst was avoided. But he wasn't expecting to be sent on a long-term mission now. Yes. You'll be going to one of our newer allies, the Dark Brotherhood. Yoriko nodded, smiling with pride while looking at his son. Sounds familiar. Wait. You mean that group of bloodthirsty bounty hunters? Kazue's eyes widened in realization. I guess the rumors paint them as such. Regardless, that matters little to us. I can't give you any details, but know that their leader played a big part in our survival this time around. Yoriko's gaze turned serious for a few seconds as he stopped playing the part of the father and turned back to begin the clan leader. He didn't like being vague with his own family, but he was also not willing to compromise his relationship with Ken and his associates. Understood, Lord Uzuki. Kazue merely nodded with a serious gaze. He didn't try to ask for more explanations. He knew that the job of the Kage/clan leader was the most important one, and he didn't blame his father for taking it seriously. I knew I could rely on you. You must do your best to learn more about them, at the same time, teach them to the best of your ability. Yoriko nodded to his son as he spoke. Of course, sir. Kazue responded in kind, taking his clan leader's orders to heart. So we aren't holding back our techniques this time around, huh? I guess it was about time. Kazue couldn't help but sigh as he left his father's office. He walked down the halls of the Kage building while his gaze scanned the walls. So the Dark Brotherhood was the one that saved us this time around, huh? Or their leader, I guess? Gray Fox, or whatever. The leader was named differently from what I remember though. Kazue rubbed his chin as he remembered the nickname of the leader. Red Dot. I can't wait to meet him. Chapter 71, Peculiar Character, Camping and Hate. Kazue didn't quite know what to make of the Dark Brotherhood leader during their first meeting. The Red, or Ken as he preferred to be called, was a quiet and reserved individual. But he also had an air of mystery around him, certainly aided by the fact that he always wore a mask. No one really knew how he looked from reports. No one had ever seen his real face. At least nothing like that was ever made public. The first thing that Kazue did was shake the Red Dot's hand. He wanted to test his grip strength. Kazue himself was also a swordsman, one of the best in the Uzumaki clan. He wanted to test Ken's grip strength. Needless to say, Kazue almost had his hand crushed in the process. Thankfully, the nature energy-powered Ken decided to go easy on him. There were already very few people in the world that could even dream to match up to Ken in pure strength. And he was only growing stronger as time passed. He was still young. Even so, Ken was still impressed with Kazue's strength. He really lived up to the name of Uzumaki. His callous palms also allowed Ken to guess that Kazue was a swordsman, which was certainly a big plus. Not only that, Kazue's chakra reserves were larger than all of the blades put together. Well, chakra reserves didn't instantly mean he was stronger, but it was still impressive. If Ken was to rank him, then Kazue was somewhere in between him and Akira, the third blade. It was hard to tell who would win between the two of them. Kazue only had any chance of winning because Ken assumed he would have some sort of sealing technique to deal with Akira's immortality. Otherwise, all Akira needed was a drop of blood to kill Kazue instantly. So a fight between them could go either way. Regardless, Kazue wasn't even a member of the Dark Brotherhood, he was just there on a mission. So his presence at their compound didn't really mean that they were going to get a strong fighter. Ken was a bit disappointed. Or he would have been had it not been for the excitement he felt at the prospect of creating a Fuuinjutsu specialized division. He couldn't wait to spread out formations around the mountain that the compound was located on. They would no longer have to worry about being taken by surprise when Ken wasn't there. Saburo's sensory abilities were also decent, but he couldn't compare to the range that a proper formation made by an actual master could have. Meanwhile, Kazuo was trying his best to understand Ken more and more throughout their journey, which was admittedly hard. Ken and Kazuo didn't speak all that much on the boat ride to the Land of Waves. They were taking the safe route out of the Land of Whirlpools, as Kazuo couldn't exactly run across an ocean. Well, he technically could have with his Churka reserves, but it would have been too tiring for him to do so. They only really started speaking more when camping out in the middle of the Land of Fire. So, where exactly is your brotherhood located? Was the first question that Kazuo had. Like most shinobi, he didn't have much knowledge about the Land of Iron. He only knew that the Brotherhood was there, but that was about the end of his knowledge. Our Brotherhood is located on an unnamed mountain range somewhat near the borders of the Land of Hot Water and Land of Rice. A prime spot for us to be able to collect bounties from all three lands nearby. Ken didn't hold back on the details at all, even surprising Kazuo with how much he spoke. It didn't really make sense to keep such things hidden from Kazuo though, as the Uzumaki prodigy was certainly going to see plenty of the Dark Brotherhood secrets during his stay. Interesting. I've had a few missions in the Land of Hot Waters in the past. Kazuo rubbed his chin as he remembered the bloody affair that was the Second Shinobi War. I'm sure you've had. Shinobi rarely tend to stay within the confines of their own territories when handling missions. Ken's tone sounded a bit spiteful in Kazuo's ears, but he decided to ignore the slight jab. So, how many members will I have to teach exactly? Kazuo asked as he started making plans for his teaching endeavors. He had the theory on lockdown, but he wasn't all that experienced as a teacher. The more people he needed to teach, the harder it would be. Ken also realized that, but he didn't complain too much. He had all the time in the world to slowly teach the entire Brotherhood about Fuuinjutsu. It was also better to have someone younger teaching the children. He could relate to them a bit better. At first, you'll have a batch of around 10 students, most of them will be academy-aged. You'll also be teaching the blades. You can think of them as the top brass within the Brotherhood. Ken nodded as he decided to make the initial class of 10 students. In truth, he hoped to have everyone in the Brotherhood at least somewhat proficient in Fuuinjutsu, while also having a department fully specialized in it. It was a big dream, but he was sure he would achieve it with the Uzumaki clan's help. Yoriko was also likely going to help with more techniques if needed. After all, he hadn't even asked Ken for anything in return for sending his son to the Dark Brotherhood. Well, their contract still stood. As in they would be able to use the services of the Dark Brotherhood for free. Theirs was essentially a full alliance, not unlike the alliance between clans in the same hidden village. There were some lines, but they otherwise fully supported each other. Ken still drew the line at openly offending too many hidden villages, but that line was going to become more blurry with time, as the Brotherhood grew strong enough to handle whatever threats were thrown its way. So, these blades. Mind telling me more about them? Kazuo's questions didn't end there. Ken proceeded to explain more about the structure and future plans of the Brotherhood. To Kazuo's surprise, the Brotherhood was much more than an unorganized band of bounty hunters, as the rest of the world was painting them. It was growing to be a proper hidden village. One within a country of samurai. The two of them kept talking into the night, all until Kazuo had to go to sleep. Ken didn't need any sleep, he had rested enough while within the Uzushio Vicure. The two of them continued their travel after that, avoiding all patrols that may have spotted them while dashing from tree to tree, from rock to rock. The landscape around them changed often, but they still mostly passed through forests, as most of the lands were lush and brimming with nature. Trees were always friends for the shinobi, they provided both coverage and ease of transportation, as jumping from tree to tree was sometimes even faster than a horse and carriage, depending on the skill of the shinobi. Kazuo was thankfully skilled enough to keep up with Ken. Well, as long as Ken didn't try to speed up too much. They were still going at a steady pace. Eventually, the two of them reached the land of iron. At that point, they were already within safe territories. Ken took out 2 winter coats from the seal on his wrist and threw Kazuo one of them, as the landscape around them quickly shifted into a snowy one. The land of iron was cold most of the time. All of its residents had gotten used to the temperatures though. An elite jonin also had no problem with cold temperatures, but Kazuo still appreciated the gesture. The two of them didn't have to travel for much longer to reach the Dark Brotherhood compound. The wooden walls were taller than Kazuo had imagined. There were also plenty of guard posts along the wall. All of them were stationed. Kazuo managed to see at least 9 jonin lining the walls of the village, all of them wearing blank masks, wide-brimmed straw hats and long coats. They really are building a hidden village here, huh? Kazuo had already expected to see other shinobi within the Brotherhood, but he hadn't expected to see so many jonin right off the bat. Especially since they were all acting odd. All of the jonin were unmoving. To the point where all of them had snow accumulated on their hats and shoulders. Even the gate guards were the same. The snow fell off of them as they nodded to Ken and Kazuo as the two of them passed through. I know shinobi are usually determined and steadfast. But it's almost as if they aren't even human. Kazuo was a bit unnerved, but he didn't speak out about it. Not even when some of the guards were slowly rotating their heads towards him. Meanwhile, Ken was either oblivious to their strange behavior, or he didn't care enough to address it despite feeling that Kazuo was bothered by it slightly. An elite jonin should be composed enough to not need any handholding in any situation after all. Despite the fact that it was snowing all around the small compound, the streets and the training grounds were immaculately clean. There was a large bonfire in the middle of the training grounds, and even while it was snowing, Kazuo was able to see quite a few children out and about, either training or enjoying their free time. It was somewhat comforting to see that the Dark Brotherhood was not too oppressive of its youth. But it did make sense considering what Ken had told him. All of the people present, children included, were only there because they wanted to be there. They were allowed to leave at any moment. From Ken's admission, the Brotherhood would even escort the children to the nearest orphanage with enough space for them. It was extremely generous considering the way that shinobi usually treated their young. And Kazuo was well aware of that. He had seen plenty of shinobi of the same age as some of the children training in the compound. He had seen them in the form of corpses scattered around large battlefields. "Father! You're back!" One of the children finally noticed Ken, and they were then swarmed by dozens of children, all of varying ages. They were respectful enough to give Ken enough space, only crowding the space around him as they made way for him to reach his office. They all excitedly started telling him of their exploits during training, some of them even bragging about learning how to cook better. Ken sighed a bit, feeling some of his tiredness being relieved as he listened to the children attentively. "I'm glad that you are all having a good time. I hope that no one has been slacking. Training will only become harder as you grow older." Ken simply patted some of the younger children on their heads as he walked by. Kazuo couldn't help but smile a bit as he looked at the scene. Even though Ken was wearing a mask, he could imagine the smile that was spreading on the assassin's lips. But the atmosphere seemed to die down a bit when another person stepped in. "Children, please don't bother our leader too much. Go back to your training." A man wearing clothes similar to those of the guards, the only difference being his mask. It was white, with only one red slash in the middle. Kazuo recognized the man as the First Blade. Ken hadn't told him their names, only their titles. You'll learn their names eventually if they trust you enough. For now, just refer to them as their titles if needed. Kazuo gave the First Blade a curious look as some of the children finally noticed him as well. They had been so fixated on Ken that they hadn't even spared him a glance. But now more and more of them were looking at the red-haired man that their leader and father had brought back. Let's just say their reaction was less than pleasant. Kazuo could feel their hostility. All of them seemed to have similar thoughts, and none of them were friendly. It was only then that he remembered something Ken had said. All of the children in our compound are war orphans. I hope I don't have to explain why they may dislike you at first. Kazuo was, after all, still wearing his headband. And the children weren't ignorant enough to not know how to identify a shinobi. They didn't attack him or anything. They wouldn't have dared to try anything against someone that Ken considered a guest. But Kazuo still felt quite bad when feeling the hateful gazes of so many children. Even worse, he understood exactly why they hated him. As someone that had participated in the Second Shinobi War, it would have been a lie to say that he didn't feel even a tad guilty under the gazes of those that were truly affected by their conflict. The children all returned to their training after the first blade insisted upon it once again, but some still eyed Kazuo cautiously. Ken didn't make any effort to stop them either, knowing that it would be in vain. There was not one child that didn't detest shinobi within the Dark Brotherhood. And he knew that changing their perspective on that was going to take a very long time. Hell, he himself detested shinobi. So he wasn't even going to try and change their perspective in any way. He just needed them to mature enough to be able to stand some shinobi. Kazuo and Ken continued towards the blind assassin's office after that, with the first blade silently trailing behind them. As they passed the guards stationed at the doors of the building, Ken seemed to signal one of them for something. The guard only nodded wordlessly and dashed away towards a large stone door in the distance. Kazuo assumed it led to some cave system, used either for housing or training. The Uzumaki prodigy sighed as he cleared his mind slightly, calming down from the previous encounter. I guess it's time to meet the Blades, huh? Chapter 72, Meeting the Blades and Invite. The three shinobi/assassins made their way to Ken's office without much issue. Ken sat down in his chair, resting his feet on his desk while stretching his upper body and sighing deeply. Tasho, the first blade, stepped by his side and stood straight with his arms crossed. And Kazuo dragged a random chair in front of Ken's desk and sat down. He only did so after Ken nodded, however, not wanting to appear disrespectful to the organization leader. The three of them didn't speak much, they merely waited for a few seconds before the door swung open. Kazuo turned his head to the newcomers. Two men walked into the room without any sway in their steps. Their clothes were similar to those of the first blade, with the only difference being the mask. Second and third blades, huh? Kazuo narrowed his eyes a bit as he tried to judge the two of them. To his shock, he couldn't get a read on either of them. Both gave him a rather disturbing feeling though. I guess I shouldn't expect less from Ken's subordinates, huh? Glad the two of you made it. Sorry to disrupt your training, third blade. And thank you for clearing up some of your schedule, second blade. Ken's voice was the first one that rang out in the room. The door seemed to close behind the blades, and the two of them bowed to Ken in a respectful manner. No problem, boss. I'm more curious about how you've been doing and who's the newcomer. The third blade responded in a somewhat amused tone as he slowly raised his head and looked towards Kazuo. Oh, I'm sure we'll hear plenty about that. The deal with the Uzumaki clan appears to have gone quite well. The second blade spoke in a much calmer, more dignified voice. He seemed to recognize Kazuo, which caused the Uzumaki shinobi to raise an eyebrow. I doubt I made a big enough name for myself in the war to get recognized so easily. I guess it makes sense that they would look into our clan thoroughly before dealing with us. As Kazuo was pondering on that, the two blades walked to Ken's side as well. The third leaning on the desk while crouching slightly, and the second walking behind Ken, standing beside the first. Now, these are the current top members of my organization. As you can see, there aren't all that many of us. Ken turned his head towards the Uzumaki shinobi as he spoke. That is quite fine. I can understand the concept of quality over quantity. Kazuo smiled a bit as he looked at the three blades in front of him. Although they had casually walked to Ken's side, the Uzumaki could still tell that they were wary of him. It was a good thing, especially for shinobi. The only person he couldn't feel any wariness from was the second blade. And he was the most unnerving out of all the other blades. It's safe to assume he is better at hiding his emotions. Which is even more impressive. One would argue that all shinobi could hide their emotions. But that wasn't the case unless they were part of the Black Ops/Umbu. It was clear that the three blades were plenty skilled. For now, Kazuo decided that the second was the most dangerous, followed by the first, who was almost as difficult to detect as Ken. The third blade didn't seem like anything special to Kazuo, so the Uzumaki put him at the bottom of the list for now. That has been our modus operandi for a while now. Ken nodded as he remembered the number of unrequested applications they received regularly. Many stray shinobi and bounty hunters seemed to be interested in joining, but the Dark Brotherhood's doors were closed to them for now. Accepting too many shady outsiders could prove harmful at the end of the day. Saburo was already enough of a risk by himself. At least Ken knew that Saburo wouldn't turn as long as he kept his end of the deal. But not everyone was that smart. And almost all bounty hunters were greedy. Regardless, let us get over the pointless formalities. Men, this here is Uzumaki Kazu, the son of the Uzumaki clan's patriarch and a Fuuinjutsu master tasked with teaching within our organization. Ken made a quick introduction, only the third blade seemed a bit curious, as he tilted his head towards the red-haired Uzumaki. I see. The Uzumaki clan really went all out this time. The first blade nodded, his tone slightly surprised, but there was no other visible reaction. Meanwhile, the second blade didn't even flinch when hearing that information, no reaction or even an attempt to pretend that he was surprised by the reveal. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Lord Ken has already brought me up to speed on your titles. I don't know your names, but I assume I will get to learn them eventually. Kazuo patted his chest as he gave the blades an honest smile. Suspicions and wariness aside, he was well aware that he would be spending a few years at the very least with the Dark Brotherhood. Getting along with the others was certainly going to make things easier. Pleasure. Name's Akira, by the way. The only one to respond with more than a nod was the third blade. His tone was cheerful. I guess he's the most straightforward one. His reaction further solidified Kazuo's thoughts about the third blade being the weakest link among the blades. But he didn't get to dwell on things for too long, as Ken started speaking right away. Akira here is friendly towards allies, no matter how long they've been with us. But you shall learn everyone's names eventually. For now, we must select your first batch of students. Besides the people in this room, there will be 10 other children. Ken had quite the list to go through. They had to select the children best fit to become Fuuinjutsu experts, and since they were going with the Uzumaki clan formula, they needed to select the ones with the biggest chakra reserves. I can certainly work with that. I'm assuming I'll be provided with accommodations as well, correct? Kazuo nodded as he still remembered Ken mentioning something like that before. Correct. Your accommodations will be within this building. Ken nodded before turning his head towards the first blade, who also nodded and started speaking. We will set up some ground rules. The first rule was simple. Never go into the basement. The second blade's research is secretive in nature, and it is completely forbidden to outsiders. You are to not bother him in any way unless under Ken's instructions. Kazuo only nodded towards the first blade, already expecting something of that nature. The second rule was also simple. That was to not go into the training cave without proper authorization. Those were the only two rules that really restricted Kazuo in any way. There was another where he had to inform either Ken or the blades if he left somewhere or planned to go somewhere, but that was neither here nor there. It was all understandable/expected. The Dark Brotherhood would obviously need to know Kazuo's location while his teaching mission was still active. After that, the rest was mostly about scheduling his classes and the children he'd be teaching. They weren't yet selected, but they would be by the end of the day. In fact, Saburo's clones were already watching and judging which children were best equipped to learn Fuuinjutsu. They needed to have both good chakra reserves and patience, while also having to display high intelligence. Eventually, the 10 children were selected. It wasn't that difficult either. Most of the children within the Dark Brotherhood were intelligent enough to grasp the opportunity to be there in the first place. The training of the Brotherhood had already conditioned plenty of them into learning patience. So it ended up being more of a contest of chakra reserves. Surprisingly, the child that was missing a leg Tatsukio, was one of the best in that aspect. His missing limb had somewhat affected his improvement speed when it came to physical training, but he seemed to be extremely well fit for tasks that required quick thinking and complex thoughts. The exercises that the Dark Brotherhood had them perform weren't only physical after all. They were being tested weekly on all measurable metrics, being turned into the perfect killing machines. With their consent, of course. Kazue was happy to receive a list of students so quickly. One of Saburo's clones delivered it to him before the meeting even ended. It even provided him with a short profile of each student, talking about personality, past, observed talents, and even possible issues that may arise during teaching and possible ways to avoid said issues. Ken couldn't read the paper, but just from Kazue's changes in behavior and expression, he was able to judge that Saburo had likely gone a step above the usual with his reporting. He always has the odd habit of being too concise. I just hope that he didn't write anything weird in there. Thankfully, nothing was weird on Saburo's list. But shockingly for Kazue, the issues that were listed weren't what one would expect from regular children. None of the children was raising concerns about possible tantrums, lack of attention, and motivation. Those weren't even mentioned in any way. Instead, most of them had the same issue: an utter loathing for shinobi of all kinds. Hiding headband might be a requisite for classes to go smoothly. Kazue's smile trembled a bit when reading that sentence. But he also agreed with it wholeheartedly. It was already clear from earlier when we were outside. But teaching might just be easier if I do it without my headband on. I'll just treat this like a regular undercover mission and be done with it. Kazue somewhat resigned himself. One detail that every child on the list shared was the fact that they were war orphans, and that was really all the explanation needed for the hatred. Other than that, there's not much else for today. The guards at the door will guide you to your room. You can settle in. Classes will start next week, so you can get proper rest and make a proper structure before they start. Ken spoke out after the Uzumaki was done reading the list. At the same time, the two guards that were outside the door of Ken's office stepped in. Very well then. I'll get settled and plan things out. Have a great day, Lord Ken, Blades. Kazue slowly got up, nodded to Ken and his subordinates, and left, following the clones out of the room. After a few seconds, the Blades all walked out in front of Ken and stood in a line. So, how were things while I was away? Ken asked as he didn't move from his position one bit. His hand only reached up, pulling his mask off and placing it on his desk. Training proceeded normally. The child we chose as your double was also not affected in his training. He hasn't cut his hair, so he is still prepared to take your place in case anything happens. Tasho was the first of the Blades to speak out, earning a nod from Ken, who was quite pleased to hear that he now had a reliable double if needed. My experiments have also been proceeding as usual. I've also been able to create a few more clones, though they aren't exactly anything special in chakra reserves. Saburo gave the next report, not going into much detail regarding experiments, but still giving Ken the more important information of him expanding his numbers. Good, at least we now have more disposable hands to use in the laboratory. Ken nodded as he then turned his head towards Akira. My training has been going well. Learning from that whack job is difficult, but I'm making progress in deciphering his ramblings. Akira's assigned task, besides holding the fort while Ken was away, was to look into more cursed techniques. And to help with that, they had the still very alive, immortal that they had captured. Saburo didn't have any time left in his schedule to slowly pry more information out of him, so the task was delegated to Akira. Ken was glad to hear that everything had gone well in his absence. Besides that, it seemed that Saburo had a few more things to add. The Land of Iron had sent a delegation. Nothing unusual, but the daimyo called for you. Again. Saburo's voice sounded almost annoyed, and Ken also sighed in frustration. This wasn't exactly the first summons they had received from the daimyo, it was actually the third. They were able to ignore it in the past, as Ken was busy with his own training and then with planning out his excursion to the land of whirlpools. But it was rather difficult to ignore the daimyo after making a very public appearance on his lands. I'll go visit him after resting a bit. The blind swordsman couldn't help but sigh once more as he realized how bothersome living as a leader actually was. We could just send a representative. Like Tasho. Saburo spoke out, sensing Ken's displeasure. The first blade seemed to feel a bit called out as he snapped his head at the strawman, who innocently ignored him. No. They called me specifically this time around. Besides, Tasho isn't that great with diplomatic talks. All is good. I doubt it'll be more complicated than your usual assassination request. Ken just waved his hand dismissively. In a sense, ignoring the daimyo's calls even once was probably a bad move. But Ken had the leverage to ignore him all he wanted. After all, the daimyo still owed Ken. He wouldn't normally go and make any requests of him, now would he? Chapter 73, Personal Request and Plan. Things were going quite well for Harada Yuichi. As the daimyo of the Land of Iron, everything was proceeding in the best way possible. The Land of Iron was prospering, and crime was becoming more and more of a rarity, as the iron rule of both the samurai and the Dark Brotherhood made criminal groups extremely rare. Much to Yuichi's surprise, the Dark Brotherhood had managed to rack up enough bounties to discourage criminal organizations from settling in their turf much sooner than expected. It seemed that the assassins worked day and night, restlessly. That allowed their nation to prosper, which was a much better outcome than they had initially expected. There was also the fact that the shinobi side of the world was surprisingly peaceful, which helped with trade and commerce. A war had been avoided with the failure in taking down the Uzumaki clan, and the Land of Iron was just one of the many nations that managed to profit from that. Now, with the nation being steered in the perfect direction, towards a hub of prosperity and peace, there was one problem left. Fatherhood was unfortunately not panning out that greatly for Yuichi. As a single father, he had always done his best to keep his daughter away from the struggles of both regular life and noble life. In a sense, his daughter was a sheltered child. Or at least she used to be. All until that incident. Currently, Yuichi's daughter, Harada Yu, was becoming a great cause for concern. Her requests to learn swordsmanship had gotten more and more frequent, and Yuichi had no choice but to concede, as he was a pushover when it came to his daughter's happiness. Mifune ended up being the appointed teacher. The daimyo wanted the very best for his offspring, and there was none better under his regime than the general of the Land of Iron. The general was happy to teach the little girl something more about the blade. But it wasn't long into their training that Yuichi received a concerning report. It would seem that your daughter is more interested in assassination techniques than swordsmanship. And the final nail in the coffin? You herself came up to him and made an even more unusual request. Daddy. Can you get Ken, the man that rescued me, to teach me instead? The final nail in the coffin, which was Yuichi's mental state. It was only then that it clicked for the poor daimyo. His daughter was infatuated with the man that had saved her life. It was the usual fairy tale, the knight in shining armor. It was just that his daughter's knight also happened to be an assassin and to have plenty of heads impaled on his lance. At first, Yuichi immediately rejected his daughter's request, hoping for her interest to die down in time. Children were usually quite momentary in their affections after all. Unfortunately for him, Yu's affection was bridging more into obsession. And it wasn't exactly directed towards Ken. But he had no way of knowing that. Eventually, he had to cave in. He had no real choice when Yu started starving herself. So he started trying to get an audience with Ken. Once, twice. His efforts seemed to have gone unnoticed. But his daughter wasn't discouraged. She was already becoming a bit happier when seeing her father make an effort to help her. Thankfully, the third message received a response. Right when Yuichi had some alone time in his office, right after he sent his guards away for a few moments to try and relax his mind. That was when the red dot showed up in his office. It almost looked like the wind had dragged him in, even though there was no window large enough for a human to fit in. Regardless, the short man looked just like Yuichi remembered him. The only observable difference was that his mask seemed to have a different shade of red, which was a bit suspicious. I do have to commend General Mifune, sneaking into this place has become a lot more difficult. Probably just a transformation. His voice is the same, and there aren't many people that could sneak into this place like he does. Yuichi was wearing his regular regal robes, without the headdress this time. There was nothing to obstruct his face, so Ken finally got a decent feel of how the man looked, sensing the wind bend around his features. Features that were quite average. Sunken cheeks, but otherwise even features. Some would even describe him as handsome. But that was quite unimportant to Ken. Difficult, yet you're still here. Unannounced and unnoticed by my guards. Yuichi was less surprised this time. After Ken's last appearance, he had somewhat expected the assassin to just waltz in there whenever he wanted. Mifune hadn't yet managed to strike a deal with the Uzumaki clan, so they hadn't quite upped their game defense-wise. They just had a lot more eyes on all possible entrances. You did call for me. And from your reaction, you were expecting me. The red dot tapped his mask a few times as he spoke. I was hoping you would respond. I can't blame you for not coming sooner. I assume you are a busy man. Yuichi nodded, confirming the assassin's words without much hesitation. Let's get straight to the point, shall we? The situation is a bit delicate. I'll call on Mifune. His testimony might help you understand it a bit better. Yuichi then pulled out a strange bell from his desk and rang it thrice, before setting it back in its drawer. I take it this isn't a regular assassination request, is it? Ken tilted his head as he asked in a neutral tone. I have a feeling this will be both profitable and annoying to deal with. Well, it never is simple when working with people like the daimyo. It's not even an assassination request. But I can assure you, you will be greatly compensated for complying. The daimyo once again confirmed Ken's suspicion, as the assassin just heaved a sigh. Fine, whatever. Let's just hope it won't take too much of my time. I had to send Akira alone to collect all of the valuables from the Shinobi Alliance corpses. It'll take him at least a month or two alone. Well, at least he'll be able to discern what's valuable and what's not. Ken pondered on a few more things that he had to do after he was done with the daimyo's request. As he did so, the door to the daimyo's office swung open, and Mifune walked in with a confused gaze. That confusion turned to shock upon noticing Ken, who was just lounging in a random chair. And that shock quickly turned into frustration. You! He placed his hand on the hilt of his katana, but Yuichi stopped him by simply coughing once. Now, we've already been over this. No use in repeating the events of our last meeting with Sir Ken. Yuichi's voice seemed to dispel some of Mifune's frustrations, but the general was still quite annoyed. Thankfully, he stopped reaching for his blade. Instead, he just walked up to the assassin, who was still calmly laying in his chair. How did you get in? The general's tone was certainly not friendly, but at least it wasn't hostile anymore. There are people all over the castle and walls of the city. But people tend to blink sometimes, you know? At that point, Ken was fast enough to slip by whenever a guard blinked. It wasn't even that difficult for him to do either. After all, no matter how trained a soldier was, he wasn't ever going to be as reliable as a high-tech camera/motion sensor from back in his old world. Hell, some of the richer people he had assassinated in the past even had automated wall-mounted gun turrets that responded to motion sensors. Overall, even without speed, he had snuck into more difficult places. Though he did have the proper equipment to help him. Understood. Mifune nodded and then turned to the daimyo. Lord, I must apologize for this failure. Once again, our defenses have failed us. He took a knee and apologized with a resolute look on his face. No need to feel ashamed, General Mifune. We're dealing with someone that is quite likely the best in the business. Thankfully, he is an ally. Yuichi looked towards Ken as he spoke, trying to see the assassin's reactions. To his surprise, the masked assassin nodded. Indeed. We are currently allies. There is no reason to be too concerned about me strolling in here unannounced. I did receive an invitation, but it didn't state that I should come through the front door. Mifune just sighed upon hearing Ken's nonchalant tone. He got up and nodded. Still, I will instruct my men to be even more careful from now on. Mifune shook his head before looking back to his daimyo. Other than that, how may I assist you, Lord Yuichi? General, could you please be so kind as to explain to Sir Ken the situation with you? Yuichi couldn't help but sigh as the meeting finally started steering in the correct direction. You. The name sounds familiar. Who? That little girl. Ken rubbed his chin as he finally remembered the little girl. He had somewhat forgotten about her after 1 year. All that mattered to him was that Yuichi still owed him a favor. Still, he already owes me one. The situation must be quite dire if he actually needs my help again. Of course, Lord Yuichi. Mifune nodded to the daimyo before turning towards the assassin once more. Red dot. I have been training Misu for a while now. And it would seem that the daimyo's daughter has developed a rather strange interest in assassination techniques, as well as similar fighting styles. More specifically, the techniques you used to dispatch her kidnappers a year ago. Mifune was quick to summarize the situation. Techniques? I was just playing around. The kidnappers were a bit strong, but they were at most at the level of a regular Hatamoto. We assume that this interest is birthed out of an infatuation with you, as she has specifically requested you to become her teacher. Mifune continued as he shook his head, also a bit frustrated by the situation. Having the daughter of the Land of Iron's daimyo trained as an assassin was bad enough. But she also insisted on being trained by Ken, who was overall a controversial figure even among shinobi/assassins worldwide. Ken's methods were brutal and effective, sure. But many had also called his methods a bit more akin to torture fighting. Especially the samurai that found the bodies of the kidnappers. This sounds a bit concerning. I am not someone a young girl ought to be infatuated with. Ken scowled a bit underneath his mask as he quite disliked gaining such attention from an actual child. I am glad you think that. Although girls in this land marry quite young, my daughter is still a bit too young for that. Yuichi nodded with a wide smile on his face. Reflected on it was the pride of a doting father. But Mifune seemed to have other thoughts. Although she is certainly young, she is currently 13, which is the legal age in our land. Though that doesn't matter in any way. Lady Yu is royalty, I am sure you understand the implications of that, Sir Ken. The general didn't care as much about her mental maturity as he cared about status. After all, most 13-year-old girls were getting married in the Land of Iron. Especially young girls of noble descent. Of course, I wouldn't be interested in marriage regardless. At least not for now, or anytime soon. I am not even of legal age in this country. Damn, so that little brat is actually physically older than me? Ken was a bit pissed at that thought. But there was nothing he could do about it. He only hoped he would grow old faster. So that's what you want from me? To train your daughter into an assassin? Ken crossed his arms and turned his head towards the daimyo. Well, no. We actually have a plan to put her infatuation to rest. Yuichi smiled once more as he started talking. Ken also smiled a bit underneath his mask. Good. Let's hear this plan. Chapter 74, Reunion and Plan in Action. So that's the plan, huh? Ken's shoulders slumped a bit as he tilted his head. At least I won't have to teach some spoiled brat. I can also always refuse, but making daimyo owe me another favor is certainly going to be helpful in the future. The more leverage I have over him the better. This also sounds like easy money regardless. Yep. Do you think you can do it? Not that I doubt you can get your hands dirty, but we don't wish to inconvenience you too much with this. Mifune nodded to the masked assassin, while the daimyo sighed a bit. If you do agree, I will make sure you are paid well for this request. If our plan is successful, I am even willing to grant you a noble passage seal, giving you an honorary title of nobility within the Land of Iron. Mifune's eyes widened a bit when hearing his lord's words. Yet he didn't get to question that decision, as the daimyo decided to explain himself right away. Since I already owe you a favor, I believe this should be enough to compensate you for your time. Mifune still seemed dissatisfied though. Accepting an assassin as nobility was quite the move. The other noble families were also definitely going to complain about it. I don't wish to gain a noble title. I am happy as long as I get proper payment. Noble title. It does sound nice, but it would essentially further tie me down to this land. Even if it's just an honorary title, I wouldn't go out of my way to gain it. That is fine. The offer will remain on the table, and you will still get proper compensation regardless. Yuichi nodded, seemingly expecting Ken's refusal already. I will go and arrange for our plan to be completed today. Mifune nodded and turned to leave the room, taking one last glance towards the assassin that had snuck past all of their defenses effortlessly before leaving and closing the door behind him. Now then. I guess I will go meet your daughter. Out in the field should be fine. Ken nodded towards Yuichi, who seemed to also agree. Of course. I will let her know to go out and meet you. I'm sure she'll be excited. Yuichi just nodded and slowly stood up, while Ken left through the door normally. That's new. The daimyo had half expected Ken to turn into a bat and leave out the window or something along those lines. Seeing him use doors was surprising enough. Thankfully the guards didn't stop him, as Mifune had already informed everyone about his presence. Ken walked through the halls while humming to himself. Sometimes either a guard or a servant would give him a strange, almost hostile look. I guess sneaking into their leader's office makes them a bit wary of me. Whatever. The blind assassin could feel their wariness, their hostility. But he didn't really care about any of it. Instead, he was stuck contemplating how exactly he had managed to get the attention of that little princess. Hell, I was expecting her to not ever want to see me again. That type of situation would usually leave someone traumatized. He had half expected the little girl, to ask the daimyo to keep him as far away from the palace as possible. I guess she did seem relatively accommodating even back then, and went as far as to invite me to the palace. I guess a little girl that grows up on stories of heroism would fall for a perceived hero. As much as Ken found the situation annoying, he also was thankful for it. Even if he didn't get a favor from the daimyo, he was still going to request an exorbitant amount of money. After all, one couldn't just hire an assassin on the level of the 5 kage for a genin-level mission. Yep, to Ken, his current predicament was very similar to some of the missions that beginner shinobi were sent on. He remembered Tasho telling him a few things about them. Missions ranging from cleaning up the streets to finding lost cats. It wasn't exactly what one would envision genin getting sent on. Even worse, the genin that had only gotten sent on such missions would then be sent to war. Expected to excel on a battlefield with nothing more than the theoretical knowledge from their academy. It was basically a death sentence. And a huge reason why Tasho had ended up where he was. Ken eventually reached the courtyard of the daimyo's palace. He sat down underneath a tree, shaking it slightly as he leaned with his back on it. Snow fell on top of his head as he took a deep breath. He didn't bother shaking it off. Instead, he just started meditating a bit, feeling the nature energy gathering up around him, being drawn to him. Then, just as he formed a vortex of nature energy around him, he let off chilling murderous intent, causing it to dispel instantly. The tree he leaned on even seemed to try and sway away from him, going slightly against the wind. Nature energy was still drawn to him, but, unlike chakra, it seemed to have a mind of its own. It would either fear Ken or love him unconditionally. The blind assassin had experimented with it many times. To the point where he doubted if there was anyone else in the world with more mastery over nature's energy than him. Granted, he had yet to meet anyone capable of drawing it in or controlling it in any way. As Ken was mulling over these thoughts, a small figure ran into the courtyard. A young girl with shining eyes, and a wide smile stretching on her face. The guards couldn't help but smile warmly when seeing her pass by. Her features were fair, to the point where one could clearly tell that she was a little princess just by looking at her face. The expensive clothes made out of silk certainly helped too. Ken could sense most of her features as she ran up to the tree he was leaning on. He could sense a great number of emotions within her. Emotions like excitement, happiness, and a severe lack of patience, which was rather normal for children her age. "Sir Kin!" She brought her hands together, skipping from side to side while staring at the blind assassin that was still sitting on the ground in front of her. "It's been a while, little brat." The blind swordsman slowly stood up, patting the snow off of his shoulders as he cracked his neck a few times. Now standing at his full fake height, Ken was around 1.55 meters, 5.08 feet, tall, while the little princess was around 1.40 meters, 4.6 feet. "At least this brat isn't taller than me. It's already enough that she's older." You didn't seem to appreciate being called a brat, but she was far too excited to bring that up. "Oh my God! I am so glad that my father finally managed to contact you." Her emotions were definitely reflected in her tone and mannerisms as she continued skipping from side to side like an overly excited child on Christmas Eve. "I am quite busy usually. Would you mind telling me exactly what, and why, you wish to learn from me?" The blind swordsman cut right to the chase, not exactly bothered about catching up with the little lady. "Well..." You seemed to stop suddenly, bringing her hand to her mouth, seemingly gaining a thoughtful expression as she looked at Ken's mask. I do appreciate Lord Mifyun's teachings. But it's just not what I want to do. I want to be like you." You eventually managed to get out her thoughts, as her gaze eventually reached the ground. She seemed to be ashamed for a second, before turning a bit red as she remembered the day that Ken saved her. The way he killed those men. "I'll be able to do it as well one day. At least with his guidance." While you was fantasizing about her lessons, Ken was taking her outward response a bit differently. She seems to have turned a bit skittish, shy. Maybe the daimyo was right? Is she truly just infatuated with her savior? Well, I guess his plan has more chances of being successful like this if this is truly the case. Ken, much like Yuichi and Mifyun, assumed that Yu was simply lying. That she just wanted to spend some time with her savior, to get to know him on a personal level. Fine. But before I teach you anything, I need to confirm a few things. Call it a test. Ken's voice seemed to bring the little girl back to the conscious world as he started walking into the middle of the courtyard. "Oh! Anything. I'll do anything. Just promise me that you'll teach me afterwards." Yu's voice sounded even more excited than before as she skipped after him. "Naturally. Don't worry, you'll forget all about wanting to learn from me after today." Ken sighed as he stood in the middle of the courtyard. He then turned his head to the side and gave one of the samurai watching them a nod. The samurai nodded back, before leaving and returning with 3 chained men. They wore torn rags, blindfolded and gagged. Their hands and legs were cuffed tightly, chains connected them all together. The men released muffled screams and tried to struggle while being dragged out by the more physically capable samurai. They were gagged, and they were too weak to resist as they ended up thrown into the middle of the courtyard, right in front of Ken and Yu. Yu looked at the 3 of them with a confused gaze, her eyes shining for a second as she looked at Ken's back quizzically. "These 3. It doesn't matter what they did to reach this place. It doesn't matter who they are or used to be. Today, they will die." Ken turned his head towards Yu, while the 3 men trembled and tried to get up. 3 samurai appeared behind the prisoners, kicking them in the back of their knees, forcing them to kneel on the hard and cold ground. "And you will kill them." Ken then tapped one of his wrists, but he didn't take out a long blade or even a kunai for that matter. "But you won't kill them normally." "No, that would be too easy. Too quick. Too impersonal." Yu gasped when seeing the object that Ken extended to her. A scalpel, one with a blade so small that any one of her fingers was bigger. Quickly, her heartbeat became faster and faster. She stared at the scalpel in her palm with a startled expression. Her entire face was hidden from everyone, only Ken could feel the slight changes in it. The panic, the fear. The excitement? Wait a minute. Something isn't quite right. Ken could feel some blood rushing to her face. he assumed that she turned red. Holy shit. Don't tell me. No, I need to confirm this. I was going to ask you to just slit a throat. But judging by your reaction, that might be too little. The samurais seemed a bit startled when hearing what Ken said. They couldn't really see their young lady's reaction after all. They were a bit uncomfortable with the whole situation in general, but they were given orders to listen to the assassin's commands, so they couldn't disobey. Ken slowly walked over to one of the men, allowing the samurai holding him down to step back. The blind assassin took off the man's blindfold, revealing the prisoner's panicked expression. He then removed the man's gag, allowing him to breathe freely. Please spare me. Those were his first words. But Ken ignored him completely, having no sympathy to give for an actual murderer. All three of the men brought into the courtyard were hardened criminals, with crimes ranging from child abuse, murder, smuggling, kidnapping and rape. They were going to be tortured and killed by the state regardless. Gouge this man's eyes out. Slowly. Ken slapped the man once, silencing him instantly before he turned to you, whose hands were already shaking. If she goes through with this, then we might have some bigger problems on our hands. Chapter 75, Torture, Natural, Father's Plight and Help. Ken studied the little girl's shaking figure with curiosity, unsure of what to expect from her. The samurai present seemed to be rather confused at the assassin's intentions. Why would he tell their young lady to get her hands dirty in such a gruesome manner? Well, not like she would accept. Right? Reality is oftentimes different than what you would normally expect. With not even a second's hesitation, the little girl seemed to be possessed. She lounged forward, holding the small scalpel with one hand, thrusting it forward towards the man's right eye. Please don't dash. The prisoner didn't even get to finish his sentence before the little girl plunged her scalpel towards one of his eyes, missing slightly and cutting near his temple and eyebrows. The man released a pained scream and tried trashing against his restraints. The samurai and nearby prisoners seemed to flinch at the man's screams. The samurai were even about to intervene before Ken raised his hand, stopping them before they even took a step in her direction. The little girl didn't seem discouraged about missing once, nor did she seem discouraged by the man's despairful wailing. Instead, she used her free arm to grab onto the man's disheveled hair, pulling on it slightly and holding his head in place as she then took another stab at his eye. This time, her aim was good, her hands precise. Ken felt the scalpel plunge into the prisoner's iris without any resistance, squirting out blood, tears, and eye fluids. The girl didn't stop there. Her task wasn't to stab the man's eyes, but to gouge them out. Slowly, painfully. All of her repressed sadism seemed to come out all at once, unleashed upon the poor prisoner that was now nothing more than a victim. His cries of pain, his requests to be saved. No one was going to listen to them. The girl then took out the scalpel. It was so sharp that it didn't even pull out the eye with it, so she could continue having fun. She continued plunging it, this time into the sides, slowly but surely pooping the eye out as she cut into the muscles that were holding it in place with almost surgical precision. Although certainly passionate, she was clearly also an amateur. She wriggled around, causing her victim more and more needless pain with each cut. After the eye pooped out, she slashed only one more time to cut it off completely, allowing the mangled eye to fall to the snowy ground, which was now almost painted red. The man ended up passing out, while the samurai watched on with both disgust and fear, as the young lady then continued to do much the same to the man's other eye. Meanwhile, Ken watched on without any reaction. His unmoving back and lack of reactions further helped unnerve all of the people watching. Yeah. This is exactly what I feared would happen. But hey! At least she's not infatuated with me, per se. Ken felt the little girl's scalpel plunge deep into the man's eye. The pain seemed to wake him up once again as his squeals continued. I think I know exactly how to diagnose this. She's simply a natural sadist. Like I am, but I learned to repress it to some extent. Unlike her, I have a lifetime of experience where I just played into this same obsession. Eventually, Ken released a sigh, just as the little girl continued cutting into the man's eye. That sigh sounded almost bored to the samurai nearby, which further unnerved them. The little girl also looked up, her glee vanishing for a moment as she wondered if she did something wrong. Instead of just wondering, she voiced her concern out loud. Am I doing it wrong? The little girl's innocent voice and frown didn't at all fit her almost crazed eyes and bloody face. She could feel the samurai in the courtyard looking at her with disgust. She almost felt a little guilty. But after an entire year of wanting to do such a thing, that guilt was overshadowed by bliss. However, despite her momentary bliss, she was growing concerned. Not because of the samurai, but because of Ken's sigh and lack of reaction. Was she bad at it? Did she not have any talent? Was he disgusted by her inadequacy? She couldn't have that. She wanted him to be her teacher. Their lessons hadn't even started properly and she was already allowed to do something she could only dream of before. She needed him. Much to her despair, Ken didn't respond right away. Instead, he took a small handkerchief and patted the blood off of her face, fully revealing her face to the world. Her eyes were almost bloodshot, she seemed to be out of breath. Her black hair almost dangled in front of her eyes. And her cheeks were adorned with a deep blush. You did plenty, Ken said before placing his arm on the suffering prisoner's head. The little girl took her hand away at that moment, extracting the scalpel out of his left eye as well as she watched Ken's hand. Before she could even open her mouth and ask to be allowed to play more, Ken's hand seemed to grow in size, becoming covered in scales. His fingers dug into the prisoner's scalp as the man struggled for a few more seconds. Before. Crunch. The man's remaining eye, weakened by Yu's knife, popped out of his crushed skull as his life was finally snuffed out, sparing him any further pain. Monster. What a monster. The samurai all reacted the same, reaching for their blades as they sweated heavily in front of the masked assassin. Ken didn't even acknowledge their presence there. He simply sighed as he shook bits of the brain off of his hand with a flick of the wrist, further painting the snow around them. That. You looked at the scene with wide eyes. She then blushed and brought both of her hands together. That was amazing. Can I learn to do that as well? She skipped happily from side to side, much like she had done when Ken had first seen her. Needless to say, it seemed a lot less innocent when she was smeared in blood from head to toe, after torturing a man. Unlikely. You'll possibly be able to do something similar. Ken didn't give her a straight answer, instead, his head turned to the other two prisoners. The two of them trembled, the cold and the fear had gotten to them. Getting to hear their comrade getting tortured by a clumsy little girl didn't help their anxiety. One had already pissed himself, the snow turning a deep yellow as he shook and cried under the blindfold. That's awesome. I can't wait. Yu's figure shook with excitement, her hands raising as she then also turned to the other two. Can I keep going? She brought her hands together, almost pleadingly. Ken considered it for a moment, before sighing deeply. Before the samurai could even react, Ken unsheathed the blade of one of them, cleaving the heads of the two criminals in that same motion, before plunging the blade into the ground in front of its owner. The samurai that had his sword stolen couldn't help but take a step back in fear as he felt his empty sheath. The others grasped their blades, fear gripping their minds as not one of them could even react to the assassin's movements. This concludes today's test. You can go rest for now. Ken waved the disappointed little girl off. Yu's excitement may have been dampened, but she was still pleased to have passed Ken's test. Even more, she had gotten a glimpse at her teacher's true strength. He was even faster than Mifune. Well, I can't react to either of them. But he seemed faster. The little girl fled to her room after that, happily humming and skipping along, unnerving all of the servants that saw her in her bloody clothes. Eventually, one of them did drag her to take a bath. And while that was happening, Ken entered Yuichi's office once more. Mifune was already there, looking at the ground with a dark expression, and Yuichi was looking even more grim. I'm guessing you received a report already. Ken crossed his arms and tilted his head at the daimyo. Yes. One of my men came and told me the moment it all started. Received a detailed report minutes after it was done. Yuichi didn't raise his head to look at the masked assassin. Ken just sighed and sat down on a tatami mat nearby. WWH-Yuichi's voice was interrupted by Mifune's booming voice. Why would you let her go through with it? The general sounded almost personally insulted. It couldn't be helped after all. The general saw you as his granddaughter. He didn't like the thought of her staining her hands in such a gruesome manner. He was angry, frustrated. And he didn't have anyone to take out that frustration on. No one besides Ken, that is. Who could technically be blamed for the escalated brutality of their plan? General Mifune. Yuichi sighed when hearing his general's angered tone, but he didn't try to calm him down. He did want to hear Ken's answer first. Why, huh? Ken shook his head when hearing that question, lamenting its stupidity before signing once more. I can't expect them to know what it's like. It was a gamble, of sorts. A test. Ken's voice made Yuichi raise an eyebrow. As a father, he could feel anger boiling in his veins, but as a leader, he knew that he couldn't lash out at Ken. A gamble? You tarnished Leiyu's purity for a gamble? Mifune was less restrained though. He was a powerful samurai, unafraid of anyone and anything. Sorry to say this, but there's not much purity to be found in her. Ken's words seemed to grate Mifune further. The general took out his katana, seemingly resolved to die if it meant taking down the man that had just insulted his perceived granddaughter. This time, Yuichi calmed him down. He did so by wordlessly walking in between him and Ken. He didn't take Ken's words as an insult. He knew that the assassin wasn't the type to throw baseless insults around. He looked at the assassin with a stony expression before opening his mouth. What do you mean by that? Yuichi's eyes were cold, his tone betrayed his true feelings. Anxiety, fear, concern. At least he's a good father. Maybe Yu's fate isn't bound to be the same as mine. Ken shook his head before opening his mouth once more. No one is that eager on their first kill. Let alone their first time torturing someone. That is unless they've played out that same scenario a million times before in their minds. Even then, it would be difficult for a greenhorn to replicate what she just did. She has a talent for this. Much like I do. With each sentence that came out, Yuichi's concern grew more and more. Mifune also put his blade down, his anger being snuffed out by a similar feeling to that of the daimyo. It wasn't far-fetched to say she had talent. When it came to killing, one's mentality was one of the most important factors. And she seemed to have no qualms about getting her hands dirty. So. Little you wanted to do such a thing for a while now? But how? Yuichi looked at Ken with wide eyes, his tone resembling that of a concerned father more and more, as his stony exterior broke completely. Children being accustomed to killing and torture wasn't all that uncommon in that world. Especially amongst shinobi. But you had been specifically sheltered from that since birth. She was the jewel in Yuichi's eyes. And he couldn't bear the thought that his upbringing may have brought her to a point where she became a bloodthirsty maniac. You tell me. How long has she wanted to get involved in this world? How long ago did she request to be trained? Ken slowly sat up and stood face to face with the daimyo, turning his head up to him and pretending to look him in the eye. Around the same time the kidnapping happened. Yuichi's own eyes widened as he listened to his own words. Don't tell me. Mifune's eyes also widened as he also reached a conclusion on his own. Regardless, Ken was there to clarify things for them. Speaking from experience. That was her breakthrough. The first glimpse she had of this world. She was captivated by it. Enamored with it. Not with me. At that moment, Yuichi's shoulders slumped. So it all comes down to that. Huh? He had tried to ignore it. He had done his best to think that the attempted kidnapping hadn't affected his daughter that badly. But he couldn't deny the reality staring him in the eye. His daughter was shaping up to be a true sadist. Someone that found true pleasure in death and inflicting pain. The exact same type of person he had sought to shield her from in the past. "What do I do?" was the first question that reached his mind. Behind him, Mifune sheathed his blade, his gaze resolute, his teeth clenched together. Yuichi struggled a bit internally. The first thing he figured was to try and help her suppress her urges. To try and shield her from herself essentially. To do just like he had done before, but better. Unfortunately, he now knew that such a thing was impossible. He couldn't shield his daughter at all times from everything. One day he would also no longer be there for her. She needed to somehow be able to stand on her own. "What do I do?" This time, the question was less pronounced, almost as if he was losing his energy gradually. For a split second, the thought of imprisoning her came to mind. To keep everyone else safe from her, from the monster she was bound to become. But he quickly discarded it. "No. Even if she's like this, she's still my daughter. I will love and support her through this. Maybe it's just a phase?" At that point, Ken could almost guess the thoughts going through his head. The assassin took another step forward, his arm reaching up and patting the daimyo's shoulder. "I know this is hard to come to terms with. I understand how this would be difficult to see. But you need to understand that this won't change." Yuichi looked towards Ken once more, his gaze discouraged, his eyes downcast. The assassin ignored the emotions flowing out of the father as he continued. "Today's events prove that she's too far gone already. If it hadn't happened, she would have likely found another outlet. Maybe an animal, maybe a servant. But it is inevitable." The very thought seemed to send a shiver down Yuichi's spine. Behind him, Mifune's shoulders also slumped. He now understood the situation fully. And he naturally blamed himself for it. Maybe if I gave her more guards. If our background checks were more thorough. If I actually managed to teach her swordsmanship beforehand. Teach her self-restraint. Alas, perfection wasn't ever going to be achievable. They had done everything possible in order to shelter her. All in vain. Everything was ruined by one half-baked plot made by a few somewhat powerful kidnappers. So, what can I do now? In the end, the father couldn't help but seek advice from Ken. It was safe to say that Ken was speaking from experience. Even Mifune marveled at how he was able to dissect the situation and understand you with such precision. And unlike them, he wasn't just speculating that she was infatuated with something. He had proof. The true question is, how much do you love your daughter? Ken's voice sounded almost comforting. As if he was making an effort to sympathize with the father's plight. "More than anything else in this world. She's all I have." Yuichi answered earnestly. He no longer cared about his position, he no longer cared that he was speaking to a suspicious individual. Thanks to that, the blind assassin realized just how serious Yuichi was. Good. She has a support network of sorts to fall back on at least. The assassin paced around the room for a few seconds, thinking about his next words for a bit, contemplating the best course of action for himself. "I could take care of her. No, I should do that. The daimyo would both be eternally grateful to me, and I would shield the world from her. Teach her properly. Direct her sadism properly. We need to teach her. There's no use in teaching her restraint at this point in her life. Hell, it's likely impossible. I tried to restrain myself plenty while in my youth. It just made the spree a lot more brutal for my victims. She likely tried restraining herself for a year already. Today was when she got to let off some steam." Mifune spoke out this time, sighing in frustration as he sat back down, gripping his knees with a grave expression. "Indeed. The most we can do is teach her how to use her talents accordingly. I will take her under my wing. Turn her into a sharp blade, one that won't be pointed at innocent lives." Yuichi looked at Ken with wide eyes. Through all the concern and fear, he could feel some relief as well. "Why you would do that?" The daimyo was clearly desperate, being helpless when it came to taking care of his daughter was grueling for him. Mifune opened his mouth. He was likely reflexively going to reject Ken's offer. But can I claim to train her as well as he can? I already tried during the past year. I failed constantly. I couldn't even grasp her true desires. His own inadequacies were what stopped him from speaking out. I will do it. Ken ended up answering the daimyo. It seems I have more work in the future. But I also technically have the Land of Iron in the palm of my hand now. I would say it is worth the hassle. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 4.